Even put in the prompt components or products, and then the data analysis using ANOVA. The procedure welcome students will start by academic for 2 weeks. It will consist of 5 mice, and the total number of mice to 14 will grow.
Good morning, all of you.
Good morning, Dr. Sandip.
Thank you. And we are going to start today's session. And today we have with us, just 1 minute. Dr. Joel Ray Jacob, Dean, Faculty of Nursing, Visayas State University, Philippines. He will chair the open paper session now. And the open paper session is just now I put in the chat box. Dr. Dr. Joel is the Dean of the Faculty of Nursing in Visayas State University, Philippines. After serving for 3 years in the Visayas State University, first as a research development and extension coordinator in nursing for 2 years, and then as a college secretary for a year, Dr. Joel was appointed as the new Dean of the College of Nursing. He began his nursing career as a staff nurse in a government hospital for less than 2 years, and then transferred to a private institution where he served as a clinical instructor for nearly 7 years. While working, he took up as finished Master of Arts in Nursing in Cebu City, Southeastern University, and then doctorate in nursing in St. Paul's University in Tuagegaro. Despite his academic credentials, his track record in research studies and years of experience are praiseworthy. He is also editorial board member of Malaysian Journal of Nursing. I would like to request Dr. Joel now to run the session, open paper session. Today, our open paper session, first session, having 12 presentation, and we will call one upon one, and all of you present in your time, 5 minutes, and there will be question answer. You can put in the chat box and we will take it from there. Thank you. Dr. Joel, the stage is yours, sir.
Good morning, everyone. How are you?
Good morning, Dr. Joel.
Fine.
Dr. Joel.
Thank you.
It's nice to see beautiful and handsome faces of educators all over the world. And I bring greetings from the Visayas State University in the Philippines. Today here in the Philippines is a holiday because it's Easter Sunday for Christian. And this morning, I will be your session chair for the presentation of 12 research, their works, and at 11 a.m. I will also talk my lecture on ensuring health. So I'll start with our first presenter. We have 12 this morning, and as I've said, Dr. Pudar is giving us 5 at least 5 minutes for the presentation, and another minutes will be spent for question and answer. So participants may actually write in the chat box the questions pertaining to the presentation. So for the first presenter this morning, we have Benny Arif. Is Benny Arif around?
Yeah,
Hi,
I'm here.
sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so kindly start with your presentation. You can
Okay.
now share screen.
Okay, wait a minute.
Okay, while
Hello?
Okay, you can present it in a full screen. Okay, there you have it.
Can we start?
Yes, you can, sir.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Benny Arif Sulistianto. I'm from Universitas Muhammadiyah Pegadaian Pekalongan, Central Java, Indonesia. And I'm here to present about my research entitled Relationship Between Coping Mechanism and Quality of Life among chronic kidney failure patient undergoing hemodialysis in the rural area of Indonesia. As we know, non-communicable diseases are reported to have killed 15 million people aged from 30 to 70 years each year. And the prevalence of chronic kidney disease worldwide is around 13%, and around 4 to 7 million patients with end-stage kidney disease. In Indonesia, in the prevalence, chronic kidney disease was relatively low. It is increased from 0.2% in 2013 became 0.38% in 2018. And since chronic kidney disease patients must undergoing hemodialysis throughout their life, it may impact their quality of life and lead to the mortality. Therefore, by having good relations, good coping mechanism, it may improve quality of life. That's the question. And the purpose of this study is to identify the relationship between coping mechanism and quality of life among chronic kidney disease patients who are undergoing hemodialysis. A convenient sampling was used in the study. There are 2 hospitals selected in the study. It is Pekalongan in Kajian Hospital, specifically. It's around 20 participants. And Batang Hospital is around 42 participants. And there are 2 questionnaires used in the study as well. It is a brief scope to measure coping mechanism, and for quality of life, we use WHO called BREF. And the statistics were use linear regressions to measure the relationship between quality of life and coping mechanism. And here are the results. The majority of this participant is around is more than 40 years, and male patient is around 64%, and majority of education is elementary school. It's more than 50%. And about the job, mostly majority of participant is jobless. It's around 48.4%, and the duration of analysis is quite equal between 1 month and 12 months, 12 to 24 months, and more than 2 years. It's equal, relatively equal. And here this is the result of coping mechanism from brief cope. The mean from brief cope is around 66.70%. And for the categories, avoidance coping and approach coping, it's relatively equal. Whereas in the humor and religions, the religion is more point rather than humor. So in here, the participant mostly use religion as a coping mechanism rather than humor itself. Sorry. And for WHO quality of life, it's a relative equal between domain 2 and domain 4 until domain 4. And here there is a low score in physical, because the patient have a physical disease. Of course, it's a low score. It has low score. And here is the descriptive statistic for our variable from total WHQRL. For mean is 215.22. And for avoidance coping, I already described in the previous slide. And for regression model, we can identify that approach coping is the most significant one. Here we can identify that every 1 unit increase approach coping will increase 2.1 unit for quality of life. And there is interesting finding for human and religious. There is a huge number of beta score. However, for p-value is not significant. And here my model is only explain 80% for this regression model. There are some limitation in my study. My study have a small numbers for sample size, and the model is only explain 18%. And the instrument that I use is WHO quality of life, which is designed for general purpose. Because when I try to use for specific disease, for quality of life for this for kidney disease, I got no permissions. Yeah, it's a permission problem. So I use WHO call, which is generally used. And the conclusion of my study is approach coping, which is characterized by subscale of active coping and positive reframing, also planning, acceptance, seeking emotional support, and seeking informational support might improve quality of life significantly. And despite insignificant p-value, humor and religious coping should be considered as well, because they increase numerous value of quality of life. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Benny, for the nice presentation of your study. Any questions from the participants? So I have one question, Mr. Benny, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Since you mentioned about the quality of life scale used that you used is in WHO is generic, meaning not specific to that of the patients with kidney dialysis disease. Or kidney disease. What is your next step that you are going to make?
I think I can redo the research which you use for KD quality of life, kidney disease quality of life. Yeah, because when I conduct my study at that time, I cannot get the permission from author. And now in I think 2019, there is an Indonesian version for kidney disease quality of life. So I can contact the author and to get the permission for Indonesian version. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. And I also noticed that most of your respondents are jobless.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yes, they are
48%.
jobless because they quit from work because of the disease.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I would like to hear you some of the improvements next time using the more accurate tool, and we'll try to see what would happen if there are changes significant in the findings you have right now.
Yeah, thank you, Professor.
Yes, any final words before we proceed?
No, thanks.
Okay, thank you so much, Benny, for the presentation. Any questions from the other members of the group chat?
No question.
No.
I think.
No questions. So I think we can proceed.
Yes. Well, if there is any question, they will write. After that, we can answer.
Okay. So kindly feel free to write your questions if there are any. For now, we will proceed with the next presenter, which is Sri Rahayu.
No. This one, Joyita Khoshal around?
The second presenter, we have Sri Rahayu.
Sri Rahayu.
Factors associated with prevention behavior of pulmonary tuberculosis. Not yet.
Jayita maybe.
No, this one, Joyita. You're saying the wrong one, sir.
Okay. So the next.
Joyita Khoshal have around? Dr. Joyita around?
The second one.
Second one not yet. So we go for third one. We call
we'll continue.
Lester Singh.
Yes, the third presenter. Effect of acupressure therapy.
Around?
I think they are not here yet, Dr. Kudar. Okay, we'll proceed with the fourth one, Renita Amelia.
Renita.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning, Dr.
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Okay, shall we proceed now to your presentation?
Yeah.
Okay, you can share your slides now.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I feel honored to be here today in this virtual event on International Conference in Malaysia. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Renita Amelia from Baitur Rahmah University, Padang West, Sumatra, Indonesia. Currently, I'm studying at a PhD program of Lincoln University College, Malaysia. On this occasion, today I will present my journal entitled The Effect of Giving Probiotic in Dadia Sample on Increasing Immunoglobulin A of Intestine Tissue in Rats Model of Diabetic Nephropathy. In this, outline content. Dadia is a traditional food of West Sumatra made from buffalo milk that is fermented in a bamboo tube container. Dadia is categorized as a functional food because it is made through a spontaneous fermentation process by lactic acid bacteria contained in the both of buffalo milk and bamboo tube. The aim of this research is to prove the effect of giving dadia to male white rat, Ratus novergicus, Wistar strain, induced by alloxan to diabetic nephropathy on increasing the microbiota of lab lactic acid bacteria in the intestine tissue and increase the value of immunoglobulin A. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we use several steps in this research. First, experimental phase. This research used experimental tests of 5 groups of white rats with a total sample is 25 rats, including the control group. Except the healthy rats group, all other groups were injected alloxan 100 mg per kilogram body weight, and after 7 days on alloxan induction, animal with fasting glucose more than 200 mg per deciliter. The group are PN, negative control group. They are healthy rats. PO, positive control group, diabetic rat untreated. And P1, diabetic rats with treated by dadia. And P2, diabetic rat and treated by bacteria isolate from dadia in low dose, 1 milliliter. And P3, diabetic rat with bacteria isolate from dadia in high dose, 2 milliliters. And second step, calculation of total lab. The media used for calculating the total lab in rat intestine, well, the MRS, agar and MRS brood. Observation and calculation were conducted using the Quebec colony counter. And the last step, immunoglobulin AGA test. The test referred to the kit ELISA. Now we have come to the result. The average of total Haeges lactic acid bacteria in P1 group treated by dadia is 213, and the lowest of total lab in the control positive diabetic rat untreated is 74. And this is the line graph of immunoglobulin A value in the ileum tissue of all the groups. So the best result of research show P1 that the diabetic rats treated by dadia have the highest of immunoglobulin A value with a 76.5H, and the lowest is a PO untreated group rats on 25.27. At last, we talk about conclusion. The best result on this study was seen in P1 group, which was given by 3 milliliter dadia, where the treatment for this group was able to increase the total number of lab colonies and increase immunoglobulin A immunity in rats model induced by diabetic nephropathy. Acknowledgement, this research was supported by the Laboratory of Technology Animal Product, Andalas University. The author would like to thank to team leader, Professor Dr. Haji Endang Purwati, and my PhD supervisor, Professor Dr. Kosi Philip, and co-supervisor, Dr. Farzana Yasmin. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that's all the presentation. If you have any question, please feel free. I will try my best to answer your question. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much for such an interesting study, Renita.
Yes.
Yeah. So your findings right now, what is now the implication of your findings to human? If ever we're going to apply that to human.
No, I just experimental for animals. Maybe next step. I will to
Okay.
research in human.
Yeah. Okay, but your study has a good promise.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any questions from our participants?
No questions.
I think they will give.
They can write. Sir, Sri Lestara Singh is present, so
Yeah.
he can present now.
Yeah, okay.
Miss Sri Lestara Singh?
Yes, yes, dokter.
Yes.
Sebentar. Tak. Thank you to Dr. Sandep and Dr. Jul and all the ICAS 2021 commit. I am Sri Lestariningsi and my friend Yoga Triwijayanti. Yoga Triwijayanti will read the result of our research with the title Effect of Acupressure Therapy on Feces Consistence in Pregnant Women in Constipation.
Please make full screen. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Let me introduce myself. I'm Yoga Triwijayanti. As a member of this research team, I will present result of my research. The title of my research is Effect of Acupressure Therapy on Feces Consistency in Pregnant Women in Constipation. During pregnancy, a woman's body will experience many physiological, psychological, and hormonal changes which can cause many complaints and problems such as constipation. Constipation is a condition in which the secretion of the rest of the body's nutrient metabolism in the form of feces is disturbed, causing hardening of the stool which results in difficulty defecating. According to what gastroenterology organization, between 52% patients with constipation as heart defecation, like pills or medication, with 44% inability to defecate when they serve 34%, or infrequent defecation 33%. Case of constipation in Indonesia suffered by pregnant women around 4 till 30%. Where constipation suffered by people over the elderly is around 2 till 25 at the age of 16 years and over. Based on research from Minority in Trawasan Sumabito, the incidence of constipation experienced by pregnant women in Padang City of West Sumatra profile reached 15 till 20%. Treatment of constipation can be done with pharmacological and non-pharmacological therapies. Therapies with laxative, while non-pharmacological therapies is one of them with acupressure therapy. Acupressure generally stimulates metabolism and improve nutrient distribution to cell and tissue. Mechanical message can pass digestive waste into the intestine, and message also triggers a parasympathetic nerve response which increase digestive activity. Research on the effect of meridian acupressure to reduce or prevent constipation in the elderly. The result is that the interaction saw the availability of X-ray meridian and measurement point 98.183 with p-value less than 0.01. Analysis is repeat measures of variance to compare change in score on the Bristol scale obtained the result of this study, showing meridian acupressure is a useful nursing intervention for a constipation in the elder. Acupressure meridian is an effective method of relieving constipation in hospitalized patients. A further study is needed to validate that other patients with constipation can use the acupressure meridian as a non-invasive nursing intervention. Based on results from the pre-survey conducted at several midwifery clinics in the metro city, there was an increase in case of constipation experienced by pregnant women. Result of pre-survey on October show that between 98 pregnant women, 17.35% have constipation. Furthermore, there was an increase in case of constipation in pregnant women in November, namely among 87 pregnant women, 33.3% experienced constipation. This study used a one-group pre-test post-test design from a pre-experimental research design. The study population was pregnant women at clinical midwifery in March and May 2018. Sampling is purposive sampling with a total of 13 respondents who had met the inclusion and exclusion criteria. Constipation data collection used a questionnaire and checklist Bristol Stool scale before and after acupressure therapy was given. The result. Distribution frequency of stool consistency in pregnant women who experience constipation before being given acupressure. There are 3 tips: stool constant tip 1, frequency 1, and percentage 3.3%, and tip 2, there are 7 and percentage 23.3%. Tip 3, 22, percentage 73.3%. Based on the analysis of the types of stool consistency in the respondent in this study were types 1, 2, and 3. Fecal consistency was found, namely type 3 with 22 pregnant women, and the lowest number of 1 pregnant woman, 3.3%. Result 2, stool of consistency frequency distribution and pregnant women have constipation after being given acupressure. Based on the table, there have been a change in the type of stool consistency among respondents who have been given the intervention in this study, namely type 3, 4, and 5. The consistency of the most common phases is type 4 with 17 pregnant women, or 56.7%. Type 5 with the number of 12 pregnant women, or 40%. And type 3 with lowest number of 1 pregnant woman, or 3.3%. The effect of acupressure therapy on stool consistency in women who have constipation. This one, the effect of acupressure therapy on the consistency from the output above. It is known that a symptom-C follow is 0.0 because the asymptotes signal 0.0 and p-value less than 0.05. That in accordance with the basic for decision making in the Deswik-Coxon test can be confirmed that HA is accepted. There is a significant effect on acupressure therapy that has been given to pregnant women who experience constipation with hard and stool consistency. Discussion. Stool consistency frequency distribution in pregnant women who experience constipation before being given acupressure. Based on the result of the analysis test, it was found that the consistency of phases to 30 respondents observed a frequency distribution before being given acupressure therapy. Namely, in type 1, there was 3.3%, type 2, there was 23.3%, and type 3 contained 73.3%. Based on the result on research according to Catherine at 2007, state that the incidence of constipation, 24% of pregnant women in the first trimester experienced constipation. 26% experienced constipation during the second trimester, and 24% experienced constipation during the third trimester. The results of this study are in accordance with the theory put forward by Sir Chef 2015, which states that acupressure therapy stimulates metabolism and improves nutrient distribution to cell and tissues. Mechanical message can pass digestive force into the intestine, and message also triggers a parasympathetic nerve response, which increases digestive activity to be smooth.
7 minutes.
Okay,
I think you can continue with the conclusion.
yes. Conclusion of my research. Frequency distribution that consists of the mouse tool in pregnant women who experience constipation before being given acupressure is type 3, namely 73.3%. Frequency distribution stall inconsistency is great in pregnant women who experience constipation after being given acupressure is type 4, that 56.7%. And there is an effect of acupressure therapy on stool consistency in pregnant women who are constipated with p-value 0.0. Suggestion. The result of this study can be a good material and a source of information as knowledge base of health workers and study for practical material and alternative treatment of constipation in a pharmacologist ways. Midwife can provide acupressure therapy to pregnant women who experience constipation and can socialize the benefit of acupressure therapy to pregnant women so that midwives can help mothers improve their health, and full families can provide support to ensure that mothers with acupressure therapy can overcome their constipation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Sri, for the presentation about the acupuncture as a non-pharmacologic management for pregnant women suffering from constipation. There is a question from the chat box regarding what are the acupressure points used. from R.S. Maniam, there was a question to the presenter about acupressure. What are the acupressure points used in the conduct of the study?
Titik yang digunakan itu ada titik SP5, ada titik ST37, ada titik ST LI7. Jadi kurang lebih ada 3 titik dengan tapi dua lokasi. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I hope the one who asked the question understand the answer. I think the participant.
The same.
Yeah. Okay. Another question. Yes. Thank you, Maniam. Maniam said he can understand that. Another question from UC. Mrs. Yoga, how long did you do the acupressure and which trimester of pregnant women? For how long? I think the number of minutes. The application of needles and for which trimester in pregnancy?
Ya, masing-masing titik sebanyak 40-60 kali, dokter. Untuk titik sang Q-nya itu terletak pada bagian mata kaki sebanyak 40-60 kali, kemudian titik sang Ju Q itu di 6 cun di bawah patella, yaitu 1 jari, lateral cristatia dengan teknik pemijatan juga sama 40-60 kali. Kemudian di titik Wen Liu yaitu 5 cun di atas LI5 atau 2 cun di atas LI6 pada sisi radial lengan sama juga 40-60 kali. Kemudian dilakukan sehari sekali saja dalam 15 menit. Demikian, dokter.
Iya.
50 menit.
Yeah.
50
Okay.
minute.
Yeah. Bawah patella, I think that is below the patella. Yeah. I've been to Indonesia since 2015, but I didn't know really much of Bahasa. Well, anyway.
Ankle, around of ankle.
No problem.
And time is 50 minutes.
Proceed. Yeah, I think we can proceed to the next presenter. The next presenter is for a while. Henry. I think Henry is here. Hello, sir. Good morning. You can share your screen now.
Okay, good morning, sir.
You can share your presentation now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Joe. I want present my teacher article, Knowledge Survey of Coronavirus Disease, Prevention and Coronavirus Disease or COVID-19 Vaccine in Sukabumi, West Java, Indonesia. Introduction. World Health Organization has declared the condition of the coronavirus disease or COVID-19 pandemic since February 2020. People do know about coronavirus disease or COVID-19, and they feel anxious about the transmission of the disease. Many people in the Sindang Sari Subdistrict, Sukabumi City, West Java, Indonesia, still do not use face masks and do know the importance of face masks for the prevention of coronavirus disease transmissions. Aims. The research objective was to determine public knowledge about the coronavirus disease or COVID-19 and coronavirus vaccine. Method. This research method used a survey to the people in Sukabumi, West Java, Indonesia, data collection technique using a questionnaire through the Google Form application, The number of respondents was 226 people. Result and discussion. The results show 43.7% of the public were waiting for the presence of the coronavirus disease vaccine, and 30.2% expressed doubt about the production of COVID-19 vaccine, and 21.4% did not know about the COVID-19 vaccine. Then the result of the next study saw that the community states that 45.2% of the COVID-19 vaccine is the halal and safe category, and 42.9% of the people expressed doubt, and 7.9% of the people said that they did not know. And questions related to the coronavirus disease or COVID-19 were obtained. As many as 40% of respondents know about the prevention of coronavirus or COVID-19 by using face masks. 35% of the public expressed doubt about using face masks, and 25% of people did not believe in using face masks. Respondents who said that they were ready to give vaccine by 39.7%, and expressed doubt about giving vaccine by 36.5%, and were not ready for vaccine by 15.9%. Conclusion: the result of this study indicate that public know about coronavirus prevention, and coronavirus vaccine is a good in the area in Sukabumi. Thank you, Doc. It's my perfect presentation.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. Question from the members who are here with us today. I have one question to the presenter. You mentioned that it's roughly 39% who are still in doubt, and another 30% still not decided to receive the vaccine.
Yes.
Yeah, and so on your end as health educator, how are you going to convince, since we know that vaccine really is form of the preventive measure, it's our role as health providers. How are you going to convince the people to really have the vaccine with them, considering that the findings of being undecided is still high based on your study?
Okay. I want to give education for the people in Sukabumi about vaccine. Why people in Sukabumi doubt vaccine? Because the vaccine is the first test, and they still doubt, and doubt about the vaccine, a side effect the vaccine.
Yeah, thank you. I hope that your commitment to educate our people in the community will help change the figure from undecided to really receive the vaccine, because for me, that's the only protection we can have at the moment. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Joe and Dr. Sandep.
Yeah.
Order.
Any question? before we proceed to the next presenter is Wee Bi Huai from with this determinants of quality of work. Wee Bi, you can now start the presentation.
Good morning, everyone. I am Wee Bi Huai from Klang General Hospital. I am proud to be one of the presenters in this conference. My co-researcher is Ramesh Prasad Rai. We would like to share this research finding on determinant of the quality of work life.
You share the screen, madam.
Yes?
You share the screen. There is a green button, share screen.
Share screen.
In the down, middle. You open Zoom, there is a green button. Or press ALT. Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, make it full screen. Yes, okay.
Determinant of the quality of work life among registered nurses at public hospitals. Introduction. Due to their critical function in the healthcare system, many nurses feel trapped and despondent of being in this invisible workforce within the organization. There is little support for their own welfare and improvement of service structure that could rejuvenate and lift them out of their mandate roles. The purpose of this study to identify that aspect of job scope that has significant influence on the quality of work life among nurses at a major public hospital in Klang Valley. Problem segment. Nurses play a diversified and constantly evolving role within the healthcare system, as their duty is not just restricted to organized care, but also affect the care delivery at different level of complexity the healthcare system. Honaka et al. 2011 reported nurses as experiencing higher workload than ever due to four main reasons. First, increased demand for nurses due to constantly expanding healthcare services, inadequate supply of nurses due to cross-border migration in search of quality of life overseas, increasing job complexity due to innovation and technological advancement, prolonged inpatient stay owing to growing elderly population living with comorbidity. Research question: what is the rating for quality of work life among nurses at a major public hospital in the Klang Valley? Does work design dimension adversely influence the quality of work life among nurses at a major public hospital in the Klang Valley? How do nurses rate the effects of professional work culture to the quality of work life at a major public hospital in the Klang Valley? Study design. The researcher adopted a quantitative descriptive cross-sectional survey design for the study. The data collection instrument was adapted with permission from Brooks Quality of Nursing Work-Life Survey. Appropriate ethical approval was sought from the relevant authorities and respondents for this study. Data collection was done through systematic random sampling of nurses who fulfill in inclusion criteria for the study. Self-administered questionnaire was sent out to 390 nurses. The raw data was analyzed using SPSS version 23. Result: from the total of 390 self-administered questionnaire distributed to respondents, 77% completed questionnaire were received for data analysis in this study. Majority of more than 70% respondents satisfied with the item in job satisfaction. The factor that influenced the quality of nursing work life was investigated under following three sub-themes: work life, work design, and work context. The most important factor that determine the quality of nursing work life is work design dimension, with a mean score 4.58, standard deviation 0.678 is observed to be highest, then followed by work context dimension with mean score 4.34, standard deviation 0.508, while work-life dimension with the lowest mean score 3.53, standard deviation 1.191. Smaller standard deviation indicate higher consistency among score and vice versa. Discussion of result. A high nursing workload indicates a working place where the staff resources are likewise depressed. If the situation is not addressed, the quality of work output deteriorates and can be a direct cause of adverse outcome and death rates for the patients. Wandi, Hidi, and Icon 2013 reported that nurses who have heavy workloads risk losing track of essential tasks are detrimental to healthcare delivery. McP, Dahinton, and Javier 2017 found that nurses who had heavy workloads on a daily basis were almost 6 times more likely to report patient falls and 3 times more likely to report high emotional exhaustion than nurses who had a heavy workload less frequently. Recommendation for nursing administration. There is urgent need for the management and nursing leadership to improve teamwork as it is linked to the safety relevant performance of error reporting. Fogestam, Kiinunan, and Sarela 2018 expressed that under-reporting of adverse event occurrence determine high nursing workload. Better team communication is associated with nurses' high error reporting performance. The factor in achieving job satisfaction were not limited to the employee's working environment, but also included interaction between work partners. Nursing education. Since nursing is a performance-based profession, clinical learning environments play an important role in the acquisition of professional abilities and train the nursing student to enter the nursing profession and become a registered nurse. Reflection has become an important concept in nursing, stimulating debate and influencing nursing practice and education. Reflecting has been described as a transferable skill which may be incorporated into clinical practice, enabling nurses to better understand themselves and others and solve problems. Nursing practice. Teamwork training received might have contributed to the strategies applied to improve effective communication between team members. This aspect can improve team camaraderie and thus increase the ability of the team members to solve problems, improve team skill, carry out plans, and manage workload collectively. Nursing research. The research findings showed that better team communication related to high error in the workplace. Research facilitates in improving the particular areas such as medication error, blood transfusion error, and consent error, which causing harm to the patient. Our references. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wibi, for the presentation. Question. Does OSHA, this is from Maniam, the question, does, I think that's OSHA is Occupational Safety Health Act, has been contributing to the welfare of working conditions of nurses. So there was an inquiry if the Occupation and Health Safety Act helped the nurses alleviate the working conditions in the hospital. Wibi.
Oh, I cannot see this. Okay. What is
So
the question?
the question is,
In the
does
chat
the
box, you can see.
Occupational and Safety Health Act contributed to the welfare of our working nurses in the hospital?
Thank you for raising that interesting question. I wish to my co-researcher to respond in the maybe the live chat. Thank you.
I guess the co-researcher of WIBI can answer.
Yes, I agree with Mr. Manian.
Yeah. No, so the Occupational and Safety Health Act is really helping our health workers, especially when they are burned out and exhausted in the hospital, especially now that there is increasing patient care demand because of the COVID-19 crisis. So I think that also contributed to the findings why work design and work context are more important over the work life, because we are exhausted really, especially those frontliners in the hospital now. The ratio is perhaps 1:20 or 1:30 patients. That really is an exhausting experience. Okay, yes, we all agree that employers should have to seek the welfare of our workers, especially this time of crisis. And we have to be protected with from our employees, the hazards, the burnout, the stressful environment, and the toxic patients also, and the significant others. Sometimes they are more toxic than our patients, but we have to bear with them. It's still part of our caring attitude. So I think we can continue with the next presenter.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Dewi Priantini.
Yes, Dr. Ju.
Dewi,
Yes.
you can proceed now, ma'am.
All right, please. We'll share this one. Okay. Is it okay, Dr. Ju?
Yes, your screen is visible.
Yes, yes.
You can start.
Thank you, Dr. Ju, Dr. Sandip. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a good day. My name is Dewi Priantini from Institute of Health Sciences, Tekesang Tua, Surabaya. In this opportunity, I would like to present our paper related with the identifying nursing student satisfaction of learning process in clinical practice during pandemic COVID-19. Okay, As we know nowadays that the pandemic caused by COVID-19 disrupted, and we have to restructure the whole aspect all around the world, including the educational system itself. Many healthcare education have suspended their classes to restrict the transmission of the coronavirus. And the consequence is they are now conducting distance classes through online teaching method to retain the nursing knowledge and clinical skill of the student. Even though there is no significant differences of learning outcome compared to the traditional face-to-face teaching method, the students have a limited their improvement in design of delivery of simulation and improvisation. And furthermore, could be decrease their satisfaction. So this study is aimed to identify the nursing student satisfaction of learning process in clinical practice during pandemic COVID-19. Related with the research method, this was a descriptive analysis survey conducted in Private Institute of Health Sciences in Surabaya, data collection from July to August 2020. And then the number of the sample were 80 undergraduate nursing students, and via Google survey form, via online, and the response will be analyzed through frequencies and percentage with the bar chart and pie chart. Now we are moving to the result of the study. The result of the study show that among 80 undergraduate nursing students with a response rate 85%, there were 72.5% female, and 27.5% are male nursing student. And then results show that 80 participants, there were 55% of the nursing students likely to do online classes, and 45 students had less likely to comfortable doing online classes. In the study also observed that 32.5% of participants were disturbed by technical issue regularly during online classes, 26.3% usually having disturbed by technical issue, and only 11.3% never had difficulties during the online file classes. And also, this study showed that majority the participant, 92.5% were got supported from clinical instructor during their online classes, and 7.5% did not get supported from their clinical instructor. Furthermore, the result also showed that 57.5% nursing students reported satisfied, 21.3% were very satisfied, 15% were dissatisfied, and 6.3% were dissatisfied with their online teaching. Getting to the discussion, well, according to our result, 55% of the nursing students likely to do online classes. It could be related with the reason that the students are millennial new generation, so they are involved with the technology very highly. The result also in line with the previous study of Adina that the replacement of the regular classes are recommended with online classes is the necessity for the pandemic coronavirus. To do so, to success the online classes, a student need to adapt it and the educational technology itself, because the student adaptability and innovation of learning strategy are two key factors that could be implemented to improve the collaborative knowledge transfer and engagement within the student and lecturer. In this study, also show that the participants have difficulties related with the technical issue. There are 32.5% regularly and 26.3% always have a problem with the technical issue. So the majority reason related with the lack of internet access and tool inaccessibility. This result with the problem similar with the previous study, that low quality of online instructor delivery, cost control, and then internet and tool accessibility, and also the technical readiness of the student on learning is the previous study found. Furthermore, result also found the scale of satisfaction was various. It might due to the technical issue itself, the teacher presents and guidance into face-to-face section of student and their lecturer. So likewise, like a previous study found that also this one is a significant factor that could be the influence the satisfaction level. Okay, to sum up to this research, that the COVID pandemic 19 have greatly affected the learner, both lecturer and also student. So we have to modify it, and also we have to adapt with the situation, and we have to re-modify the teaching strategy method, because both of the student and lecturer preferably doing both online teaching and face-to-face classes. Okay, I think it's enough, Dr. Chu. Time is yours now.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. There's a question. How did you compensate the lack of clinical skills, especially now that we cannot send our students in the hospital? How did you compensate, or what are your best practices to at least compensate those lack of clinical duty?
Yeah, that's also we have to consider about that to modify the both teaching online and face-to-face contact with the student. So so far during 3 months ago, we already tried to modify the student go to the campus to do the laboratorium practice skill, and then they have to divide it to in a small group. So in one class there are 10 until 11 group, small group, and then we schedule their time to go to the campus with the health protocol as the government mentioned, and then they do skill practice with the lecturer. I think that the solution so far we do like that.
Okay, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
Other questions from the other participants? Yeah, thank you for the presentation, ma'am. Yeah, that's a very nice study. That's very timely, no? Now that we are experiencing COVID-19. What is important is we are providing human touch every time we conduct our classes. We're doing humanizing our presentation, even if we just see and meet on the virtual environment, but at least our students feel our presence, even at a distance. It's very important.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Dr. Joe. We also do that, try to do that also.
Okay, thank you so much. I think we can proceed to the next presentation from CT. It's on the older adults' relationship between functional status and social and emotional. Siti Zuhaida Binti Hussein. Is Siti Zuhaida around?
She was sick, I think. She is hospital. Go to hospital. She reported. So we go to next.
Okay. Yeah, I think we can.
If she come back, she can talk.
Yeah. We may now hear Payu Silasa on the trends of malaria cases. I think this is a time.
Yes, Mr. Pius. Mr. Pius.
Payu Silasa.
Pius. Please on.
All right.
He is here.
Microphone still off.
No, just now I see video also. Mr. Pius, you can on. Hello.
but he's on the participant already. Okay.
I think not here, so we go to next speaker.
Okay, we proceed to Norma Tico Cambuno on the study on serology profile. This would be our last presenter for this morning.
I think we will bring up some papers. Pius, Mr. Pius is around.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Pius, you present. You can hear? Yes, unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yes, yes.
Sorry, we got storm here. Yeah. Maybe you can hear. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, okay. I
start now.
I will share my
presentation.
Sorry, we
Yeah,
got a storm here. Heavy rain and windy, hard windy.
Yeah, okay.
Actually, some problems like Siti
Oh,
Juleka
yeah.
morning told that she was in emergency hospital for allergy. Then another Dr. Joita also is feeling fever. That's now they WhatsApp me before. So everybody is getting affected. Now storm also there. Okay,
That's
please share first slide and start.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the time given to me. Good morning, everyone. I want to present my research. Yeah. The title is Trends of Malaria Cases from 2019 to 2018 to 2019 in East Sumba, East Nusa Tenggara, Indonesia. Okay, this is the map of Nusa Tenggara. Then, and blue point it is Kupang, the capital city of Nusa Tenggara Province. Welcome. Okay. Background: the province of, as far as we know, malaria is the problem now include Indonesia. The province of East Nusa Tenggara is one of the provinces that has a high malaria prevalence reaching 1.99% from the national prevalence of 0.37%. East Nusa Tenggara Regency is one of the regencies in East Nusa Tenggara Province, which has the highest prevalence of 7.01%. Okay. The purpose of this study was to determine trends in malaria cases in East Sumba Regency, Nusa Tenggara, East Nusa Tenggara Province in 2018 to 2019. The method: this research is a descriptive study with all population data recorded in East Nusa Tenggara Regency in 2018 and 2019. The sample size is 3.5086 cases taken by proportive sampling that taken from the total positive cases. Data were collected by retrospective study of malaria case report documents in East Nusa Tenggara Regency. The study results are presented in the form of prevention tables and analyzed descriptively. Yeah. Okay. This is the table shows that the trend of malaria cases based on population is Sumba Regency in 2018 to 2019 decreased by 0.64%, where 100 and 811 cases per 246.265 people in 1918, decreased by 1,665 cases per 260,000 and 950 people in 2018. This is the trend in malaria cases by age, gender, type of Plasmodium malaria, and types of treatment in East Sumba Regency. Yeah. Based on patient age, the greatest percentage is more than 5 years. Yeah, we can see 41.65, and based on gender, male more more high than female, and based on type of Plasmodium, we can see the Plasmodium falciparum is the highest, yeah, 71.91. We know the falciparum is the Plasmodium can suffer severe malaria. Yeah. The type of treatment, all of people there more use the ACP. This is the treatment program for government in Indonesia. Okay, discussing trends in malaria is decreased, depend on some program. Yeah, the East Sumba government continues to make effort to tackle malaria according to the central government's program to eliminate malaria in the region. The procurement of malaria testing equipment is aimed at continuing training of health workers and education for the community. The implementation of central government policy is carried out by way of case finding, management of treatment according to the standards, epidemiological surveillance, prevention and control of risk factors, and improvement of human resources. Yeah. The success in decreasing malaria cases is also caused by the high awareness of the community toward the prevention and treatment of malaria according to the program set by the government. This is proven by data in table 1, number 4, yeah, which shows that adherence to treatment of malaria patient according to government program in East Sumba reached more than 95% both in 2018 and 2019. Okay. Discussion, patient aged more than 15 years were 40.36% in 2018 and 41.65% in 2019, even though Most of the patients are more than 15 years old. Table 2 and Table 1 shows that the majority of malaria patients in East Sumba Regency are children under 15 years old. Elementary school children have high play activities. Play activities can be done in the house, at school, during recess, and outdoors like in the park. Elementary school children in the district of East Sumba have a habit of playing in outdoors, such as wide fields, grass beds, gardens, fields, rivers, and hills, where cattle herder follows their parents. They play and shepherd generally in the afternoon after returning from school until sunset. This condition allows elementary school children to be bitten by mosquitoes, which become malaria infection factors. The research by Villa and Matang, 2015, found a type of malaria vector breeding habitat found in the ice of water, streams of rivers, rice fields, paddy irrigation channel, unused wells, former response, buffalo footprints, buffalo puddles, and standing water around well with densities larva between 0.36 to 3.4 per deepers. The result of this study found that most of the malaria positive patients were male. The data of this study are consistent with the result of the research before by Purwanto and Ronald, who found that the majority of malaria positive cases were found in male. Male in Sumba generally have worked in farming and cattle herding as both basic and additional work. The work is carried out every day until the afternoon or evening. This condition allows a man exposed to mosquito bites as a factor of malaria transmission that occurs outside the home. This is supported by the result of study of Santia et al., who found that there was a significant relationship between the incidence of malaria and activities outside the home at night. Density of Anopheles species sucks more human blood outside the home, the home. And the most common type of malaria, Plasmodium, found.
Mr. Pius,
okay.
Can you please sum up?
Hello?
Conclude quickly. Sum
Conclude.
up.
Okay. Yes. Conclusion, trend in malaria cases in East Sumba Regency is Nusa Tenggara Province. The 2018 to 2019 decreased to 0.44. The second most positive cases are found at age less than 15 years. The gender is generally male. And the third, the most type of Plasmodium is Plasmodium falciparum. Almost all patients are positive following treatment according to government programs. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Pius. There's a question from the chat box. What about the mortality rate? Did you happen to document the mortality rate of malaria?
Okay. According to data from health office province, that mortality rate is and very a little, a little bit, I don't study about it, but I ask the I asked from district office and provincial health office.
Yeah, but there is a slight decrease of the
decrease.
Okay, so just continue what you're doing in order to continuously have an impact on mortality rate. Thank you. Also send my greetings to Dr. Hero. He's my friend.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I think we can proceed to the next presenter. Since we are ahead of time, we can still entertain Norma Tico Cambuno on the serology profile.
I'm here.
Hi, hello, good morning.
Good morning, Joy. I'm here.
I hope you're okay. You can start now with your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can you see my PPT, Joy?
Make full screen, please.
Yes, you can, but you have to present it.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. You can start.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Joy. Good morning, Prof. Sandep. Thank you for this opportunity. It's a honor for me to be here. And today I want to present my paper with the title Serology Profile of Hepatitis B in Adolescents in Kupang, East Nusa Tenggara, Indonesia. My name is Norma Tico Cambuno and my team, Ferry Wangsir, Carol, Marni, Darwell, and Ibrar Hidayatullah. We presented this in International Conference on Healthcare and Alien Science. For the first one, background and aims. Hepatitis B virus infection is a major public health problem. Worldwide, approximately 2 billion people have been infected, and more than 240 million are chronic carriers at risk of developing progressive liver disease, such as cirrhosis, liver failure, and hepatocellular carcinoma. Indonesia is categorized as a moderate to high endemic country for hepatitis B. HBsAg detection rates is not the same across in Indonesian archipelago, with a higher prevalence in the eastern region than the western region. The national vaccination program has been implemented in Indonesia since 1997. It is interesting to see the condition that challenges affecting AIMS vaccination program with epidemiological studies on the population of young adults born before and after program implementation. Young adults that born before the program implementation may have contracted HBV in early childhood or remain susceptible to infection. The study aims to evaluate the epidemiology of hepatitis B in the student population of senior high school in Kupang East, Nusa Tenggara, Indonesia. The result of this study can indicate the magnitude of the HBV problem adolescents as an important segment of the population that will enter the adult community, especially in Eastern Indonesia. And the methods, total serum samples from 341 subjects were screened for HBV parameters serologically, such HBsAg, anti-HBs, anti-HBC. Inclusion criteria were students who were not currently undergoing hepatitis B and C treatment and were willing to be included in this study by signing an informed consent. examination to detect the presence of HBsAg, anti-HBs, and anti-HBc was carried out using the ELISA immunoassay method. And this research mission from the Health Research Ethics Commission of the Faculty of Medicine, University of Nusa Cendana. And the first table is demographic of characteristic of student respondent in senior high school, which should be our respondent. The median age, 17.5 years, the minimal age, 13 years old, and the maximal age, 22 years. Female, 133, and male 103 and female 184. And the race, suku from Timor, Flores, Rote, Belu, Sumba, Sabu, and Alor. And the second table, this is the result of HBsAg, anti-HBc, and anti-HBs serology examination. We can see that in HBsAg positive, we get 45 respondents. It's about 13.2. And the anti-HBc, we get 136 respondents. It's about 39.8. And anti-HBs, about 98, it's about 28.7%. And the third table, we can show you the clinical interpretation based on serological examination that we have examined. This is the parameter HBsA, anti-HBc, and anti-HBs. Which one is positive, 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 and negative, and this is negative, negative. For this point, we get that chronic hepatitis B, we get 1.5%. Chronic hepatitis B, it's about 7.9. And possibly HBsAg mutation, it's 0.3. And the HBsAg positive, 3.5. And 23.5, it's a recovering from infection. And 7%, it's possibly that hepatitis B is hidden. And 30.5, it's a person with immunity induced by vaccine. And the last one, 22.8, it is a student with potential for infection. Why? Because they didn't they negative in HBsAg, they negative in anti-HBc, and they negative in anti-HBs. And the last one, we do analysis of the relationship between gender and HBC and HBsAg status for male and female. This is the positive and negative, and this is the total. We make the conclusion that after we check chi-square test, the results show a p-value less than 0.05, meaning that there was a relationship between gender and HBsAg status. And the last, our conclusion show that a large proportion of the population studied still show susceptibility to HBV infection. We get 52.7%, which indicates that need for increased public awareness and the importance of catching up or increasing hepatitis B vaccination. And the last one, the result of this study implies the need to improve prevention strategies for the screening and manage HBV carriers, including implementation of vaccination, especially for high-risk target population, such as adolescents and young adults. I think that's all, and thank you for this moment. Back to you, Joy. Thank you.
Thank you, Norma, for that presentation. Any questions?
Can I?
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Mr. Joel. That's a scary finding, I think, for hepatitis. My question is, what about the possible causes for those students who got hepatitis? The possible causes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Benny. The the possible case. Sorry.
It's the possible cause. Reason.
Yeah.
The possible cause.
Yes, because your study figure is quite alarming. It's increasing case. Although we understand that most of your respondents did not receive any Hep B or Hep C vaccine as part of your inclusion criteria, but still the rate of infection is quite alarming. Benny asked, what are the possible causes, perhaps, origin in your place of the study? Because it's very specific that your study is conducted to that particular district. Do you see any lifestyle or the diet or the behavior of our adolescents that perhaps contribute to the alarming increase of hepatitis condition? That's the question of Benny.
Okay, thank you, Joy. Thank you, Benny. My team and me have a long study about virus, especially hepatitis B. It's about 7 years ago from 2013, and we have many study, and we get in Nusa Tenggara, especially our province, we get about 14% for positive HBsAg, and it is high than the national point. In national point, it's just only about 7, but in our province, it get 14. I think we have a study in many places, in Panti Asuhan, in school, in many places, and we get that. Why it's so high in our province? Maybe we have about our culture. Our culture here, we have sometimes the habit of our society, and we also have a vaccine. It's a national program, and it's due in our province. But from our parents before the 1997, we have our parents that they are in positive status, so it make their children take the positive again, and then the children have the family, and it's gonna be a continue case. That's I think, and this is not our first publication. We have many publication, and from our government, from now until now, sometimes it's not get higher. It is not get a big present of from our government. No program that can do for this case. That's I think, Joy. Thank you.
Okay, I hope you answered Benny's inquiry. Yes, you mentioned about the government is perhaps not supportive. I think
Yes.
your study now will give you a platform to make policy and lobby this, because this is very alarming. Okay, so
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
but we still thank you for your findings. It is a very good study that you have to do something about it to stop the spread of infection. Thank you so much, Norma,
Thank you,
for the
Joy. Thank you.
presentation and information. Dr. Sandip, can we proceed with the next
Yes.
presentation?
Yes,
From
Try
Irfan?
Ayu.
From
Yes.
Irfan?
Irfan will not present. Miss Try Ayu will present.
Well,
Yes.
Okay. Good morning.
good morning.
Yes, you can present now your screen and start with the presentation of your findings.
Yes, wait a minute. Is it more PPT show?
Yes.
Yeah,
You make
it's presented. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for Mr. Joel Ray and Prof. Sandep
It is a honor for me for presenting our study. And then our team is Mr. Irfan, Andreas Parawatu Ora, Soleman Randi, and me, and the last is Mrs. Normati Kokambuno, and our research title is Lack of Changes in Community Behavior and Environmental Factors After Filariasis Elimination Program in Kodi Balagar District, Southwest Sumba Regency, a qualitative study. Well, the introductions of our research is firstly, filariasis is a tropical disease that is very common in several regions in Indonesia and is caused by the transmission of microorganisms through mosquito bites. The causes of filariasis in Indonesia are three filarial species, namely Wucheria brancofti, Brugaria malayi, and Brugaria timuri. Filariasis doesn't cause death, but is the main cause of disability, social stigma, psychosocial barriers, and causes a decrease in the work productivity of individuals and families, as well as causing large economic losses. In the 2019 Ministry of Health report, the number of filariasis cases in Indonesia until 2018 was 10,681 cases. East Nusa Tenggara is the second largest contributor to filariasis cases after Papua. This case is spread in almost all cities or districts in East Nusa Tenggara, including 4 districts on the islands of Sumba. One of the efforts to eliminate filariasis in Indonesia has been carried out through the provision of preventive mass drugs or MDA in endemic districts or cities since 2013. Treatment is carried out once a year for 5 consecutive years. Treatment is carried out once a year for MDA has entered its 5th year in Kodi Balagar District, Southwest Sumba Regency, East Nusa Tenggara. The situation that is often encountered is the decline in filariasis cases due to mass drug administration, but not followed by change in community behavior and change in the environment in which they live. So the objective of our study is to evaluate knowledge, behavior change, and environmental change in the community after the MDA program for 5 years. The method of our study is qualitative research. This research was conducted in Malando Village and Kahala Village, Kodi Balagar Subdistrict, Southwest Sumba Regency for 10 days from 9 till 19 November 2020. And we are used in-depth interviews were conducted with 10 informants, which is consists of Puskesmas nurse, program holder, head of Puskesmas, head of Malando Village, and head of Kahala Village and community members. The data collected would be analyzed using interactive analysis technique, and then we use the research, we use the instrument, which is namely in-depth interview guides, focus group discussion guides, observation guides, recording devices, laptops, and camera. And the result of our study or our research is firstly is about increased knowledge. The efforts to increase public knowledge that have been carried are through health promotion, counseling, host-to-host counseling, extension involved cross-sectoral from religious leaders, traditional leaders, sub-district official, village heads, and Puskesmas cadres. And then the second is adherence to taking medication. According to the informants of the people of Kodi Balagar Subdistrict, obey the government recommendation to follow the treatment program. The MDA program has also been running in accordance to the guidelines prepared by the government. And the third is no change in daily life behavior and no change in the environment. There has not been any significant change in behavior in the context of preventing the transmission of filariasis in Kodi Balagar District, even though it has entered its 5th year. The use of mosquito nets, hanging clothes, and the habit of wearing clothes, trousers outside the house at night is still lacking. And about the environment, there is no significant environment change found in Kodi Balagar district too, even though knowledge and compliance with taking medication had increased. The information obtained shows that the low level of public awareness to clean the environment in which they live as an effort to prevent the development of mosquito breeding. So the conclusion of our study is basically, the success of filariasis elimination is strongly influenced by community participation in the form of attitude and concerted action toward filariasis. Based on the research conducted, it can be concluded that the implementation of the filariasis elimination program in Kodi Balagar subdistrict, especially Malindo and Kahala village, has been good and is accordance with applicable regulation. But the behavioral aspect of filariasis prevention practice in society, the change is knowledge and behavior of taking filariasis medicine. Aspect of community behavior and environmental changes have not changed. So it is the big problem because it can make it's feared that filariasis cases will reappear after 2020 because the elimination program is not followed by changes in community behavior and also change in the environment. Okay, I think that's all my presentation.
Thank you so much, Ayu Padmawati, for the presentation. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, questions? So if no questions, yes, yes, I believe that even if there is decrease in the case of filariasis, but behavior will not change overnight.
Yeah.
You really have to really educate and re-educate and continue extending your patience because behavior is the last thing to be changed, especially if the people will not cooperate.
Cooperate, yes.
Okay. But you have to have your patience. Yeah, thank you so much, Nat. We will proceed with the last presentation for this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Jalray.
From Muhammad Noor bin. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, hi, morning.
Yeah, you can present your screen and start.
Okay. Okay, good morning to Prof. Samdia and Dr. Joy. And all participants and ICAS. Okay, so today I would like to present about the effect of using two different dosing of propofol as an induction agent in patient undergoing electroconvulsive therapy, ECT, at the Psychiatry Department Hospital, Kuala Lumpur. And this study is supervised by Prof. Dr. Zarina Awang, Dean of Faculty Medicine, Lincoln University College, and my co-supervisor is Dr. Zarina binti Abdul Kasim, is a neuroanesthetic consultant, Department of Anesthesiology, Hospital Kuala Lumpur. This is my introduction. Actually, the function of electroconvulsive therapy is to deliver the current or amount of electrical charge to treat certain kind of mental illness, such as the psychosis, multi-drug resistant, bipolar mood disorder, and treatment-resistant schizophrenia. And this treatment was started on 1938. Then during 1950, the anesthesia come later just to provide a pleasant feeling and to prevent from complications. Propofol is one of the anesthetic drug because it's a rapid onset action, less incident of post-operative nausea and vomiting, and it's provide hemodynamic stability. But then propofol has potent anticonvulsion might interfere in the seizure activity. So this study is to observe the anesthetic doctor practice used during the ACT, the concept of safe anesthesia with the right choice of drug and the right dosage for sedation and muscle relaxation in order to prevent from complications. So basically, the general anesthesia is loss of sensation with or without a loss of consciousness. There are few characteristics of the endogenous anesthetic agent for ECT, which is provide a rapid and pleasant induction, and with the withdrawal, adequate relaxation, absent adverse effects, wide margin safety, and minimal artificial seizure interruptions. There is 6 component in general anesthesia, but in my study we only use 3, which is the anesthesia to produce hypnosis, loss of consciousness, amnesia, loss of recall, and aphylaxia, which is muscle relaxations. There are 4 stages of general anesthesia, but in my study, we need a patient till the stage 3, which it can provide the unconsciousness, regular respiration, and decreased eye movement. So this the propofol that is used in my study. Okay, the propofol is a non-barbiturate. It's a half-life of propofol, and then it's a good anesthetic for induction and maintenance of anesthesia with no accumulation effects. It titrable, and it suitable for a short procedure. It's a good sedation and brain protecting effects. This another drug used in this study, which is a muscle relaxant, is a succinylcholine, a depolarization, short-acting agent. And neuromuscular blocker are required to minimize the convulsive motor activity in order to prevent fracture and physical injury during the seizure. So the aim is to reduction of motor activity, minimal interference with the seizure activity, and then fast recovery without residual paralysis. There are few goals in anesthesia. First one is to provide safety, unaware anesthesia, comfort analgesia, avoid trauma, shorten the recovery time, fasten regain consciousness, and also can provide the hemodynamic stability. So the EEG actually is an indicator to see the adequacy of the response to the ECT in clinical practice while minimizing the cognitive side effect. So the ECT is an electroconvulsive therapy, one of the procedures that produce the artificial seizure by induce the transcutaneous electrical stimuli to the brain. What is successful ECT? Actually, there is a few criteria needed in this ECT. This adequacy more than 50%, the high and narrowing amplitude, and there are 4 phases of EEG after the ECT stimulus delivered. First one, we see the recruitment, tonic, clonic, and post-ethal suppressions. As you can see in the diagram here, this a recruitment phase, this a tonic phase, this a clonic phase, this a post-ethal suppressions, and this one is a adequacy is 93%, which is good. A non-successful ECT is notified by irregular, slow pattern, delay in actual onset, just tonic reaction, there's no clonic movement, motor seizure duration less than 15 seconds, and prolonged seizure, which is more than 120 seconds with the post-ethal suppression is less than 50%. As you can see here, these are regular shapes, the artifacts, and also the adequacy is just only 28%, which is poor. So the problem statement, the rationale of this is just to clarify the advantage using of lower dose of propofol, which is less than 1.5 milligram compared to the higher dose, which is more than 1.5 milligram per kg to achieve a good quality of seizure activity, increase duration of motor and EEG seizure duration, to reduce number of attempts, to obtain better recovery, and to produce a good outcome. My general objective to determine the effect of using low dose of propofol less than 1.5 milligram per kg and high dose of propofol to see the effect to produce a good quality of seizure to achieve a therapeutic effectiveness for every patient undergo electroconvulsive therapy. This is my specific objective to determine the effect of seizure activity from motor seizure duration, EEG duration, quality of the seizure, and post-ethal suppression from these 2 groups. To determine the number of ECT attempt with these 2 groups. And then to determine the time taken for the patient to regain consciousness. And to determine the recovery time between these 2 groups. The hypothesis, patients who were anesthetized with less than 1.5 milligram per kg of propofol will receive higher motor and EEG duration, have a good quality of the seizure activity, have a less number of ECT attempts, and have a shorter time to regain consciousness and short recovery time compared to the other group, which is more than 1.5 milligram per kg of propofol. The methodology, the location is ECT Unit Psychiatric Department, Hospital Kuala Lumpur. It's a retrospective study. The sample is about 200 patients. The inclusion criteria based on the Manual of Mental Disorder, 5th edition, the SM5. Exclusion criteria, patient with history of allergic reaction to drug medication. I'm using the Yamani formula. Sampling is a random sampling and data sampling based on the medical reports from the Wisma Record Hospital Kuala Lumpur. Data will be transferred to data form. I'm using the SPSS32 and Microsoft Excel, and this study has been approved by the National Malaysia Research Registration, NMRR, and Medical Research Ethical Community, MREC, and obtained permission from the Director of Hospital Kuala Lumpur and also Head of Department, Psychiatric Departments. So we go to analyzing data and results. Okay. First one is to determine the effect of seizure activity from the motor seizure duration. As you can see here, the number were induced with less than 1.5 milligram per kg of propofol receive a longer motor seizure duration compared to the other group. I'm using the independent t-test, and the p-value show the significant difference between these two groups. Next one is the EEG duration. So as you can see here, the EEG duration in the group less than 1.5 milligram per kg is longer compared to the other group. Okay, I'm also using the independent t-test, and p-value show the significant difference. And next one, to determine the quality of the seizure activity. If you can see here, in the group were induced with the less than 1.5 milligram per kg of propofol, most of the numbers receive a good quality seizure activity compared to the other group, whereas most of the number having a poor seizure activity. I'm using a chi-square, and this show a significant difference. So to determine the effect of post-lethal suppressions in the group, less than 1.5 milligram per kg of propofol, showing the highest number of percentage compared to the other group. I'm also using the independent t-test, and then it shows a significant difference between these two groups. The number of attempts when using the low dose of propofol, as you can see here, the patient were induced with less than 1.5. Most of the number only underwent first attempt compared to the other group. Most of the number need to second attempt. I'm using the Fisher exact test, and it shows a significant difference between these two groups. And to determine the time taken for the patient to regain consciousness in the group, less than 1.5 milligram per kg of propofol, most of the number took less than 5 minutes compared to the other group. Most 63 number of patients took more than 5 minutes to regain consciousness. I'm using a chi-square, and it shows a significant difference between these two groups. Next, to determine the recovery time when using low dose, as you can see here in the group who were induced less than 1.5 milligram per kg of propofol, most of the number took less than 15 minutes in the recovery area compared to the other group. Okay, most of the number took less than 30 minutes in the recovery area. I'm using a chi-square, and it shows a significant difference between these two groups. So in my study, for the total number of 200 patients, the minimum dose were used in this study is 0.5 milligram per kg. And the maximum dose is 3 milligram per kg. And I divided into two. Okay, you can see here, the number who received the patient who were induced with 1.4 milligram per kg of propofol actually having a good quality seizure activity. Actually most 26 number of sample receive a good quality seizure activity compared to the others volume. Discussion. Patients were anesthetized with low dosage of propofol will receive higher motor EEG duration compared to the patient who were induced with high dose of propofol. And this study was supported by the Abramos 1995. Propofol is having anti-convulsion effects, and it may reduce the efficacy of ECT treatment. But by practice, the minimal dose of propofol as low as 0.75, it can increase the effectiveness of ECT treatment without interaction the seizure activity. And Scott, 2010, to achieve therapeutic effectiveness, the seizure duration must more than 15 seconds, and the EEG duration must more than 25 seconds. Patients who are induced with low dosage will have a good quality of the seizure activity. Dogan et al. 2011, propofol is widely used in the ECT procedure as an anesthetic agent due to many advantageous characteristics, because it can provide a rapid onset and take a short time for recovery, and have anti-emetic effects that can prevent nausea and vomiting. And using minimum dose of propofol will give better quality of the seizure activity. Discussion 3. The patient who were induced with low dose of propofol will have less number of attempts compared to those who were induced with high dose of propofol. So, Fear et al. 1994, administering higher dose of propofol might alter the seizure duration and also increase the risk of subthreshold seizure activity. And Crogholm and Autosom 1996 who found the number of attempts and elevation of stimulus dose are affected by the volume of propofol given to the patient. Discussion 4, patients who were induced with low dosage of propofol will have faster time to regain consciousness and short recovery time. Propofol is the best induction agent due to function of this drug to provide the rapid onset and take a shorter time to regain consciousness, and it depending by how much the propofol given to the patient. Petal and Kress 2011 also state that a special characteristic of the propofol, which is a lipophilic drug, fasten the drug action towards the patient body within a second to minute and quickly crosses the blood-brain barrier. The conclusion, the selection of the suitable induction anesthetic agent is very important, where it can give a win-win situation toward the anesthetist, psychiatrist, and the patient itself. As a conclusion, using the lower dose or volume of the suitable anesthetic induction agent, propofol, patient will give a better seizure activity, prevent from interruption of the seizure duration, shorten recovery time, prevent from multiple attempt of current stimulation, provide hemodynamic stability, and provide a short time duration for the patient to regain consciousness. My recommendation, titration training is very important. Titrating dosage of propofol according to body weight to the patient undergoing ECT procedure is a must. Using a minimum dosage of propofol is very recommended at 1.4 milligram per kg. A well-designed of prospective study with a large number of sample size with different diagnosis could provide a strong evidence. The future study may recommended dose using propofol at 1.4 milligram per kg with or without the use of muscle relaxants can be done. This general anesthesia form, GA form, is documented by the anesthetist. This ECT form, where the were documented by the psychiatrists, the EEG. This during the procedure of ECT, where I'm holding the mask and the psychiatrist is looking at the EEG form and the anesthetist is looking the vital signs of the patients. Okay, this one is a post-ECT procedure, and we're waiting the patient to regain consciousness, okay, before push the patient to the recovery bay. My references. So I would like to thanks to Department of Anesthesiology Intensive Care Unit, Hospital Kuala Lumpur, Department of Psychiatry, Hospital Kuala Lumpur, Dean of Faculty, Medicine, Lincoln University College, Prof. Dr. Zarina binti Awang, and I've been attended the local seminar perioperative 2011 as oral presenter, National Conference of Assistant Medical Officer 2019 as oral and poster presenter, International Conference on Healthcare and Alliance Science 2017 as oral presenter. So I also would like to thanks to my colleague for supporting me to finish my master program. Okay, that's all.
Thank you so much, Muhammad Noor, for a very interesting topic. Question? I only have one question, Dr. Noor.
Yeah.
Yes. Since we are using anesthetics to at least have the as induction agent, right?
Yeah.
But do we need a separate form or a separate sheet for consent for that induction aside from the ECT?
Yeah, if we're doing a prospective study, we need the consent. But now, actually, I'm doing my study is a retrospective study, so we don't need the consent. Okay, so this approved, so that later when I'm doing the PhD program, I'm going to do a prospective study on this study. So I need to provide a consent to the patients.
Okay, a last one. What is the most suitable fluids to be used when we introduce your anesthetics?
Sorry, can you?
I mean the intravenous, is there a prescribed fluids intravenous? I believe, because when we try to induce this is via tubing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So basically we use the propofol and then we will fast bolus the normal lines. And then because the propofol itself is one arm brain circulation. Okay, we use the normal line to fasten the drug, okay, to the brain, and then we'll give the effects. Okay, you can use the normal saline drip, which is 500 ml okay, and then you fast bolus to the patient, it's okay, but then it a bit costly. But what we use is we will flush with the 20 cc of normal saline, so that it will fast bolus to the patient and will see the effect. After the loss of consciousness, loss of eye reflex, then we will give the muscle relaxants. Then the psychiatrist will deliver the stimulus, and then the ECT was started. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So that's why you recommended that titration technique is very important to have the effect. Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. Okay, I can
Yeah,
see.
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Any more questions? And congratulations on your study. Though that is a retrospective, but that is a very good evidence that there is really a relief or effects if we give propofol at lower rate to our patients prior to ECT.
Yeah, I would like to thank to the Prof. Dr. Zarina Awang because of her guidance in this study. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Jarina also here, I think.
I see
so,
her.
so I would like to thank Prof. Dr. Joel. And I see first that Mohammad Noor, you have presented in 2018 ICHAS conference, I think.
Yep.
I see the photograph in the thank you board.
Yep.
Thank you for joining the ICHAS 4th again after skipping one. Okay, so I would like to thank Dr. Joel for chairing the session. From all of our team, conference team, organizers, and the participants, I am wish to give the certificate of appreciation to Dr. Joel for chairing the session. Thank you, Dr. Joel.
Thank you.
And Dr. Joel.
Yes, Dr. Pudar, may I continue with my presentation?
Yes, I would now like to request Dr. Joel. Again, I don't need to introduce you, just to again show who have joined late.
Yes, no.
For them, that just show one. So that Dr. Joel just now chairing the session. He's the Dean, Faculty of Nursing, Visayas State University, Philippines. And one of our co-organizers, Dr. Joel, take the lead to make memorandum of understanding with Lincoln University College. And this is our joint collaborative first event as a collaborative conference. Thank you, Dr. Joel. Now the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pudar, and Salamat Pagi, everyone. Salamat Pagi. Yeah.
Selamat pagi.
Yeah. So, Dr. Pudar, kindly share my screen. My presentation is not too long. This is more of giving us idea on how are we going to ensure that well-being for our patients, especially on the primary and in the community setting, is to be provided now, especially that we are on the time of crisis. So that's something that we need to focus on. We have a, okay, thank you. Okay, so ensuring good health and well-being. In the previous meetings we have, it is more on how are we going to prevent disease and to address diseases and to promote well-being in the different aspects of life conditions. So I will be basing my presentation now on the published studies that I have. The next slide will show you my theory of nursing. This is my theory, the QN theory. You can view that in the Publons and in the Google Scholar. You can read about it. This is a middle range theory. The theory is telling us that it is not just the nurses who are capable of caring, but whoever providing care is a care provider. Example, if you're a mother, if you are a father of two, or if you are a sibling, even if you are not a nurse, but you provided care to your family members, you are considered to be a care provider. Okay? And the other presentation, or the other manuscript I have, which was published in Nursing Journal, is on the how are we going to address the COVID-19 using the theory and the foundation, the very foundation of nursing as an ending expression of caring. So I will be using these three manuscripts of mine to elaborate the discussion. Okay, the next slide is simply on a mere look back of what good health and well-being is. When you say good health, well, according to WHO, and this is not new to us, that health is not just the absence of infirmity or a disease, even if we are all seeing each other face to face, but I am not guaranteeing that all of us are in a healthy state. If you remember, one of our presenters earlier are bit anxious, because they are in a typhoon in somewhere part of Indonesia. Yes, the person is healthy, but perhaps he is not mentally equipped at the moment because the typhoon is disturbing connectivity or something like that. Okay, so can we go back with the previous slide? Can we go back with the previous slide? Okay, yes. Again, good health is achievement and maintenance of mental stability and physical fitness. And it is the result when all aspects and factors of a person are summed up. In the previous presentation, I said that we have to make sure that we humanize our teaching strategy to our students, even if we are in the online mode. It is because we do not know how our students are feeling at the moment when they are at their home and in their own pace. Sometimes we are just assuming that they are fine because they are in their respective homes with their families. And all to note that they are preferring to report to classrooms over than staying in their respective places to continue their study. It is because there are some circumstances that we cannot gauge and that affects the physical well-being or the mental well-being of our students. Same as teachers or anybody else, we have to maintain that well-being in us, because if ever we cannot maintain the healthy mind and the mental wellness, maybe we will be subscribing to the intervention of Muhammad Noor of ECT and Propolol if we cannot maintain the mental well-being, no? So right now, it is very important and essential to maintain activities that will suffice the need of our well-being. So this DG3, or the Sustainable Development Goal number 3, which is on good health and well-being, is calling everyone to commit and to combat diseases by 2030. It is a long-range plan, and the aim is simply to achieve universal health coverage and provide access to safe and effective medicines and vaccines. Right now, we are confronted with issues on vaccines. That's why we have the previous studies, whether the people are going to be vaccinated or not. The previous presentation is telling us that a little number of the percentage are really into to receive vaccine. And that's part of the SDG aim to provide us at least a safe and a secured environment through access to universal healthcare. So although vaccines of different forms, I hope most of you are receiving vaccines already for COVID-19, regardless of the brand, if that is Sputnik, if that is AstraZeneca or Pfizer. What is important is we are able to receive that vaccine so that we can obtain in a shorter span of time the herd immunity. There are people whom, even if they wish to receive vaccine, but they are contraindicated to it because they have a lot of comorbidities and other diseases to consider. But for us, healthy individuals, at least we are on the right track of receiving those vaccines as we march together to obtain that universal healthcare. And that's the aim of SDG 3. Okay. The next slide is, next slide, please. It's in the community health. You know, even without COVID-19, the concept of primary healthcare has not changed. It has not changed since the time of memoriam. Community health, or I've been to Ponorugo in 2019, and I visited one of their health center. They call it Pushando. I don't think that's Pushando. Yeah, and there were cadres there in doing their work. Mostly are women in that Pushando, and they're doing primary health care. And sometimes what is so bad, because the government sometimes are not supportive with regards to the preventive and promotive activities done in that particular health center or in the Pushando. The effort of the cadres, the women, the cadres, the health workers are very praiseworthy, but it can never be elevated into something beneficial if without the support of any stakeholders in the community setting. So it's very important that in community health, there must be a widespread of investigation, assessment on how we can further uplift the lives of the people in that biological communities. And the concerns in meeting through the needs of the community are properly addressed only if there is union, if there is continuous engagement of the different actors in the promotion and prevention of health. And I am looking up into the people in the community, the recipient itself, the political leaders, and some other government or non-government organizations whose aim is to advocate for a healthy life for all. Okay, so another slide. How are we going to ensure health and well-being? First is health promotion and disease prevention. These are the major concepts of community health. We are using our own skills. We are maximizing our resources at our own level and try to address the need of our people. It is not using medications or any form of drugs, because health promotion and disease prevention are the levels of prevention wherein all we need is our skills, our knowledge, our understanding about the disease on how can this be prevented. Health protection also is one of the aim to ensure health and well-being in our community. And with that, if you are able to design programs and implement those programs properly, we can see there is a significant increase on the improvement of health of the people across lifespan. So we are not just talking about the elderly, we are not just talking about the teenage, we're not just talking about people of reproductive age, but everybody from infancy down to the vulnerable group, the elderly, they are protected if we're going to show continued care to our programs designed to uplift their living. But sometimes the problem is when we have a very good plan, but no support, nothing will happen. If we have a very good design of program, but during the implementation phase, nobody will help us in the actual implementation, then nothing will happen. If we have an implemented plan, however, there is no sustainability of that plan, so nothing also will happen. It will not impact on the improvement on the life of our people. So to ensure health and well-being is simply assessing what are the resources that I am needing, what are the resources that we are available about to sustain the implementation of these design programs. And the assessment here is not only referring to the resources like the things or the equipment or the materials that we have. Assessment here also refers to human resources. Do we have enough expertise, or do we have enough people that will help us to deliver the said program? Or is the political leaders or the people in our government helping us to realize this program? If there is none, then we have to rethink and reframe our design to make it a tailored fit to the needs of the people. The next slide is This is a reflective concept. It's actually the conceptual map I used, and this will be presented on April 8th. On April 8th, I will be talking in Erlanga University on their international conference, and I will be speaking about this reflective concept in details. Now, the aim is very simple, and that is health and well-being. And for us to obtain that, we have to identify the community health systems that we are in. If our system is really working, or if our system is up to date, or perhaps sometimes the problem is we have a very good healthcare system, but the people governing it are their mindset are not open to such changes. That's why it calls for modern day health workers with a modern thinking, because everything is changing from time to time. We cannot just say that the age or the experienced health workers is somebody that we need to follow all throughout. Sometimes we have to consider the young minds speaking. Okay, so but you would say, sir, why can we consider the young minds considering their age? Yes, you have to, because using the age as basis for maturity is immaturity to begin with. Sometimes you have to consider the brilliant minds. That's why our convention, our conference now are mostly congregations of young people, of dynamic health workers, and we have something in store for them. Okay, so for us to obtain the health and well-being, we have to consider the community health systems. And along the way, we need to identify what are the challenges that we might encounter towards the journey of health and well-being. The challenges here I've mentioned already is the lack of support from the different stakeholders. Sometimes the cadres, no, the cadres are untrained, and sometimes we have to uplift and update their skills towards prevention. There is poor integration of health workers to existing health systems, as I have said. Sometimes we rejected, we sometimes neglect their ideas, we underestimate them and their capacity. So most of the cadres are volunteers. In the Philippines, most of the cadres are volunteers for so long. And when there are decision makings to be done in the healthcare, we sometimes neglected their contribution. So there is poor integration of the people, of health workers, but we have to revert the idea. Why? Because they are those people working in the grassroots. They know better than those people in the top management. The top management are more on, overseeing, on the planning, but on the implementation, we have the health workers, we have the community health workers, we have the cadres who are in the grassroots and knows better over the top management. So we have to integrate their idea in the development of the designing programs. The compensation, as I have said, mostly are volunteers. They are not receiving any salary or, a sort of money just to compensate their living. And we have to consider that compensation. Another challenge that we can, or another consideration that we need to identify to ensure health is the profile of the community. Sometimes it is impractical to have a modern design.
Oh, dia harus pakai Google. Udah pakai Google. Gue pakai apa? Pakai Mozilla nggak mau. Bukan tadi pakai Google. Pakai Mozilla.
Sir, unmute, sir. Sorry, I mute all.
Okay, no problem. Sometimes we have a very good design to our particular community, but the resources will not warrant. Sometimes the resources are not found in their locale, and that's another problem. Sometimes there is a very brilliant idea, but with regards to the resources, they are hardly being found in that particular place. And what we need to do is to first assess what are the capacities, what are the potential of this community, and from there, we have to develop the program. Another is the policy concerning primary health. That's why in one of the presentations earlier, I made mention, I think it's more on the profile, the serologic profile of hepatitis. We have to make sure that the policy governing hepatitis must be in place to address the dilemma or the ethic or the medical dilemma or the medical dilemma of increasing hepatitis problem in a particular district. So that's the policy. And we can only do that if backed up with scientific research. That's why we are doing here, we are brainstorming the research of different fields, across fields, and to find interventions on how are we going to address the long-standing problem of health in our respective communities. Another is manpower. You know what? We cannot build a tower by a one-man action. We need each other in order to build a stronger tower. What I'm trying to say is you have to assess how many of your people are ready for that particular implementation of task. If you only have yourself and your shadow with you, then you cannot do nothing. You have to consider these people as part of your human resource and manpower in order to obtain health for the population. The next slide I have. The next slide. I think this is my last slide. How are we going to ensure a healthy community? Again, it's community participation, community integration. We visit our community not to impose our program, but we have to listen to them because they know better than us. They know better how are they going to rescue themselves in times of disaster or emergencies. Sometimes the problem in the government, example, if I may say an example in the Philippines, during disaster, during typhoon, people living near the shoreline or the sea line or in the river banks, they are advised to evacuate to higher places in order to decrease casualty after a storm or a particular heavy rain. But, you know, not all are, following the protocol of the government to evacuate to higher grounds or higher avenue. Why? Because they know better. They're attached to their community. They know better their culture of safety. What will they do by the time disaster strikes? And we have to listen to them because they are living on that place. They are living on that particular space for longer time. And that's community participation. When we have programs, we make sure that this is tailored fit to the culture of our people. We cannot just simply impose our own culture and our own belief with regards to healthcare, especially on the indigenous people. When you say indigenous people, people who are rarely or barely accepting technology as part of their continued life. Okay? Local ownership. We need not to detach these people from their community. We really have to let them go and we let them experience their rich culture and at the same time introduce gradually their interventions related to the promotion and prevention of health. The adequacy of resources is also important, as I have said. Sometimes we're very good at planning or the initial phase of implementation, and all of a sudden, we leave them at the middle of the race because we cannot sustain the needs of the people. So we have to see the availability of resources. Training and continuing education are also important as part of sustaining community health. I am very much proud to say that most of you here are young people around my age. I am on my 30s, and I see young faces because even if we finish the degree, we finish our particular bachelor's program, it's not a guarantee that we are already equipped with knowledge and skills. And we continue learning because the moment we stop learning, then that's the time we also cease to breathe our last. So we have to continue learning, continuing education is very important in order to sustain the management of the program, the healthcare programs in our respective communities. I think that's the end of my discussion. Those are just simple means of how are we going to ensure quality of life and health and well-being in our respective communities. You can reach me through this email address. This is my official email and my official number. If you have some concerns, even after this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Joel, for your excellent talk. And as usual, I would now like to give you the certificate for delivering the invited speech today also. Hello?
Yes, Prof. Sandip.
Yes. So the certificate of, oh, sorry. Again, a certificate for delivering the invited speech, Dr. Joel. Thank you. And
thank you so much.
And one question was there in the chat box. I think how much importance is given to juvenile mental health in public health programs? From Rosmaniam.
Again, it would vary from institution or from government to government. The design of a particular program is dependent on the need of the particular community. Example, if the mental health, but if you're talking on the mental health in general, this is mostly the neglected part of the all types of health, because we cannot simply diagnose through diagnostics and blood-related diagnostics the mental health. Perhaps we are smiling at the moment, we're facing and we are laughing at each other, but deeply we have something very ill. You know, people are very good pretenders, very good at hiding their emotions. And that's something that we need to talk about. It's on the mental health and the mental aspects. Unlike with the physical, when you are in pain, you will be given immediately with a pain reliever. Or if you have, some itch in some body parts or whatsoever, there is particular medications for that. But mental health in general, especially now in the pandemic, is the news of the hour. Meaning, we have to pay attention to it. All of us are predisposed to having mental health problems due to lockdown, due to isolation, especially the vulnerable population we have. And as a healthcare provider, we have to have a very good assessment trying to see if these people still is on the right track, if these people are still on their sound mind, especially during decision makings. So when you talk about the importance or the weight, the value of giving mental, assessment or mental interventions to those juvenile people, it would vary from institution, or it would vary from state to state or to government. Maybe in the presentation of Dr. Muhammad Noor, most of the time he is in contact with mentally challenged individuals. So perhaps the mental interventions or mental planning, to address those needs is of prime concern.
Thank you, Dr. Joel. So I would like to inform that 2nd April was the World Autism Day, and there are like many physically challenged pupils are there, mentally and physically. And also we don't want that our kids will be more addicted to mobile, as few years back we see that blue whale, the game that leads to the suicide also. So in this pandemic, we have to give the online platform and the mobile, laptop, everything to the kids and etc. So that is moving a mental pressure different way. So we are challenged by ourselves, means we don't know what to do. So we have to be careful and work together. Thank you, Dr. Joel, again. So I will now,
if I may add.
Yes.
Yes, you mentioned about the use of mobiles to children. Yeah, sometimes that's their way also of getting attention from their parents. That's the window that we need to consider if why our children, well, I don't have a son, I don't have a daughter either, but some of my nephews are very much into cellular phones. They're very digital, no, to in terms of, and I always told them why you are doing or using that cell phone most of the time. And one of my nephews said, because I want to have an attention from my mom. Because if she will not use cell phone, her mom will not call her attention. And something that's a very good avenue for us to really see if we are still on the right track of parenting and seeing them grow the way we want them to be.
Yes, thank you. So I think Dr. Jayanta Das is with us. So I would now like to request Dr. Jayanta Das to present his topic. Dr. Jayanta Das is vascular surgeon and course coordinator of postgraduate diploma in public health care and medical law, West Bengal National University of Jurisdictional Science, and managing director of Dillon's Hospital Private Limited, general secretary of Dillon's Kidney Foundation, Kolkata, India. And he has completed his graduation from Medical College, Kolkata in 1999. In 2010, obtained fellowship in minimal access surgery. He has served as formal medical director, Nehru Memorial Techno-Global Hospital, India, and presently working as post coordinator of postgraduate diploma in public health care and medical laws in National University of Jurisdictional Science. He is also holding the post of General Secretary, Dillon's Kidney Foundation, Managing Director of Dillon's Hospitals Private Limited, and of course, I meet with him in our first ICHAS 2017. He come to our Malaysia and meet with me in the conference in Tropicana Golf Club. So without wasting much, he's a very nice speaker. We have heard him quite 2 times, I think. So I would now like to request Dr. Das.
Thank you, Professor Poddar. Yeah, thanks for the flowery introduction, but I don't know whether I will be able to make justice with all of your good comments. So
I also just want to also inform that he also graduated in law, and recently we have write a book chapter, and the book is released in Canada with the Ministry, High Commission of India, Malaysia, India in Canada. So he was one of the chapter writers. So thank you, sir. Please.
Thank you. Is it visible, my screen?
Not yet.
Just let me know once it is visible.
Not yet, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, coming.
Now it's visible. Okay.
Full screen, sir.
Yeah.
Go down, sir. Full screen. Okay. Down, sir. Full screen. Beside the Zoom. So Control F5.
Control F5.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Yeah, you can see it. Yeah, thank you. It's an appropriate topic after Dr. Joel. He has mentioned a lot of issues, including the Sustainable Development Goal, which is announced by UN. It's the goal number 3, that public healthcare and community health. And there are points raised by Dr. Joel, which are very important and pertinent to discuss. We have to understand one fundamental thing. If you ask, I am a professionally a doctor and vascular surgeon, but if you ask me, what is the fundamental subject of this world? If I have to name the one subject, it should be the economics. Because without the resources, we won't be able to do anything. We can have many fancy ideas or maybe many Platonic ideas, humanitarian approach. We can have a lot of things. But the point is in the implementation level, yes, we need manpower, we need resources, and we need proper execution plan. Dr. Joel also mentioned one very pertinent point, because those who are making the policies and the decision makers, they are not actually involved in the grassroots level or the base level, actually those who are working. But if you try to look at in the bigger picture, the most of the scenarios, policymakers are not direct contact with the grassroots level, actually those who are working. It is same with the healthcare, almost same with the industrial policy, it's same with the economic policy, and same with the each and every system. We do understand and we do try to keep on doing something for the betterment of our society. Similar way, health is a big concern for throughout the world. We have around 750 crore population throughout the world. We need a good health. Dr. Joel already defined the health and the parameters, how actually we do understand health. I do understand health in a little bit different angle. I am completely agree with him with little bit of difference. So let's start one after another, what exactly health means. So understanding healthcare is the first and foremost thing we need to understand. It is the complete well-being of physical, mental, and social. Usually we do understand the physical parameter best way, then the mental parameter, and lastly the social parameter. Social parameter is the biggest parameter of the health and overall the well-being of our society, which is more or less primarily responsible of the government. So health is basically a state, it is an intangible concept. We are trying to give the tangibility of this concept. So our understanding of healthcare is mostly disease prevention, control, and cure. This is how we do understand from the healthcare industry, from the healthcare provider. This is our healthcare, and doctors, nurses, paramedics, and hospitals are mostly involved in this segment. So fundamental concept is health is something, or healthcare is something we do actually involve directly when somebody is already sick. Fit and fine persons are not coming to the healthcare industry, to the paramedics or to the doctors. So whenever they are sick, that means they are below the normal. Whatever they should be at the state of well-being, they are something. If we balance it at the baseline 0, then it has to be minus health. Only then they are coming to healthcare system or healthcare professionals. So it is whenever we do something, we are basically trying to restore his normalcy. So we are trying to, all the healthcare efforts is basically trying to pull him up to the base level 0. It's not the positive level. So whatever we are spending, it's a negative spending, because we won't get any return from the healthcare spending. People will be healthy and wealthy. That is the basic normal thing of life. Whenever they are sick, we are trying to pull them up to the basic normal level. That's the reason healthcare is a negative economic domain, and everybody is concerned with that, including in every individual as well as the government. We also have a different concept of health, overall health. So complete well-being also includes few more things. It is now the latest concept of complete well-being is basically changed. It is the over and above the baseline, whatever we do understand as a state of health or state of well-being. It is a transhumanism concept, and there's a three cardinal features of this concept of super survival, super well-being, and super intelligence. Yes, there are differences between individual to individual. It also multi-factor variant. It could be different with the education, grooming, socio-cultural event, and many other things. So that is the post-human concept. Usually we do not consider this green segment as our day-to-day healthcare in any of our discussion. But overall, health is a concern, and the whole pie is a domain of healthcare industry. We will stick to our discussion for today's agenda. Is the healthcare and its related service and related issues. There are many concepts about healthcare, whether it is a right or not, because there is an ongoing debate now throughout the globe that is that a luxury or is that a right? Let's find whether it is right or it's a luxury. There are many international conventions given by the UN and also in Indian constitution, given there are fundamental rights related to health. So there is some international body as well as the national body, they are trying to say health is right, but right is a legal entity, and we do understand it is the narration of one extent of enjoyment of their own state amongst the others in the society, or in a clubbing together all of the individuals of our society. But right also comes with little bit of boundaries, and it is never absolute. That is the legal concept of right. But fundamentally, one important aspect, everybody or every government is trying to say health is a right, that's fine. But what about healthcare? There is no country till date has announced healthcare is a right. So it's not a right, be it crystal clear. Whether government is trying to do something or not trying to do something, health is a right is a textbook teaching. But fundamentally, we do understand we need healthcare industry and the whole healthcare system to keep our population healthy. That healthcare is not right. It is nowhere mentioned in any of the forum that healthcare is a right. So we will be trying to understand healthcare is not a right, but it's a costly affair. At the same time, it is always a negative economy. It is never positive economy, what we do understand as health and healthcare. Usually we do understand health and healthcare in a synonymous way. There are little bit of difference, but for today's discussion, health and healthcare, we will use this term as a synonymously. Disease is always an economic burden, and it enhances the poverty trap of any society, and the same principle applied to the individual level. So poor economic growth, poor productivity, poor utilization, poor scientific development, so everything. This is a social scenario by which we can understand and we can tangibly do something that there is a poor economic growth, that's a negative economy. So that is the poverty trap. It is, we have seen this kind of picture in many parts of our country. Even we do understand the universal healthcare, health for all by 2020, that is a myth. Sorry, it's a health for all by 2000. It was a UN declaration, but unfortunately it failed miserably because it's a so costly affair that nobody is trying to spend on it, and everybody is trying to do something with a fancy, flowery and a stage makeup. It's not the real life scenario. So disease has a direct impact for a poverty trap, so that every country and every individual is highly concerned with that. We need to understand this is the disease. Now if some individual or some society is healthy, how it helps to combat with this poverty trap, and we can come to the positive balanced economy. So it is a similar way. Health is always trying to help the economic growth, social development, and natural resources, so that we can have poverty reduction, enhanced productivity, and better utilization. That's the maintain the cycle. every government or every individual have a health policy, whether it is good or bad, or whether it is sustainable or not, that is a complete different issue. But everybody should have certain health policy, because it's a very costly affair, and financing healthcare is another headache for everybody. Even if I am a doctor, if I today have a road traffic accident with multiple fractures and head injury, I don't know what will be the expenditure to treat that kind of a patient, even if it is with me. So it is a issue of financing healthcare. We need to understand how governmental level and individual level we do consider to finance our healthcare, because as long as we are alive, there will be health issues and there will be requirement of healthcare facilities, and it is a costly affair. Until and unless we have some fund to manage the scenario, we won't be able to sustain. So funding healthcare, even though it's a negative economy, it's a fundamental, utmost important for all the government and all the individual. It's the same pattern is the micro to macro economy, or micro to macro similarity, whatever way you look at. So this debate is going on. I was invited by one of the global forum to speak on whether healthcare right or a luxury. So today's, if you come to a private healthcare, if you come out of a government healthcare system, because most of our countries throughout the globe do not have a efficient healthcare system which is completely funded by the government. So there is a section which we have to fund as an individual or as a society. So we need a right policy. This is a grossly what exactly healthcare economy we do mean. If there is a health development, financing healthcare, financial regulation of healthcare, allocation of resources of healthcare, and efficiency of healthcare. Usually we do understand by anything called economical, it means we are getting some same thing by utilizing our less amount of resources. So if we have to fund our healthcare and calculate it economically, then we need to design some formulation or some mechanism by which we can have the healthcare with minimum cost. Most of the governments are trying to do that. I can assure you that all governments are trying, but at the same time, there are many stakeholders. It's not only the government. Government can make certain laws, impose certain restrictions, but ultimately it is somebody who is implementing, and there are many bigger players, most importantly the pharma and the medical device group. And you will be astonished to know that the big pharma giants or medical instrument and equipment group, they are even more powerful than any government exists in this world. There are pharma companies whose wealth and annual turnover is more than any budget of any of the developed countries. Forget about developing and underdeveloped countries. So they are the big giants. It is easier to say making rule or making law will solve the issue, but it is very difficult to implement, because economic power at a global level, it is with the favor of the pharma guys. We have seen all the tragedy of our population, and each of us has, as a healthcare industry worker, so we have seen sufferings and deaths of the all societal scenario, even in this COVID pandemic. But at the same time, the tug of war for the business, for the treatment, COVID medication and the vaccine, that is a shameless approach of the industry. We have also witnessed this, but it is very difficult to control that global scenarios by any individual country until and unless it is a global forum and all the governments come together to find out the solution. So that's today's healthcare. We have to design something which is affordable as well as accessible. That's the way towards the sustainable healthcare. So we will discuss the modes of financing healthcare, and we will specifically focus with the insurance segment, not the other segments. Few alarming data from throughout the globe. It's a global data. So our world population is around 725.65 crores. Total spending is $7,700 billion US. in a global perspective, public funding is around 60% and private funding is around 40%. Per capita use is $1,061, and spending as per GDP, it requires around 10% of GDP, and it is basically increasing at a plus 60% of rate. The same scenario, the same data in the Indian perspective, India has roughly 125 crore population, 93 billion US dollar expenditure per annum, and per capita resource allocated or expenses is only $75. Spending as per GDP is the 4.7%, but unfortunately this is just a figure, but real picture wise, India is not even spending 2%. I will come with the data, and all these data are given in the government portal. I am not fabricating any data. And per capita spending increase is more than 100%, it's approaching 200%. And public funding, that is the government funding, is only 30%. So if somebody is in India, if he has to spend 100 rupees, so as a society, 70 rupees has to be from our own pocket. So we have to understand some sustainable mechanism so that we can manage this 70%. We can argue, we can make many comments, many seminars, but implementation level, until and unless it is being changed, we have to take the burden of this 70%. Healthcare cost is rising throughout the globe. India is also not an exception. Throughout the world, anywhere go, healthcare spending is increasing. But whether health is increasing, health parameter is increasing, that's a big debate. Whether all these data where we do spend a lot in the healthcare are actually giving us the result or whatever the desired result. If coming by the global statistics, the overall health status in last 15 years for different reasons, it's not there, we cannot pinpoint any single reason. For different reasons, there is no significant development of health status of the world population, but the increase in the healthcare spending is across the globe. Maybe there is a little bit different percentage. So where this money goes, there are many corporate tug of wars, and we have strong reasons to believe that this healthcare spending, whatever is increasing, it's not giving desired result, but basically someone is sucking just like a blotting paper resources from bigger market to a smaller pockets. With these pockets may be the smaller, but it's the bigger in volume. So healthcare funding models is basically grossly classified in the 4 sections. One is the government's funding, it is the free service. United Kingdom is one of the classical model of government funding, NHS, National Health Services. Other sources are donation, yes, but it's not a sustainable model. At an individual level, if my father is sick, then I might bear all his expenditure, but it's not an usual, so that's not a sustainable model. And out of pocket is the self-finance. It is very important. We do used to self-finance the 70% as a community in India, and the insurance, it is possibly the best model. And now every government is trying to permutation and combination of all these 4. If even insurance companies are now coming up with various plans that is beyond the scope of discussion of today's session, that there will be a portion that you have to pay from your own pocket. They will pay after expenditure of a certain level. So there are many permutation and combination. Ultimately, it's the business of the insurance company. But still, we know it's a business of insurance company, but still we have to understand our own economy and our own financing model. So before jumping into that, we need to understand insurance and what exactly, whatever insurance we are buying or we are having, what are the intricacies involved in this contract letter of this insurance contract. We need to understand that. Principally, insurance is the only solution for the individual as well as the government policies. Whatever, there are many government initiatives in India which are basically indirectly an insurance scheme which is provided to the population towards the healthcare system. In India, there are 3 prevalent types of healthcare financing. One is the social, it is basically government funded. Community-based micro-insurance, yes, there are few successful model with this, and there are private institutions. This is purely business mechanism. Government initiated, we have CGHS, ESIS, RSBI, UHIS, etc. And now the latest version is the Ayushman Bharat. It is launched by our Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And also in the state where I do stay, it is West Bengal, there is now this kind of scheme called Shastro Shati. There are many ups and downs and intricacies in each and every mechanism, but grossly, these are the community-based government initiated insurance scheme so that healthcare funding is possible in a little bit easy way. Community with Yashashini and Karuna Trust is two of the most successful mechanism of community-based microinsurance, and there are many private players. Government is also in this group. There are many government-backed insurance companies who also sells Mediclaim. That is the healthcare insurance. So this is the gross model of financing healthcare in India and the insurance segment, how it is playing. Probably, not probably, it is realistically, this mechanism is principally same almost in every country. So insurance came with a concept which even in the prehistorical time, the pooling of resources and redistribution during the time of calamities. That is the fundamental concept of insurance since prehistorical time, and the modern day insurance is the precursor of that concept. What we exactly do, we take little amount from various person so that we can make a pool and we can distribute when somebody is in need for the healthcare expenses. That is the healthcare insurance. So it gives a sense of security. And there are false security, but there is also a significant amount of pure security which are perfectly justified and perfectly right. So now come to the realistic picture. India spends around $75 per capita. Public spending is 30%. That is the government sponsored by various schemes and various avenues, and the whatever public, you and me, we do spend around 70%. So this is some of the striking feature where in the global level it will be around $1,000. So we are short of $925 US dollar, and most of it, around 70%, is a burden on the society directly. It's not a government funding. Now come to another realistic picture. It is a data of 19 to 20. So India government, this is a data taken from Indian government sources. India has spent just about 1.2+% of their GDP, which should be in a global level as a bigger country around 8 to 10%. So it's just not enough. What is the magnitude in terms of our language? We had to see the next slide. We will come back, but why as an individual we need to think about our healthcare finance? It is the same with our fundamental concept of positive balance or positive economy for health, and negative balance and negative economy for the diseases. So if we have a health coverage, health insurance, it will give the peace of mind and proper treatment, and it will take care of our personal wealth and personal finance. But there is a catch. We tend to believe the whole personal finance in a segmented way, because there are many agents and officials coming from the insurance background. They want to sell insurance. Somebody from share market, they want to sell share. Somebody from bank, they want to sell various kind of fixed deposit projects or products. But as an individual, we always try to see at a segmented level. We cannot collaborate with them. If we have a health insurance, then whenever somebody will be inside the hospital, that cost will be taken care. But if I am inside the hospital, that means I am not working. Insurance company won't pay the total cost, and there may be disability or death or loss. So whenever we are talking about personal finance, we have our well-being. So we need to understand health insurance is the only one pie of our whole personal finance. We need to collaborate it with many other things. We need a hybridized model to save ourselves. I know in India, we have to spend 70% of the healthcare expenditure from our own pocket, directly or indirectly. So health insurance has to be clubbed with life insurance, off-work insurance, particularly if somebody is a professional who doesn't have regular salary or salaried person. So they need it, and other types of insurance. That is how we can manage our personal economy. It's not a segmented healthcare policies or segmented life insurance policy or various share market or mutual fund investments. It has to be in a single basket, clubbing together everything in a balanced manner. That is the most important thing why you and me, everybody should have a health insurance. Without the health, there is nothing called wealth. Health is the ultimate wealth. Now we are coming to the realistic picture in the governmental setup. Is all taken from the government data. We have population, it's an approximate data, it's not pinpointed. We have population of 125 crore, 75 US dollar is the expenditure, and total spending is 6.56 lakh crore in India. Government is spending only 1.97 lakh crore, and private spending is 4.60 lakh crore. So this is the burden of each and every individual in our society, and government spending is just not enough. So we need to rationalize things. Now we are coming, if 75 US dollar is coming to the Indian rupee is 5,250 rupees. I know ringgit is around 22 rupees. So you just divide it by 22. That will be in ringgit. So we have to understand, if every individual of India spend or willing to spend only 5,250 rupees per annum in a year, then we can fund the whole healthcare system. But unfortunately, there is only 3% population of India having health insurance, only 3%, not more than that. So that is the huge burden overall to the government and to the society. And if you come to the government spending, from where government is getting money, it's from directly or indirectly from your and my pocket. There are various kind of taxation and various kind of laws and revenue generation mechanism for government. So government, whatever is spending, it is directly or indirectly related to their own population. So it's the same scenario. If we can make a sustainable system so that everybody in India is insured, then we will be able to have a sustainable healthcare model, and it's a healthcare funding. That's all for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your nice talk. And as a doctor, one question is there from Mr. Maniam. Medical services have become profitable business. Unnecessary investigation, unethical medical decision, exploiting available insurance funding, and probably more stringent check and audit may be required. What is your opinion?
There is nothing called absolute true or nothing called absolute wrong. In healthcare industry, there is only one statement which is absolutely correct and absolutely perfect. That is, if somebody is died, we won't be able to save him. Now, somebody is in critical care or somebody in an accident, there will be difference of opinion amongst the physicians or treating doctors. So there will be recommendation of various kind of investigation, and many times it is not sure what the exactly cause is and what the exact treatment will be. There is a chance of manipulation. Yes, healthcare is a business. Until it is a government funded, there is a pure business, no doubt about it. And the concept of healthcare, whether it is a right or it is a luxury, if you ask me, I groomed in a corporate industry. I throughout my career worked in a private hospitals. Yes, it is a business. There is a chance, but now there are many mechanisms of checks and balances. It's not carpet, but yes, there is a chance. It's same with everybody. Even if you look at the government funded various health schemes and the countries where it is almost fully government funded, there are allegations of many misutilization of resources, including the purchase at a government level. So corruption is a entity which really does exist. If you think of a world when everybody will be healthy, everything will be corruptionless, I don't think that is a realistic picture. It is something you are assuming. You want to travel 100 kilometers where at least 15 signals are there, and you will have someday when you won't be able to, you don't need to stop at signal. This is real life. We do understand real life in a realistic way, but unfortunately most of our academic system groom us to have some kind of fancy ideas, complete idealistic ideas, which is never possible in the realistic world. Even if you are from healthcare industry, or if you are in a teaching category, if you teach the same textbook, same class in a classroom of 50 students, I can bet you these 50 students outcome of your lecture won't be the same. So there will be variation. That's normal. We need to understand and embrace the normalcy and corruption and the difference of opinion. Everything was in the world, now in the world, and it will continue to the world. There is nothing called absolute honesty, nothing called absolute health, nothing called absolute. Absolute basically doesn't exist in real world.
Thank you, sir. So I would now like to give you the certificate of appreciation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, again. So now we will move to our next session. This is the open paper session now. And all the speakers, I think, ready. Our first speaker is Aristoteles. Mr. Aristoteles. Mr. Aristoteles, are you ready here?
Yes, I'm ready, sir.
Okay. So, please.
Okay.
Right. Scotland.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity that has been given to me to present my paper with the title Hyperlipidemia Effectiveness Test by Giving Extract of Salam Lip to Serum with Star Male Rats. And this research, the team research is me and Mrs. Rosmiarti, Sukron, and Rahmi, and my supervisor is Dr. Sandi Podar. Background, at this time, the diet from traditional food to junk food is very dangerous for the body, especially for the health. Consumption of food that contain junk food and high calories can lead to saturated cholesterol. And you can see that cholesterol is a fatty substance made in the liver and saturated fat in food. So if the cholesterol level in the blood is too high, it will further increase the risk factor for coronary artery disease. Total cholesterol is one of the lipid variable that has a major effect on plasma lipid level. And then the research before showed that every 1% decrease in total cholesterol can lower the risk of cardiovascular disease by 2%. So the monitoring and reducing total cholesterol levels is very important. And bilips, or Eugenia folianta, are native Indonesian medicinal plants, which are widely used by the public to lower cholesterol, diabetes, hypertension, gastritis, and also diarrhea. The purpose of this study to prove the benefit of the Eugenia folianta extract in reducing serum total cholesterol levels in male with star rats and to determine the multi-level dose treatment of Eugenia folianta extract. The type of research is experimental by conducting experiment on the treatment group, and then the results are compared with the control group and the group that was given with extract of bay leaf. Research was done at the Stikes Muhammadiyah Microbiology Laboratory in Palembang, Indonesia, and it was done on 1st until 20 July 2020. Population and sample used in this research, 26 male Wistar rats, and then the 13 samples were divided by simple random into 3 groups, namely the control group and 2 treatment group with a total sample of 8 individuals per group. The methods, the first one, experimental animal preparation. This research is divided into 3 stages, namely the maintenance preparation period, the treatment period, and the period of observing changes in body weight in male Wistar rat by measuring the cholesterol using a spectrophotometer. And then for the animals, it was placed on modified box. Then the mice also given food and drink to as long as 15 days, for 15 days. And then to make extract making, I use 3 kilograms of dry bay leaf powder, smoothing the bay leaves, and then using a blender until it becomes leaf powder, and then mixing with 1 liter of ethanol solution, and then cover tightly, then homogenize the solution and let stand for 2 days. And then pour the solution into breaker glass that has been given filter paper, and the solution is evaporated at temperature of 400 Celsius at a speed of 180 RPM to produce an extra thicker solution. And then all groups were given standard feed for 1 week and then given high fat for 15 days in the treatment group. Apart from being given high fat feed, also given with Eugenia folianta extract with 2 stratified doses, extract from 0.40 grams of pressed bay leaves for the treatment 1, and then 0.73 grams for the treatment 2 for 15 days. At the end of each group, the total serum cholesterol level is examined by taking a blood sample, which will then be carried out a centrifuge to produce a serum. And then result and discussion from the table that we can see that to find out which group had significant differences, it was followed by measuring body weight and testing cholesterol measurement using a spectrophotometer, which took serum sample from Wistar male rat. And then the results show there were differences in all treatment groups after administration of bay leaf extract with doses of 0.40 grams and 0.73 grams for 15 days compared to the control group. The optimal dose is 0.73 grams because the largest reduction in total cholesterol can be achieved compared to other treatment dosage, which is 45.48 milligram. And then the results show also between treatment 1 and control, there was a significant difference in cholesterol reduction from the 9-day to the 15-day. From this result, it can be concluded that giving bay leaf extract can reduce cholesterol in male Wistar rats. Conclusion, from the result of the research and data analysis that has been done, it can be concluded that the extract of bay leaf at doses of 0.40 and 0.73 can significantly reduce serum cholesterol, and then the greater the dose of bay leaf extract, the greater the reduction in total cholesterol. I think that's all about my presentation. Thank you for your attention, and I end it by saying Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Aristoteles, for presenting the topic hyperlipidemia effectiveness test by giving extract of bay leaf. I think salam leaf is bay leaf, no?
Yeah.
Same on the Wistar male rat. So any question, participants, please write in the chat box. Thank you for your presentation. And one question already there. How do you get around the bias in the study? Means what are the biases in this study?
Okay. Okay, thank you for the question. when I did the research to avoid the bias in the study, I did the treatment in the same day, from the day 1 until day 15, and the same intervention by giving high fat food and then giving also extract of bayleaf, except for the control group. So there was no bias in my study because I did not find any obstacle during the experiment, this experiment. So I think that's my answer, sir.
Oh no, actually, maybe you want to know how many animal you have used and any result differences there or not. You have
Yeah,
control and positive group, no?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm using 26 samples.
So that is the answer. So there is no biasness as there is positive control and negative control.
Yes.
And so accordingly, yes. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Aristotle. Now I would like to request next speaker, Miss Nur Hidayanti. Topic.
Yes,
the effectiveness is you will present.
Yeah, I will present for Miss Nur Hidayanti because I was the team also and she cannot
Okay.
attend the Zoom. So,
Okay, so presentation will be the effectiveness test of black cumin oil extract.
Yes,
in
correct.
male mice, mus musculus. Okay, Mr. Aristotle, please.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and I will continue another research from my team because she cannot attend the Zoom, so I will represent her presentation. With the title, The Effectiveness Test of Immunostimulant with Black Cumin Oil Extract in Male Mice. Yes?
Full screen, please.
Yes, sir?
Full screen, F5, Control F5.
Oh, okay. Okay, sir. Is
Yes.
it okay?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, I will repeat again the title, The Effectiveness Test of Immunostimulant with Black Cumin Oil Extract in Male Mice or Mus musculus. The team is Mrs. Nur Hidayanti, me, Trimin Devi, and Mr. Sande Podar. Background, the human system is a system consisting of several types of cells that are fixed and attached to tissue or that are able to move and interact in networks that are spread throughout the body. An immune system that works well can protect the body well too. One of the efforts that can be made to increase the immune response is to provide an immunomodulator, a substance that can improve the immune system by stimulating or suppressing or normalizing abnormal immune reaction. Black cumin is able to stimulate bone marrow and immune cells and is able to protect normal cells from damage by disease agents. Also, an increase in the total number of blood cells and their differentiation. The purpose of this study to know the effect of giving black cumin oil extract on leukocyte levels in male mice, and then the benefit of the research are that it can provide information to the public that black cumin oil extract can be used as an alternative in increasing the body's immune system. The type of research is experimental. This research was conducted in September until October 2020 at Hematology Laboratory in Institute of Health and Technology Muhammadiyah Palembang. The sample of this study were male mice aged 6 until 8 weeks with a body weight of 20 until 23 grams and then given food in the form of granules. Data analysis using ANOVA. This research was started by acclimating the test animal for 2 weeks, and then the total number of mice used was 24 mice divided into 4 treatment groups, and then we giving the cumin oil extract every 7, 14, and then 21st day, and then blood was drawn through the eye retroorbital plexus of mice, and then the blood sample for the total leukocyte test was inserted into the EDTA percutaneous tube. And then the total leukocyte count was calculated using a hemocytometer
I think line dropped. Okay, next speaker is available. Hello.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Rosemary.
I'm sorry, sir. I lost the signal.
Ah.
So sorry.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, you give to Aristo first. He finished.
Yeah, it's okay. Mr. Rasmiarti can continue because he already started.
Not started yet.
Okay, okay. So I will continue, sir.
Yes, you just finish first, quickly.
Okay, okay.
Show the final slide.
Okay. Okay, I will continue my result. I'm sorry, it was a signal problem before. Okay, from this result, it is explained that the addition of cumin oil extract can increase the number of leukocytes in mice. And test result on day 14 show a significant difference in the number of leukocytes in each group. And then ANOPA test result on day 21 show a significant difference in the number of leukocytes in each group, which show that giving ethanol extract of black cumin at doses of 125 milligrams per body weight, per kilogram body weight, and then 250 milligram and 500 milligram.
Your slide is not there, so just tell what is the outcome.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay, the conclusion that the immune system deals with leukocytes are part of the immune system that have an important role in every disease-causing agent. And then from this research, that it can conclude the total number of leukocytes increased as the dose of black cumin oil extract was given. So meaning that black cumin have effect to increase our immune system. I think that's all about my presentation, and thank you for your attention. I'm closing by saying wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any question, please write in the chat box. And now we will go to Ms. Rosmiatri.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Your sound is very less. Please.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your opportunity for present my paper with the title, The Effectiveness of Message of Plurals by Husband on the Pain of Children, State 1 of activity based in the maternity clinic of Al-Rahma Organ Ilir Palembang.
Miss, can you speak loudly a little bit? Sound is coming less.
A background, effort to reduce non-pharmacological pain are better done because they don't require too high costs, are simpler and without harmful effects. Reduction with non-pharmacological methods, one of which is by touch massage. Massage is used to relax muscles, change skin temperature, and generally provide a feeling of comfort associated with human intimacy, increasing stratification during childbirth because the mother can control her feelings and strength so that it helps her to be more relaxed and comfortable during labor. Research objective determinant in the labor Palembang Maternity Clinic, Palembang City. research method. This type of quantitative research with a quasi-experimental
share screen lah.
research design is
Nanti
two group pretest post-test with group. A sample for 40 respondent consisting of 20 respondent in the intervention group and 20 group respondent control. The pain scale was measuring use the NRS. Result, the average pain scale of respondent in the intervention group before being given effluent massage by the husband was 2.17, and after being given effluent massage by the husband, the average was 2.00, while in the control group, the average was 8.96 and 9.67. The result of data analyzed were then obtained statistically significant result for the intervention group, P equal 0.00, alpha equal 0.05, and in the control group 0.163, alpha equal 0.1005. Sorry. Conclusion: effluent massage is effective for reducing pain during the active phase of labor at the Ar-Rahma Ilah Maternity Clinic in Palembang. Suggestion: childbirth companions, especially husband, can play an active role in preparing for the needs during childbirth, in reducing the pain of labor during the first stage of the active phase, and strengthening the bonds of husband and wife in calming the birth of the baby. Keyword: husband, message effluent, active phase, and labor pain. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Participant, any question? Can write in the chat box.
Okay, Dr. Pudar, I have one question.
Yes, please. Dr. Joel.
Yes, because the study is very specific for effleurage massage, especially done for husbands, by husbands. Is it really the effleurage massage causing the relief of pain, or is it really the feeling of the pregnant women relieving the pain because their husband is by their side during the labor process? Which is which? Because pain is subjective based on the study. Is it necessary the husband will do the effleurage massage to experience relief of pain, or is it the effleurage massage itself done by anybody?
Miss, please. Rosmiatri. Miss Rosmiatri.
Okay, thank you, sir. I use massage of a husband pain reduction karena because massage for husband.
No, Dr. Joel asking that it is husband presence is supporting or message by husband is supporting.
Okay, the massage from husband can reduce the pain. The massage from husband instead of husband present.
Means any other part, means if you as a nurse assist, so then it will be okay. Same. Is it right, Dr. Joel? What you
Yes,
understand?
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, Dr. Joel.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please. Miss Fatmawati Velgu. Miss Fatmawati, you are around? Fatmawati Blegur or Maria? No. Okay, next speaker, if Fatmawati not around, we go to next, development of cognitive behavior. Also, Fatmawati's tongue. Around?
Yes, one more, sir.
Yes. Yes, who is the?
Fatmawati or Rosmiarti, sir.
Okay, okay, please. Which one?
Okay, thank you. I want to present my research.
Your sound is
With the
very
title,
less, madam.
Phenomenology.
Your sound very less coming.
Phenomenology study family
Oh,
support and burden felt by inmates in special children development institution. Background: adolescence is a period of transition to achieve the maturity process of an individual. At this time, adolescents experience a class from the outside, causing problem for adolescents that can be realized in a juvenile delinquency. This misbehavior makes teenagers have to face the law. During dealing with the law, they feel the loss of freedom, far from the outside environment and family, as well as other problem. In dealing with this, support from the family is need to serve a sentence and to spend day in prison. Objective: the identify the family support and burden file by prisoner in the LPKI class 1 Palembang. Method: the study design use a qualitative method with a phenomenological study approach, which carried on in the interview with 4 prisoners. A result: from the result of family support and the burden file by intimates obtained three term. One, family support obtained is informational support, internal assessment, and emotional support. Two, inmates burden obtained is psychological, self, and economic burden. Three, hope for the future that is obtained is the desire to work, the desire to restore good name, the desire to get married and to go to school. Conclusion: from the 4 inmates, they get support from the family, expenses obtained by inmates in the form of physical, psychological burden, the burden of self-esteem, the economic burden. A periodic evaluation process need to be carried on in gathering information on family support and inmates burden, drug in-depth interview so that the information obtained in fulfill and can provide counseling to families. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Smiarti. Any question?
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Yes, any question from our participants?
No question again.
Okay, if no question, we thank you so much.
Now again calling next speaker, Fatmawati, around or not? If not, then we go to next, Rizki Mulyani.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thanks for the time, Prof. Sandep. Introduce myself. My name is Rizky Mulyani. I come from Bandung, Indonesia. I want to presentation about our research with title Self-Efficacy with Self-Management in Hemodialysis Patient. This is the content of my presentation. The first, I want to explain about introduction, why we interest about CKD cases, because more than 90% of the 850 million people in the world have kidney disease. In Indonesia, prevalence of CKD has increased from 1.8% to 3.8%. And in West Java is one of the provinces with the highest CKD rate in Indonesia, which is in 10th place. So we can look, CKD has increased significantly every year, so that there are also increases problem that cause an increase in the mortality and morbidity rates of CKD patient. Problem arising for CKD, such as hypertension, peripheral edema, pain, fatigue, weakness, insomnia, dizziness, decreased concentration, pruritus, shallow breathing, shortness of breath, nausea and vomiting, and bad breath of ketone. And to reduce the impact of this problem, the CKD need kidney replacement, namely transplantation and hemodialysis. And hemodialysis is a successful kidney replacement in increasing the lifespan of hemodialysis patient from 5 years to 20 years. Undergoing CKD hemodialysis patient will face several problems such as physical and psychological, and patient have to undergo hemodialysis 2 up 3 times each week, and patient have to carry out several non-pharmacological intervention such as modifying lifestyle, adhering to the rules of treatment, and carrying out every component of CKD management. And hemodialysis patient need a long time in controlling management and managing behavior, so that hemodialysis patient need self-management to controlling their behavior. There is several factors can affect self-management, and self-efficacy is one of the important component, because self-efficacy is important component in increasing awareness of health behavior and plays a role as a support in maintaining new behaviors towards self-management, and self-efficacy keeping someone consistent in handling and carrying out the task component of self-management. And high self-efficacy play an important role in the self-management of hemodialysis patient in controlling intradialytic weight gain, limiting fluid intake, and better adherence to hemodialysis adherence. So, based on the background, we interested in researching the relationship between self-efficacy and self-management in hemodialysis patient. Research method, we use a correlational method and cross-sectional approach, and population was all hemodialysis patient at the Majalaya Hospital, about 168 hemodialysis patient, and the sample were taken using purposive sampling technique, and we get 63 patient. The instrument we use CKD self-efficacy and hemodialysis self-management instrument. Data analyzed with frequency distribution of each variable, and we use the gamma correlation test to bivariate analysis. The result, we get most of the hemodialysis patient had high self-efficacy, and most of hemodialysis patient had high self-management. and we get significant correlation between self-efficacy and self-management of hemodialysis patient with strong correlation strength. The discussion, there was relationship between self-efficacy and self-management in hemodialysis patient with a positive correlation, where hemodialysis patient who had high self-efficacy also had high self-management. Otherwise, so low self-efficacy would have self-management low anyway. Self-efficacy help develop cognitive and emotional behavior pattern so that it allow hemodialysis patient to monitor their self-management behavior, and self-efficacy also can increase the ability to perform tasks and successfully manage behavior towards self-care, so that it has a major impact on their health status. Self-efficacy is important in supporting the self-management of hemodialysis patient. The high self-efficacy that is found will make the self-management of hemodialysis patient high as well. The conclusion, there is a significant correlation with the strength of a strong correlation between self-efficacy and self-management of hemodialysis patient at Majalaya Hospital. Self-efficacy has a positive effect on self-management behavior so that it can have a positive impact on hemodialysis patient, which can affect their daily life. So this research is hope that the hospital will continue to maintain a program of providing education and routine information to hemodialysis patient, and hope that hemodialysis patient will be able to discuss their condition to maintain their health status and be able to follow recommendation and seek information related to aspect of self-management. That's all about my presentation. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Rizky.
Thank you, Mrs. Ki. Yes, I was muted and thank you.
Yeah,
actually, it is a very bad disease. Means kidney is a very vital organ. And one of my relative also passed away yesterday due to the, what we call, creatinine raised, and dialysis cannot be done properly completed also due to the low blood pressure. So this is a very vital organ, and I think Dr. Das is here. He can also highlight something because he is working with the Kidney Foundation. Dr. Das, are we around? I think he is. Yes, Dr. Joel, you want to tell something?
Yeah, I am asking for any questions.
Oh, okay. I think
Yeah.
no question is
I
there.
hope that, yes, I hope that most of, since I've heard a lot of dialysis, studies on dialysis, efficacy and management, I hope we can translate this to something, a form of program, so that our community people will have to prevent the said problem. Unlike with hypertension, when we have hypertension, we have signs and symptoms like increase of BP. But if you have kidney problems, perhaps it's too late and on the stage before we recognize our kidney is already damaged. So yeah, so I think we need to do something about it.
Yes, actually, I am working on this matter also. As uric acid of the body rises, so it forms the crystals in kidney, and one of the major cause of kidney failure in future. Because uric acid, we feel body pain, etc. We don't take up so much care, but in future it damages many things, and that is non-recoverable. So one of our staff also having gout, and later on he was admitted to hospital. Means very active staff. In 2011, He was the active member with me to do the international conference in 2011. And first we conduct in Kuala Lumpur. So that time he was walking with me, searching the hotels nearby, the 5-star hotels where the guests will stay. But now, before 2 years, he cannot walk also. He come here by wheelchair. So that is a very bad condition. And this COVID situation, many persons suffered for non-dialysis also. Cannot do dialysis for the water shortage and etc. Many things. I am not sure about the dialysis procedure fully, but the things happen. It comes to notice. Thank you, Ms. Rizky. So we will move to next speaker.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Dr. Joel.
Yes.
Okay, Prof. Podar, present.
Okay.
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 Yes. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity, Prof. Podar.
Miss Osi Maria. Okay.
Hari Barus, we come from Santo Borromeus, Bandung, Indonesia, in West Java. Today, I would like to present our research, which entitled "The Correlation Between Healthy Lifestyle Profile and Birth Outcomes." I will begin with the introduction. Pregnancy is a critical period. Improving the well-being of mothers, infants, and children is the key point health of the next generation. As the previous study stated by Walker describes, the promotion of healthy lifestyle consists of 6 dimensions as follows: health responsibility, interpersonal relationships, nutrition, physical activity, spiritual development, and stress management. The evidence building that lifestyle choices influence the long-term health of the mother's children. Previous research provided information that healthy lifestyle could reduce adverse impact for mothers and fetus, such as lower risk of gestational diabetes, risk of neurodevelopmental problems, and predisposing the infant to chronic conditions in later life. So the healthful lifestyles before and during pregnancy are important to facilitate healthy outcomes for the mother and baby. Here, our purpose to examine the healthier promoting lifestyle during pregnancy and the birth outcomes. For the research method, this is the cross-sectional study. Total 93 postpartum women we recruited. And for the measurement, we used the HPLP tool developed by Walker. And it's already in Indonesian versions. We call the PPGHS2 developed by Ratnawati in 2016. And it has already passed the validity and reliability, so we can use with the permissions. And for the data collections, first we got the ethical approval from the Advent University Indonesia. And this research, we recruited the research assistant to facilitate the researchers in collecting the data. And the data collection spanned from July to November to 2020 in Public Hospital West Java, Indonesia. Next, for the data analysis, we use the descriptive statistics. And next, for the correlations, we use the Pearson correlations. We state that p-value less than 0.05 means statistically significant. Next, for the result, here is the demographic and maternal characteristics. For the age, mean was 27.9 years old, and 68.8% were unemployed, and 56% had a low education, mean graduate below the junior high school. And for the number of pregnancy, we got a mean 2.09. And for the antenatal care visited, 71% had the more than 3 times for antenatal care visited. And 28% the participant has the health history such as the anemia and hypertension. And for the healthy lifestyle profile, the total HPLP mean was 123.52. And for the dimensions, there is 6 dimensions. The lowest score was physical activity with the mean 11.10. And the high score is the spiritual growth in 26.56. For the Apgar scores, this is for the birth outcomes. Apgar scores mean 6.33, and the type of delivery we categorize as spontaneous, section cesar, and vacuum. And majority they have the spontaneous labor. And for the length of labor, the mean is 3.15 hours. And for the birth weight, categories in the normal birth weight, 2,996 grams. Okay, and for the correlation, the result for the correlations between healthy promoting lifestyle and birth outcomes, we found that total HPLP was correlated with the length of labor. In the negative correlated means that the lowest score of the healthy lifestyles, it can affect to the length of labor. And for the Apgar scores, it's the positive correlations, means the highest score of the healthy profile, healthy lifestyle profile, the Apgar scores is better. Here is our discussions that our findings has the similar with previous reports that prevalence of physical activity in dimensions of healthy profile, lifestyle profiles was lower throughout pregnancy. Half of the women interrupted practicing physical exercise due to pregnancy because the pregnancy can change the women's lifestyles, and yes, they should at least begin to lead the healthy lifestyle for all the pregnant women. And because the healthy lifestyle have positive impact, such previous I said that control gestational weight gain, reduce the cesarean sections, and also the Apgar scores was higher among baby on the active mothers. So this finding gives information for healthcare provider to encourage the importance of maintaining healthy promoting lifestyles during pregnancy to prevent the adverse outcomes. Okay, here are our references. Thank you for your attention. I give back to Prof. Hodar.
Thank you. Any question? I think no question yet. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Prof.
Okay. So we are calling the next speaker, Miss Eka Novitasari.
Yes.
Yes. Post
Yes, Mr.
placenta
Sandep.
IUD insertion and empirical study in Bantan. Yes, Miss, please.
Okay, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Sandep. Okay. Good afternoon, all presentasi. I would like to say thank you for joining my online presentation. It's great to see you
make
all.
full screen?
My name is Ika
Yes.
Novitasari. Oh, okay. My name is Ika Novitasari from Lincoln University College PhD student in nursing. In this presentation, we will discuss about post-placenta IUD insertion on empirical study in Batam. The heck birth rate is a big concern from the World of Heart in Indonesia. The increase in the percentage of the birth rate is always related to the community quality of life. The importance of awareness of early pregnancy expand parents comes from the support of discuss people and the pregnancy woman's knowledge. This is very important to prevent maternal mortality. Based on person correlation analysis, it was obtained that the correlation coefficient between husband support and the willingness to insert post-placenta IUD on maternity was 0.x29. Then last 0.196 with a significant value equals 0.00 less than 0.05. It could be concrete that there was a significant correlation between the husband's support and the willingness to insert a post-placenta IUD on maternity. Meanwhile, the person correlation between pregnancy woman's knowledge and the willingness to insert a post-placenta IUD on maternity was 0.696, greater than 0.196 with a significance value increase 0.00, then less than 0.05. It's suffered is significant correlation between the pregnancy mother knowledge and the willingness to insert a post-placenta IUD on maternity. Husbands are advised to pay more attention and provide full support to their wives during pregnancy to provide their wives calm during pregnancy and increase knowledge by reading books, articles, or asking doctor or midwife who have a prenatal and postnatal preparedness to avoid the adverse effects that arise after children. Introduce why must KB role in reducing maternal mortality took effort to prevent pregnancy, underlying gestational age, and then passing pregnancy. Immediate post-placenta IUD in just 10 minutes after placenta delivery is recommended because the cervix is still open and soft, making it sure to insert the IUD and less painful than insertion after 48 hours postpartum. Literature review, contraception or anti-contraception is a method, tool, or medicine to prevent conception. And then intrauterine device or IUD is a contraception made of flexible plastic placed in the uterus. Post-placenta intrauterine device or IUD is an IUD inserted in the first 10 minutes to 48 hours after delivery of the placenta or before starting the uterus after childbirth and post miscarriage in heart facility. Post-placenta IUD mechanism is a safe, effective, and comfortable method for most women. This method is an excellent opportunity to control postpartum fertility. And knowledge is the result of knowing, and this happens after people sense particular objects. And then husband support. The husband is the first and foremost person in encouraging his wife before the other party also encourage her. The support and attention for this wife and contraceptive suitable for this wife use will positive impact the relationship in marriage. Concept, I'm sorry. Concept framework, knowledge, and husband support in correlation will needs to insert a post-placenta IUD. The research can be seen in the table. The significant value of 6 to 12 for all variables are 0.00 less than 0.05. The results cover the number of husbands who give support to their wives during pregnancy was 15 to 0.00%. Well, the rest did not get the maximum support from their husband. For mother knowledge about pregnancy, some mothers do not understand how a healthy pregnancy is. This is evidenced by the fact that 15 people, 51% of mother and well that then did not have education about heart pregnancy. Okay, thank you very much your attention.
Thank you, Miss Eka. Any
Yes.
question?
Any question for Ms. Novita?
I think no
Yes,
question.
Dr. Toy.
Okay, if no question, terima kasih, Novita.
Yeah.
We'll proceed with the
Sama-sama,
next
Dr. Toy.
presentation.
Yes, our next presentation is
on
post-placenta. No, sorry. Knowledge of family and the implementation 8 family functions in Riau Hospital Province. Nur Hafiza and Rizki Utami. Are you present? Miss Nur Hafiza? Rizki Utami? I think not present.
I think we can proceed with Susanti. The correlation of knowledge and attitude. Is Susanti around?
Yes, Miss Susanti.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry, sir. My name is Nur Hafiza.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I'm.
Okay.
Okay.
You can start
so
now. You can share your screen.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
May make the Zoom minimize?
Minimize.
Minimize the Zoom and open the slideshow.
Slides.
I already shared. You just minimize this. Go up, top. Go top.
Yeah, minimize.
Atas. You share again. Okay, share was okay.
Okay.
Share again.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Sandep and Dr.
Share the
Chu.
screen. You press ALT
Yes,
plus
sir.
S. In keyboard, Alt S.
Yes, sir.
You keyboard, you press Alt S. ALT S. Together. ALT S.
ELTS. Okay.
Together. Both the key together. ALT and S.
Kok belum bisa? Sorry, sir.
Okay. Now make full screen. Go down.
Full screen.
Go down. Go down, Baba. Kanan. Beside the Zoom, there is a full screen icon. Click on the
slow. Nggak bisa. Nggak bisa ya? Ngomong. Nggak bisa.
Down.
Sorry, sir. I cannot share.
It is okay. Why you close?
Udah. Stop sharing. Jangan stop. Jangan di stop. Okay, sir. Handphone. Okay, Mr. Sandep, I'm so sorry.
It is okay. You can share the screen. You press Alt S, Alt S together in the keyboard. Or press the green color button down. Green button, share the screen. Share. Zoom, you share the screen. Share.
Sharing your screen.
Share
Ya?
screen.
Kok nggak bisa ya, Kak?
Share screen tombol hijau yang di bawah, Bu, yang warna hijau, ada tanda panah ke atas, share screen. Di tengah, bawah tengah.
Udah tadi Mbak
Filenya sudah dibuka belum?
Sudah, Pak. Sudah, Sir. Share screen.
Tadi sudah jadi.
Ibu tadi sudah benar share screen,
Iya, tadi sudah benar, hanya karena belum slideshow.
tinggal diperbesar Bu Faisal.
Tapi dia belum.
Okay, Miss Susanti, ready? You please proceed, and you. Okay. Now.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Mohon maaf, sorry, sir. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Mr. Sandep and Dr. Chul. I'm so sorry about presentation with me. Thank you so much. My name is Nur Hafizana Sution, and I will, like my team, Nurses Rizky Utami. My title is Knowledge, Family, and Implementation, Egg Family Function in Rio Island Province. A family with its problems is a potential that needs to be nurtured. Family needs to have a balanced quality of well-being and resilience, both physical and non-physical, in facing change and future need. The family is the first and foremost in the population family planning and family development program. So there is a need for holistic knowledge about the egg family function so that they can be applied in the family. The survey results show that most families have never heard of the egg family function. 88% even thought the family has carried out this function. This study family knowledge and implementation of egg family function in the Rio Island Province. This methodology, the study was conducted using quantitative methods, collecting data using secondary data from the RPGMN 2017, result in a family questionnaire consisting of family characteristics, knowledge and practice of egg family function, and source of information on family development. Result and discussion, family knowledge about egg family function did now 68% pernah mendengar and hear and now tentang egg fungsi family, and 22 never heard family function. Implementation of family function in Rio Island Province. The implementation egg fungsi egg function yang Rio Islands 93.3% function religion and 66.6% function values for love and the family. 61 and 2%, 0.2% best social values in the family, and 61.7% in protective values in the family. 78.7% fungsi socialization and reproduksi. 91 and 0.5% socialization education, and then 70.0% family in the lingkungan, fungsi lingkungan. In general, the respondents have here and now about the family function. This shows that knowledge has a positive influence on family function. Respondents who have good knowledge will certainly have the awareness to apply it. Zamani et al. 2014, the better a person's cognitive ability, the better the function and interest of the family. This shows that the higher a person. There is a relationship between knowledge and implementation of a family function based on religious function, social, cultural, love and affection, protection and reproduction, socialization and education, economic and environmental function with a p-value of 0.00. Conclusion. Most of the respondents have here and now a family function. Based on the result, it can be concluded that the implementation of a family function is not optimal. Okay, thank you, Mr. Sander and Dr. Chu, for presentation my title in oral presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Just go to the another slide, babe, last one. Go to the last slide.
Yes.
Previous one.
Sudah, sir? Yes, yes, sir.
No, the slide. You show. Now you mentioned 8 family function. So what are the 8 family function?
Family function, family function is a family function, and then religious, and then reproduksi, and then protective, and then economy, kemudian and then socialization and education function, environmental, and social value in the family.
So these are the not family functions. You can tell family parameters or what? What do you think, Dr. Joel?
Okay.
Is it family function or family parameters?
Fungsi family, fungsi family, 8 family function in Indonesia, fungsi keluarga. Ada 8 fungsi keluarga yang dijadikan acuan untuk melakukan penelitian ini. Yang tadi sudah saya sebutkan terkait dengan fungsi keluarga, terkait dengan ekonomi, kemudian agama, pengetahuan, kemudian terkait juga dengan lingkungan dan lain sebagainya.
Okay,
and
so
then the application of family function ini, yes.
These economy, etc., are not means family parameters. Means the parameters which regulate the family for what? Family condition, not family function.
Family condition. Oh, yes, yes. Family condition, sir.
It is maintaining the family situation. Means the condition of the family. These 8 factors.
The factor is family function and Indonesian and 8 family function tadi, sir.
So we have to, you please later on check that
yes.
We have to check what means the write-up is not right properly. The 8 family function, the
Yes.
title is not right. Is it not, Dr. Joel?
I think what the researcher is trying to study is looking at into the functions of the family, or like, yes, the functions that a family should look into, okay, and their knowledge, if they are really into able to take, I mean, my concept here is, example, be when you raise a family, for example, are you ready to take care of the family using the 8 identified functions, like the economy and something like that? So
yes, parameters.
yeah, and so these perhaps are the considerations or the parameters. Yes, it's actually a parameter.
So we can tell 8 factors. 8 factors regulating the families, means family condition.
Yes, yes. These are, for me, not a factors, but a parameter or basis. Yes, but these are just minor, minor recommendations to enhance the study.
Yes.
But overall, the study is very good. At
Yes.
least they have a base knowledge. If the family really has a basic understanding on those functions, family functions.
Yes, only the English is not, term is not like, means family function, not, it should be family parameter or family factor affecting the family parameters. Factors
Yes.
affecting.
But
okay,
it will
thank you,
affect,
Ms.
yes,
Noor.
but it will not affect the total findings of the study. It will not affect, for sure.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Noor. And now we would like to call Ms. Sushanti.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you.
You make full screen.
And PDI. Oh yeah. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, President and Dr. Joel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to say thank you for joining my online presentation. My name is Susanti from Lincoln University, College PhD studying in health science. In this presentation, my total presentation. My title, The Correlation of Knowledge and Attitude of Women on Further Age Toward Self-Examination or SE. Breast cancer in the most common disease affecting women, affecting more than 1.5 million women each year, and also causing the largest number of deaths in women due to cancer. In 2050, there were 5,700 women who died from breast cancer, which means that about 50 of all cancer deaths in women were caused by breast cancer. Based on data from the Indonesia Ministry of Health, it is now known that the most common cancer that occur in women and cause of death are breast cancer and cervical cancer. Effort to prevent and control cervical cancer and breast cancer by the Indonesia Ministry of Health are to carry out early detection of cervical and breast cancer through infection visual assessment and BIC examination for married women aged 30 until 50 years.
Research purpose to determine the correlation between knowledge and behavior of women on fertility age perform breast self-examination. Research method. The type of research used is an analytical survey using the cross-sectional approach with 1,000 samples or respondents. Research result, mostly women on fertility age obtain good knowledge about the age. There are 60 people or 60%. For those who had not good about the IC were 40 people. Some women on 40 age did the IC check as many as 40 people, and some women on 40 age who did not do the IC check were 60 people. From the result of statistical test using chi-square, when we viewed from the chi-square test is p-value 0.001, which means p-value less from alpha. It is said that the two variables have correlation. This means that there is correlation between knowledge and the behavior of women on fertile age doing breast self-examination. Conclusion. It is known that the result of knowledge of women on fertile age from 100 respondents were 60 respondents with good answer and 40 people respondent with less knowledge. It is known that the result of the behavior of women on fertile age from 100 respondents, there were 40 or 40% respondents with good answer and doing the SE check on themselves, and 60 respondents with answer that did not understand about the SE check on themselves. There is a significant correlation between knowledge and the behavior of women who are fertile and doing breast self-examination in the BSE at the Lepermai Health Center in 2020, where the p-value is 0.001 less 0.05. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question from the audience?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, if there is none, we go down to our last presenter for this morning, the session. We have Presida Unita.
Yes, I am, sir.
Okay, start now.
Okay. Minum dulu. Coba. Gitu. Udah gitu. Selesai. Udah. Udah gede. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Belum.
Yes, okay.
Thank you, Prof. Sandep and Dr. Zul. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Presida Unita from Lincoln University College, PhD student in the health science. My title is The Effect of Benson Relaxation on Reduction Toward Decrease of Pain Intensity for Post-Sexual Cesarean Mothers in Obstetric District Engku Haji Daud General Hospital, Tanjung Priok. Abstract. Pain is the most complex experience by many patients with post-sexual cesarean. Pain that is felt by mothers post-sexual cesarean will cause various problems such as the mobilization of the unlimited bonding attachment is disrupted, activity of daily living is interrupted, and the early insemination of breastfeeding cannot be fulfilled. Benson relaxation is one of the extent of non-pharmacological methods for reducing intensity of pain. Benson relaxation is not development of methods of the relaxation response by involving the pain space so that it can create a quick environment. The purpose of this study is to determine of effect of Benson relaxation to decrease the intensity of pain by mothers post-sexual cesarean. This result using the mothers of quasi-experimental design with pre and post-test one group test pre-test, post-test design. The research sample amounted to 20 mothers post-SG. The results showed the average age respondent was 30.2 years and average parity as much as 22.2. The majority of mothers had high school, 95%, whereas as a housewife, 85%. And it did not have experience SK performs as much as 55%. The result of the statistical test with the Wilcoxon test showed a value of P equal 0.00. P aggregated that 0.005. There is the effect of Benson relaxation on reduction towards decrease of pain intensity for post-sexual cesarean mothers. It's recommended to mothers in order to apply the Benson relaxation technique to reduce the pain not only in hospital but also can be done at home. Introduction, background, treating of the tissue in the abdominal wall and the abdominal wall and uterus. It is still in the process of returning to its original shape, and also the pain that arises from the surgical incision area. Side effect, the mobility of the unlimited bonding attachment is disrupted, activity of daily living is interrupted, and the early insemination of breastfeeding cannot be fulfilled. Research method quasi-experimental design with pre and post-test one group pre-test.
Miss, go to
design.
next slide. Next.
Why? Next.
Yes, because no need to describe so much. You just mention the result. Discussion.
Langsung ke hasil? Okay. The result of research, the effort pain scale before the intervention of relaxation Benson is 7.85 with a standard deviation of 0.99. The pain scale is and the height is 9. The average pain scale after intervention of relaxation Benson is 3.7 with a standard deviation of 0.75. The pain scale is 2 and the height test is 5.5. You can see my table. The effect Benson relaxation on reduction toward decrease of pain intensity for post-sexual cesarean mothers. The average intensity of pain before relaxation Benson is 7.85, while the score of the average intensity of pain after Benson relaxation is 3.7. So that decreases the intensity of pain that is equal to 4.19. The result of the analyzed Wilcoxon test featured the obtained value of P equal 0.00.
Okay, so there is a reduction in the pain after the Benson relaxation message.
Yes.
So what is Benson relaxation? Just one. How you do Benson relaxation?
Benson relaxation is I can Menjelaskan pakai bahasa Indonesia, oke. Menjelaskan antara teknik relaksasi dengan menggunakan keagamaan. Jadi misalnya kita mempercayai suatu apa namanya agama tertentu. Jadi misalnya kita relaksasi dengan saya Muslim, saya akan mengatakan misalnya astagfirullahalazim, astagfirullahalazim kalau saya merasa sakit. Jadi sambil tarik nafas kemudian akan mengingat kembali kepada Tuhan seperti astagfirullahalazim, astagfirullahalazim seperti itu.
Okay. And how you measure the pain? Means pain is reducing and increase, means before mention relaxation pain is higher. So how you measuring? By questionnaire or what? You ask question or how you measure?
Ya, saya pakai kuesioner. Kuesionernya itu kuesioner.
You have questionnaire?
I have.
Okay.
Behavior.
Okay, no need to show. I just asking how you do. Okay.
Dr. Pudar, may I also ask a question?
Yes, please.
Okay. Did you consider the pain tolerance and pain threshold of our patients in measuring the pain scale before and after the intervention, considering that pain tolerance and pain threshold are highly subjective and individualized?
Yes. Ada teman saya. Iya. Dia sendiri. Iya. Yes, sir. Jadi saya akan setiap orang itu kan akan berbeda-beda kadar toleransinya. Jadi pada questionnaire behavior pain scale ini dia tidak hanya dari satu sisi, tidak hanya melihat dari bagaimana reaksi si ibu, tapi juga kita akan melihat dari raut wajah si ibu. Jadi kita ada dua kategori di situ yang kita nilai dari setiap sakitnya si ibu setelah dan sebelum dan sesudahnya. Seperti itu.
No, he asking that 2% have is not same capacity. So this person can stand pain more, this one less. So how you measure that one? Means 2% is not equal, na? 2 finger is not equal. So this is not sama. 2% is not sama. They can not feel the pain same. I heat, this one maybe feel more pain, this one less pain. So how you measure that? That he asked.
Kalau dia mengalami penurunan rasa sakit, maka kita akan tetap mengajarkan bahwa itu bisa digunakan tidak hanya di rumah sakit, tapi juga pada saat dia sampai dia pulang. Tapi kalau misalnya dengan pasien yang tidak mengalami penurunan rasa sakit, walaupun dengan relaksasi Benson, maka kita akan tetap mengajarkannya bahwa dengan kita melakukan teknik relaksasi, otomatis sedikit akan mengurangi rasa sakit si ibu. Tetap bahwa sakit yang dialami merupakan suatu hal yang fisiologis. Seperti itu. Jadi tetap diajarkan Benscan walaupun tidak terlalu mengalami perubahan sebelum dan sesudahnya.
You understand, Dr. Joel? I don't understand.
Yeah, that's fine. I heard some common words like sakit, it's pain. Well, anyway, I hope that you consider the tolerance and the pain level of each patient, because even if we have the pain scale of 0 to 10, but I have low pain scale, for example, and one of the reasons why I asked that, because the more pregnancy a woman has, the more resistant the woman should become in pain. And so if you're a gravida, if it's your first time in delivery, perhaps you have more pain felt over the second and the third or the multi-gravida mothers. Yeah. So maybe next time you consider that as criteria, inclusion criteria to measure the pain tolerance and scale of pregnant women.
Siap. Okay, sir.
Means they're telling that
Thank
first
you.
pregnancy or second pregnancy or third, you have to note that one also in the consideration.
Siap, Prof.
Thank you. Thank you for your
Welcome.
presentation, Ms. Prasida.
Okay,
So
thank you very
now
much.
we would like to thank all of you to present before lunch. Now we will take a short break of 10 minutes and we'll join again for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dok.
The basic idea behind the conference is to make a platform for the distinguished dignitaries to exchange new ideas and apply hands-on experiences to build up new relationships and research. CPD awarded by Malaysian Medical Association, Nursing Board, Malaysia. The selected papers presented in the conference will published after review in any of the following journals. Special issue of Scopus, Pub Index Journal, Infermeria Clinica, Ministry of Education, Malaysia listed journals.
Welcome back. We are going to start our post-lunch session. First, there is already around 13 presentations. First speaker is Marni. Miss Marni. Miss Marni and Miss Norma. Are you around? Miss Norma? Okay. We move to the next speaker. Miss Fatima Sham?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay.
Can I start, sir?
Okay, Miss Saida, you will do. Okay.
Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon to all the judges and audience. Today, I would like to present my research topic, quality of work life and perceived social support among hospital nurses in Klang Valley. My name is Nur Saida Ismail and I am from Faculty of Health Sciences, University Technology Mara, Malaysia. Introduction. Quality of work life, or QOWL, is a complex entity influenced by many aspects of work and personal life. The goals are to improve quality of work experience and productivity of organization. In nursing, QOWL defined as the degree nurses able to satisfy important personal needs while achieving organizational goals. Social support is a stress buffer, affect them cope and reduce stress on mental and physical health. Nursing were the essential part of the organization. Yes?
Just you stop share and again share because there is a black spot I can see. Everybody is okay or I am seeing the black one?
Can you see my slide?
Yes, but there is a black spot on the screen.
So, black spot on the screen. Which one?
Can you just stop share and again reshare?
Okay, I stop share and then I restart again. I share my slide again, sir?
Yes, yes. Slide share. Slide was okay, just black spot on.
Oh, I remove already.
Okay.
Is it okay?
Still there.
Still there.
Any other person also see the same?
How about the other participants? Is it my slide clear?
Yes, doctor, it is still there.
Still got black spot there. Oh, the black spot.
I send you by WhatsApp, you see?
Oh, okay. I check.
I see.
Oh, okay. I see. I think my video is off. Sorry.
I can still see the screen,
video,
but you have to present it.
Okay. Can you see my slides, sir?
Yeah, introduction, nursing, where the essential of caregiving. Yeah, but you have, yeah, okay. It's fine,
now,
it's fine.
Okay?
We can now start. Yeah.
Can I continue?
Yes, you can continue.
Okay, thank you. Okay. For the problem statement, nurses are the largest group, frontliners with higher level job stress and fatigue due to many causes. such as heavy workload, shortage of workers, adverse treatment and shortcomings in healthcare system, which affected non-performance, lack job interest and turnover. All of this compromise patient safety. And the QOWL become a challenging issue in recent decades and increased attention to improve QOWL. So our objective to assess the QOWL, PSS and the relationship between QOWL and PSS among the hospital nurses. So our methodology, it is a descriptive and cross-sectional study conducted at private and government hospital in Klang Valley. The population were among 469 registered nurses who involved in patient care and willing to participate. We use self-administered questionnaire, consists of 3 parts. For the first part, demographic characteristic. For the second part, quality of work life from SWAMI 2015. And for the third part, PSS by Zimet et al. 2015. Our pilot study had been done and the Chrombat alpha showed good reliability and coefficiency. The ethical consideration begin from UITM, followed by NMRR, MREX, hospital directors, and the participants. Our data were collected from March to April using questionnaire and Google form. Then the data converted into SPSF version 25. Descriptive and inferential statistics carried out to answer our objectives. Move to our result and discussion. As you can see here, the mean age of the nurses was 32 years old. Majority were female, married with diploma holders. They work shift less than 5 years experience with permanent employment status with average salary between RM 3,000 to 8,000 ringgit. Most of them had nuclear type family with dependent adults and took less than 1 hour to travel to their workplace. Next, move to our nurses' quality of work life. As you can see here, majority of the nurses satisfied with QOWL, especially the training and development, relationship and cooperation, and satisfaction of job security. However, the most unsatisfied were compensation and rewards, work environment, and adequacy of resources. Similar study done by Sulaiman and Suresh, they found that similar study done by Sulaiman and Suresh, they were also conducted their study at private and government hospital, which is similar with our study. For the rest of the author, they conducted their study at teaching hospitals. In contrast with Brook, Almaki, and Takri, their QOWL were poor because they conducted their study at primary and community hospital. So in conclusion, the moderate QOWL that nurses have regardless where they work or where they live. Okay, for the nurses' quality of work life, majority were unsatisfied. They claim it hard to take time off to take care personal or family matters. Similar study done by Sulaiman and Suresh, this author indicated that majority were unsatisfied with their organizational policies regardless family leave time. Nurses from public and private hospitals unsatisfied because lack of childcare facilities. This is because majority of our nurses were among female, which they are responsible to take care of their kids and housework. Next, compensation and rewards, which similar study by Sulaiman and Kani. Nurses earn adequate salary, which they deserve to get in comparison to their role in medical facilities. Employers must pay fairly to nurses to make them satisfied. For training, the most satisfaction domain was training and development. Similar study done by Takri and Al-Hussaini. The author indicated that nurses as healthcare professionals must refresh knowledge and skills to provide quality patient and community care. Lack of training program had impact on their competence and performance. Next, move to relation and cooperation. Similar study done by Sulaiman and Suresh. They found that communication and relations among their superiors, educate supervision, teamwork, make them feel respect and belongings. It plays a big role to support enthusiasm towards positive job perception. Let's move to our nurses pursue social support. The nurses reported to have high PSS among their family members, which is similar study done by these authors. Social supports were the key role in psychological and other aspects of support in improving quality of nurses' work life, such as reduce occupational stresses, increase job satisfaction, and enhance social status. The third objective, to determine relationship between QOWL, this study revealed that there is significantly positive correlation between QOWL and PSS. Similar study done by this author, they mentioned that the social support dimensions will help increase the quality of work life in nurses. As conclusion, this study provides overview of good QOWL and sufficient social support towards the nurses. There is a significant and positive relationship between perceived social support and quality of nursing work life. The workplace environment or their organizations should work together with the nurses to achieve a good QOWL and PSS. I would like to acknowledge to the Director or General of Health Malaysia for the permission to conduct and publish this article. We would like to thank to all the nurses involved in this study. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question from the audience? If no question, we'll move for the next speaker.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, Miss Marnie is around. For due to heavy rain, she was out. So just now she is in. Okay, Miss Marnie, you present. Then Miss Mariam.
Yes. Sorry, sir, I cannot hear you clearly because there's a storm happened here and the weather is very bad. But can you hear me clearly, sir?
Yes, yes. You can share screen and start. Very clear.
Okay, is my presentation is already on screen?
Yes, okay.
All right. Thank you, Prof. Sandeep, for the opportunity. My name is Marmi Tangkelani and I'm from Indonesia. Today I will present my research on the title, The Effect of Blood Glucose Level and Blood Pressure on C-reactive protein, CRP level, on chronic type 2 diabetes mellitus patient in Kupang City, East Nusa Tenggara. Background. That have trend to elevate year by year in numbers. This disease characterized by hyperglycemic and hypertension. Hyperglycemic and hypertension can cause one of chronic complications such as diabetes angiopathy. Due to endothelial damage that affect blood vessels, both large and small blood vessels, Complications of DM usually begin 5 years after the onset of the disease if there's no changes in patient lifestyles and proper treatment. Uh, Diabetic angiopathy resulting in oxidative stress that can express chemokine such as CRP with clinical manifestation in form of an inflammatory reaction and causing damage to the endothelium of blood vessels. This study conducted to determine the effect of blood glucose level and blood pressure on CRP levels in patients with chronic type 2 diabetes mellitus in Kupang City. This research is an analytical research with cross-sectional design. This research conducted in October to November 2020 in 5 public health centers in Kupang City. Total of sample that involved in this research is 78 patients who diagnosed with type 2 diabetes for 5 years and over who met the inclusion criteria. This research using purposive sampling technique with inclusion criteria, the patient has to be registered as the public healthcare center patient and diagnosed with type 2 diabetes for at least 5 years, having fasting blood glucose over than 126 milligram per dl and blood pressure over than 120 per 18 mmHg. So all the patients that involved in this research undergo the blood pressure measurement and having the fasting blood glucose test using GODP-EPI method and CRP test using latex semi-quantitative. Data collected were analyzed statistically with linear regression and logistic regression. This is the result of this research. As you can see on the screen, this is table 1. Consists of the characteristic of chronic type 2 diabetes patient in Kupang City. From the variable of the sex, most of the patient is a male with 53.8%, and the age group, most of the patient or sample is on the age group of 14 to 60 years with percentage of 66.7%, and length diagnosed with diabetes is on the range from 5 to 9 years, which have the percentage of 70.5%. Findings of this research: presence of male is greater than woman because of the body mass index of the woman of the man. I'm sorry, the man is higher than a woman, and also male is usually perform a bad habit like smoking, bad eating habit. So male tend to have higher blood glucose and blood pressure than women. From the age group, as stated on the table 1, most of the patient is range is on most percentage is on 14 to 16 years. So nowadays, the M is no more degenerative disease, which disease that we are found in elderly group, but it is shifting to younger age or middle age because of the changes in lifestyle. And length diagnosed with diabetes mellitus, where 70% is on the range of 5 to 9 years, because many patients who already diagnosis more than 9 years is already had a complication. So when they have a complication, they are not go to the public health center anymore, but they are handled by the hospital who have a better facility and a better the better facility for them. And many of them are hospitalized. And this is table 2. This is the blood glucose level, blood pressure, and CRP on the chronic type 2 diabetes patient. As you can see, blood glucose, the mean of the blood glucose level on the patient is 209.91 milligram per DL, with the maximum blood glucose level is approaching 395 milligram per DL. And for the systolic blood pressure, the mean of the systolic blood pressure is 151.42, while the diastolic blood pressure is 89.22, while the CRP levels is in the mean of the CRP level is 38.31 milligram per liter. This is what we find. And all the data, like I have said before on the method, are analyzed statistically using linear regression and logistic regression. As you can see, the result of the linear regression between variable of blood glucose versus CRP, there is a p-value is 0.0, which means that there is a significant effect, or the blood glucose had a significant effect on the level of CRP, with the correlation 66.5%, which is considered as strong relation. Meanwhile, the blood pressure, it has no significant relation because of the p-value is on.
Okay, you go to next slide.
76. Yes, sir.
Okay, next.
Okay, next.
Already this one you explained now.
CRP level, because when the blood glucose is stay high in blood for a long period, it can cause damage to the endothelial tissue, and it can lead to complication in form of diabetic angiopathy, which is harder to treat. Second, blood pressure has no significant effect to CRP level, but based on the data collected, most of the patients with high blood pressure had abnormal levels of CRP. Only 2 of 78 samples had the normal CRP level. That indicates that there are inflammation reaction. Recommendation of this study, first is recommendation for the diabetes patient to obey the therapy plan and take oral diabetic medicine regularly, so the blood glucose is stay in normal range and can prevent them to get complication in future. Secondly, blood pressure, even not significant on this research, but still there are connection between blood pressure and the inflammation reaction on diabetes patient. So patients have to maintain their blood pressure regularly. And for the public healthcare center, it is recommended to arrange strategies to increase the patient visit, so it is more easy to monitor the diabetes patient progression. The limitation of the study is first is less quantification of the sample because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So there's a decrease in number of diabetes patients who visit the public health center. Second, CRP level that using in this research is a semi-quantitative method because we have a limited high sensitive CRP, and there is also incomplete medical record data, so it is hard to get the accurate data on when the patient actually begin to have diabetes mellitus or the onset of diabetes. And for the future work, we will continue the study to study about the relationship or effect of the controlled and uncontrolled blood glucose with hemoglobin A1C with the CRP levels on the chronic type 2 DM patient. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. As there is no question, of course, diabetes have a relation with CRP, and you are working on that. So anything we will discuss later on more. And thank you. Okay, now next speaker. Yes, Mr. Mariam. On benefits of olive oil constituent in treating leukemia.
Assalamu alaikum everyone.
You make it what you call full screen, and there is echo. You have on maybe two things. You off one. You join with one module thing.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. I am Mariam Sadiq from PAMB's third year Deccan School of Pharmacy. I would like to thank Professor Dr. Sandeep Padar and Professor Dr. Amia and Joel Ray for allowing me to present my article on such high platform. Today, I'm going to present the benefits of olive extract in treating leukemia, a review under the guidance of Nazima Begum, Assistant Professor, Research Scholar, MSc, PhD. Leukemia. Leukemia is the cancer of blood cells. There are broad categories of blood cells, including the red blood cells, white blood cells, and the platelets. Generally, leukemia refers to cancers of WBCs. WBC plays a vital role in our immune system. They protect our body from the attack of viruses, bacteria, fungi, other atypical cells, and foreign substances. In leukemia, the white blood cells do not function properly and undergo rapid proliferation and eventually crowd out the normal cells. Leukemia are of different types like acute lymphoid leukemia, acute myeloid leukemia, chronic myeloid leukemia, and chronic lymphoid leukemia. As in the second picture, we can see there is abnormal growth of myeloid white blood cells and also the abnormal growth of lymphoid white blood cells leading to cancers. The factors. A person may be genetically predisposed to leukemia, but the lifestyle risk factors like cigarette smoking is more likely to develop leukemia. Other environmental factors like exposure to radiations, infections, chemical exposures, previous chemotherapy, genetic conditions, races are also responsible for the DNA abnormalities that can cause leukemia. Etiology. The picture here depicts the prevalence of leukemia in both men and women according to the estimate done by the World Health Organization in 2018. According to the estimation, the count of males and females in Australia and New Zealand as per 100 were 11.3 in males and 7.2 in females. In North America, it was 10.5 in males and 7.2 in females. In Western Europe, it was 9.6 in males and 6 in females, and the lowest was found to be in Western Africa, which was 1.4 in males and 1.2 in females. Rate was generally higher in males than males in a ratio of 4:1. The treatments available are chemotherapy, drug therapy, and radiation therapy, and surgery is done in chronic stages. The common drugs used in chemotherapy are cladribine or bendamustine, but in youngest patients who do not have a deletion of chromosome 17, pentostatin and cyclophosphamide can be used. The side effects of chemotherapy are generally dose dependent, but may include nausea, vomiting, risk of infection, fatigue, alopecia, anorexia, and also diarrhea. The next is targeted drug therapy, which involves the use of monoclonal antibodies like rituximab and ofatumumab and kinase inhibitors and kinase inhibitors like ibrutinib. The monoclonal antibodies are used because cancer is generally caused by a monoclonal cell that is a single mutated cell. And kinase inhibitors are used as the normal function of the kinases like the tyrosine kinase is to prevent the deregulation of proliferation towards apoptosis. But this method is reversed in cancer cells, which promotes the growth of tumors. To prevent this, monoclonal antibodies are used. Radiation therapy involves the use of high-frequency radiations like X-rays and other cancer cell-destroying particles. The side effects or adverse effects include fatigue, mild skin reaction, upset stomach, and diarrhea. These drugs are synthetic, and however, allopathic drugs are useful but have certain side effects. Here, the olive oil comes into action, which is herbal and do not have any side effects, which is why it was selected, tested, and proved to be effective against leukemia. And in surgery, mostly bone marrow transplant is done, in which the stem cells from a donor are collected, preserved properly, and then infused into the patients. Olive oil. Olives can be simply pressed to extract their oil, but there are several modern methods that involve the crushing of olives and separating the pulp by centrifugation, as shown in our flowchart. The general composition of olive oil is 13.5 grams saturated fat, 14%
Miss Mariam,
monosaturated.
you
Yes,
go
sir.
to next slide, olive oil description. Okay, now you go to the effect of olive oil on benefits
Okay.
on leukemia.
The benefits of olive oil. The benefits of olive oil are wide. They can be used to treat many diseases, as shown in the picture. They can also be used to treat Alzheimer's disease, obesity, diabetes, and most importantly, cancer. It has many potent constituents which can act by interfering in the myelocytic cell genome and reducing inflammation and oxidation. They can act by lysosomal membrane permeabilization. These potent constituents of olive oil have the capability to affect only the cancer cells and do not cause any harm to our normal cells. How does olive oil affect? Olive oil induces the cancer activity based on a time and concentration based manner. This mechanism can be identified by fluorescence microscopy and flow cytometry. The potent constituent like hydroxytyrosol have proven to be 1 micromole per liter showed reduction in DNA damage induced by the cancer cells, while 10 micromole per liter provided 93% protection from the cancer cell damage, while 50 to 100 micromole concentration led to the apoptosis of the cancer cells after being incubated for 24 hours. The DNA cycles was then quantified. This proved that the HL60 cells, which are the cell lines for leukemia, their growth was arrested in the G0 and G1 phase, while there was a decrease in their cellular percentage in the S or M2 phase at a concentration of 50 to 100 micromole per liter. The other constituents like oleocanthal and oleic acid function by destroying the lysosomal oncotic cells, lysosomes of the oncotic cells, which ultimately leads to death. This process takes place in minimum 30 minutes to maximum an hour. In the world's first human study of oleocanthal, first batch of 10 patients with CLL, chronic lymphocytic leukemia, were given 40 grams of olive oil, divided in a dose between morning and evening for 3 months. At the same time, 5 patients were given phenolic olive oil, but it did not have oleocanthal. The results determined that oleocanthal showed high decrease in the oncotic cells in 9 patients out of 10. Some patients with chronic lymphocytic leukemia who were at a stage of disease where it was necessary to start the chemotherapy were also tested. The patients were given no particular diet plans, for exception to stop the use of other oils, except olive oil, 40 ml per day. The results were astonishing, which showed a drastic increase in the cancerous white blood cell apoptosis, and there was also a significant reduction in the cancer markers. These were the methods used to detect the functioning of olive oil: cell proliferation, cell differentiation, and the annexin assay, which were done by the help of flow cytometry and contrast microscopy. These are the results, which shows the use of 150 microgram ml, which is the black lines in the graph, shows higher reduction in the cell proliferation of the leukemic cells. In the cell differentiation assay, we can see that the 150 mg per ml, which is again the black lines in the graph, shows decrease in the viability or the lives of the cytotoxic or the tumor cells. In the annexin assay, it shows that the death or apoptosis of the cells increased in 150 mg per ml every day. The results from these graphs determine that 150 mg per ml of olive oil causes increase in the K562 cell size and decrease in their viability, leading to their decreased growth rate. The cells treated with olive oil showed the presence of MAP3K2, MAP3K5, and MAP3K7 genes being upregulated, while the MAP2K5 and MAPK14 were downregulated. Among the MAP genes, the MAP3K7 activates the NFKB, which is responsible for the activation of apoptotic proteins and plays a vital role in the upregulation of genes. The JNK and NFKB signaling activities are balanced, which decides the fate of the cancer cells. The review thus demonstrates that the constituents of olive oil, which are hydroxytyrosol, oleoropin, oleic acid, oleic canthal, have the potency to kill the leukemic cells and inhibit their proliferation by arresting their progress in different cell cycles. These three processes, which are the anti-inflammatory, anti-proliferatory, and anti-angiogenesis, leads to the increase in the caspases 3 and 7, and increase in the tumor suppressor cell P53, and increase in the pro-apoptotic genes BAC and BAX, decreasing their viability and perforating the vesicles, thereby causing apoptosis and cell death. In further findings, we can use the P53 gene as a marker to detect the functioning of olive oil much better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have one question that you have mentioned that you do this means leukemic patients. It is on cell line or what?
Yes, it was on cell lines, HL60 and K562.
But you told that it is given the olive oil is given 2 times in a day. So
The test was done on the cell lines HL60 and K562, then tested on the patient by giving 40 ml per day.
So the result you are showing, the data is on cell line or in the patient?
The result was on cell line, sir.
So patient's data not shown?
The patient's data is just written, sir.
Oh, just given?
Yes, sir.
The result not taken?
The result is taken as a written form, so there are no graphical presentations.
Okay, but cell line, how you administered the olive oil?
The cell lines were tested by 3 methods. They are the cell proliferation, cell differentiation, and the annexon assay. In these processes, the olive oil was diluted and added to the cell lines, which were earlier incubated for 24 hours in the 95 well cell plated, and different concentration 50, 75, and 100 ml were incorporated into those cells and then tested by flow cytometry and other tests like the phase contrast microscopy.
Okay, so you do means you apply the olive oil on the cell line, and
the
after that you
the diluted solution of olive oil. Yes.
So then you tested it on the flow cytometry and phase. Microscopy.
Yes, sir.
Flow cytometry and microscopy. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So any other question from the participant? Okay, the question is there. What do you mean by oleocanthal leads to death? Do you mean the death of cancer cell of patient?
Yes, oleocanthal is one of the most potent constituents of olive oil, which leads to the apoptosis of the cancer cells in the patients.
It is from Dr. Uganda. Dr. Uganda, okay, the answer? Okay, I think no more. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So I would like to call the next speaker, Rohit Chakraborty and Dr. Walija Ansar. Rohit, you are present here. So you want to present field study and biodiversity at Rishabh, Kalimpong district of West Bengal. Mr. Rohit? Dr. Walija? Okay, maybe they left because network may problem. Both was here just now. Okay. We move to next speaker. After they join, we can go. Professor Mulsudan.
Good afternoon. On behalf of Dr. Madhusudan Chetty, sir, we keep going to present our works.
Okay. Your name means?
Sir, I'm sharing screen.
Oh, Rohit now joined back. Okay, Rohit, you wait.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon. This is Kirtana from Shantiram College of Pharmacy, pursuing 5th founding. Very thankful to Sandeep, sir. Next, today I am going to present our work, a study on the serum uric acid levels during the acute heart failure treatment in the early diagnosed patients at the tertiary care hospital.
Enable editing, Kirtana.
Yes, sir.
In the top, there is an enable editing button.
Sir?
In the top, there is an enable editing button. Yes. Now go to slideshow.
Okay.
Now go down, make slideshow. Yes.
Heart failure is a clinical syndrome characterized by the constellation of the signs. Mainly in the heart failure, the serum uric acid levels will be get raised. That is due to the upregulation of the xanthine oxidase. In this, the symptoms will be dysphonia, orthopnea, and the lower leg swelling, often caused by the structural and functional cardiac abnormality, resulting in the reduced cardiac output and elevated intracardiac pressure. Due to the reduction of the intracardiac pressure, there will be addition of the pressure at the veins, which is attached to the renal system. So renal dysfunction will also be observed in the patients with the acute heart failure. Several theories has been discussed that the high uric acid levels has an impact and increase in the platelet reactivity and the mediating inflammation also, and the cell proliferation. And probably mainly there will be a cardiac biomarkers. Importantly, there is a uric acid, troponin, and the C-reactive protein. And mainly we took serum uric acid levels because the serum uric acid levels also leads to the renal dysfunction. Due to the heart failure, there will be a dysfunction in the heart pumping. It will lead to the blood supply. There will be a less blood supply to the renal system. It will be causes to the serum uric acid levels rises due to the upregulation of the xanthine oxidase enzyme. Due to the cellular turnovers of the large number of nucleic acid like the guanosine and adenosine, they degraded to the hypoxanthine and the xanthine, which are the substrates of the xanthine oxidase producing an uric acid. Mainly the association of the serum uric acid and heart failure is a causal suggesting that serum uric acid may be a risk marker that has a causal factor in the development of the heart failure. Hyperuricemia itself may contribute to the deterioration of the renal function. Mainly, we took that as compared to the remaining biomarker, the serum uric acid levels will be more risk to the renal system also. And it will lead to the cardiorenal dysfunction. The current research work aims to study the serum uric acid levels during the acute heart failure treatment in the early diagnosed patients. The main objective of the study is to decrease the mortality of the heart failure patients by monitoring the serum uric acid levels to support the clinicians in the management of heart failure by the regular following of the patients. Mainly this study we took between the age group of 25 to 90 years of the inpatient and the outpatients in the cardiology and ICCU. The study period is 7 months. And the total number of the patient, that is sample size we took, is 100. And the inclusion, we kept that the age group of the patient with the more than 25 years, because we took other risk factors like the hypertension, diabetes, alcoholism, etc. And the exclusion criteria, the age is less than 25 years. And when we come into the discussion, during the study period, totally we collected the 106 heart failure cases. Mainly the cases with an acute heart failure, means starting stage of the heart failure. We took the serum uric acid levels and the ejection fraction levels. In that, the males 70 and the females 36. In that, mainly we observed that in the 27 patients, after the study, in the 27 patients, 18 were males and the 9 were females, with the non-uricemia observed in the 79 patients. At the study, we took 106 patients. After the treatment, after the 6 months, the uric acid levels were lowered in the 79 patients. In the only 27 patients, the uric acid levels is somewhat raised. Means it states that the treatment of the heart failure may also lower the uric acid levels. Means by monitoring the uric acid levels, we can suggest that the patient levels of the heart failure and we can prevent the mortality. And finally, in the comparison of the mean serum uric acid levels before and after treatment, we took an average 8.08 before the treatment. Mainly the normal values is 7 mg per dl. Here 8, and after the treatment, it was reduced to the 5.97. It means the normal levels. And these are the risk factors of the subjects. We took the patients with the smoking, alcoholism, hypertension, diabetes, and the dyslipidemia. The blue bar indicates the males and the red bar indicates the females. And the symptom-wise distribution of the heart failure patients. And the next treatment distribution, these are all the main treatment which was given with the patients with the acute heart failure. With the dyslipidemia patients, atorvastatin is added. With the hypertension, another hypertensive drug is added. Based upon the complication, the other drug is added. But the main treatment which is given to the patients is beta blocker, diuretic, AC inhibitors, and angiotensin II receptor blockers. And the serum, this is important, which the results of the study. Serum uric acid wise distribution of the population is this. The first one is before treatment hyperuricemia levels, and after treatment hyperuricemia levels. Mainly it was observed, we see that 8 to 9 mg per dl in the 34 patients, and after the study it was reduced to the 7 and 2 patients. And this is the bar about the female serum uric acid level distribution of the subject in the study population. And this is a comparison of the mean serum uric acid levels before and after the treatment. The p-value is less than 0.001, which is insignificant. And the main conclusion of this study is serum uric acid levels are higher in patients with heart failure as compared with the normal age healthy persons, because in the heart failure, acute heart failure patients, there will be an obstruction to the blood supply vein to the renal system. It will lead to the increase of the hypoxanthine oxidase enzyme. It will lead to the increase of the serum uric acid levels. Means if the patient came to the hospital with an acute heart failure, by measuring the serum uric acid levels, we can monitor. Means it will also act as a biomarker. Based upon the serum uric acid levels, the effect of heart failure therapy was evaluated by calculating the mean serum uric acid levels before and after the treatment. We concluded that heart failure therapy decreases the serum uric acid levels and improves the prognosis of the heart failure. Serum uric acid is a simple biomarker that can be measured anyway at a low cost to help identify the high-risk patients with the congestive heart failure. And the serum uric acid levels is not only a simple biomarker, but also a causative marker for the mortality in the patients who have an heart failure, along with the renal dysfunction. And the lowering serum uric acid levels is expected to decrease the severity of congestive heart failure, which helps to prevent mortality and increase the patient quality of life. Any drug intervention such as therapy to reduce the xanthine oxidase activity to decrease the serum uric acid level in addition to other drugs used in the heart failure may have a beneficial outcome. But in our study, we took only the patients given with the only treatment to the acute heart failure. If the along with the acute heart failure treatment, if we give the xanthine oxidase activity reductors, then it will be so good to the outcome of the patients. Further studies are needed to clarify this accident. And these were the bibliography. And thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Miss. One question from Dr. Ramesh Prasad Rai, that if colchicine maintenance dose to be added to the patients for heart failure or not? What you means with high uric acid and heart failure is there, so colchicine is recommended or not?
No, sir, it's not recommended. But based upon the mean value of the serum uric acid levels, we can calculate the whichever drugs we must be given, and mainly the lifestyle modifications also takes an most important role, sir, which will reduce the serum uric acid levels. So based upon the mean serum uric acid levels, we can maintain the colchicine maintenance. In our study, it was not more, sir. It only the similar stage, means first stage of acute heart failure. They don't only rise in 2 mg per dl only.
Okay, and if it's like febuxosone or other, I mean, allosteric drugs are there, so I think that will have no side effect. Another question from
mainly the maximum uric normal value is we can make 7 mg per dl, from 105 mg per dl to 7 mg per dl. The target uric acid level we should maintain the 5 mg per dl. It is good without the risk factors.
Another question from Mr.
We can maintain with the xanthine oxidase reductors like the allopurinol, alpirol, all that.
Okay, from Mr. Maniam, you can see chat box. What is the target uric acid level in RX heart failure?
Yes, sir. Based upon the mean, the target uric acid level is 5 to 6 mg per dl.
Okay, I think the questions are answered. Thanks, he told. So now we move to the thank you, Miss, for presenting. Now we move to next speaker. Our Rohit is around now. Please, Rohit. You have some network failures we cut out. Rohit? Yes. Field study and biodiversity at Rishabh, Kalimpong. I cannot see you. Where are you? Unmute yourself and on your video, then we can see you.
Sir, I have on my video and unmute myself. You can see me?
Not, yes, now. Okay.
Hello everyone. I'm Rohit Chakraborty. Firstly, I'm sorry for the network issue previously I was facing. Today, I'm going to present about field study and biodiversity at Rishabh, Kalimpong district of West Bengal. The study area. The study area I have studied in this project, that is Rishabh, Himalayan village in West Bengal, which latitude is 88.6625 degree east and longitude 27.1112 degree north, and altitude is 2591 feet. It has deep silent forest of pine, birch, fir, orchids, and it has a very good diversity of birds and ground dwelling invertebrates. So I for this reason I have choose this for study area. And the objectives of my studies are: first, I have studied the bird diversity to understand the relative abundance and the diversity of birds with respect to the distance from settlement. I have studied this by line transect method, and I have studied about 37 bird species in this area. The tree abundance, I have studied this to understand pattern of density and height of a tree and health and other canopy cover of their tree with respect to the distance from settlement and the altitudes. And bush density, I have studied this to understand bush diversity in that area with respect to the human settlement. And fern size, I have studied this to understand the change in fern length with respect to the altitude and distance from settlement. And diversity of ground dwelling invertebrates, I have studied this to understand the diversity of ground dwelling insects of that region, and I have used Wheatfall method for this. And diversity of nocturnal invertebrates, I have studied this to to know about the relative abundance of that area and the methodology. I have used line transect method in bird diversity and quadrant methods in tree abundance, bush density, and the font size. And the diversity of ground dwelling invertebrates, I have used pitfall, as I said earlier. And in the diversity of nocturnal invertebrates, I have used the light trap method. And I have used the Shannon, Simpson, and other biodiversity indexes to calculate the biodiversity of that area. Here you can see the graphical representation of different several biodiversity index of birds. Here you can see the biodiversity index are how changing with respect to the distance from settlements. And this is the graphical representation of bush diversity index with respect to the distance from settlement. In settlement, I have found about 96 individual of bushes, but in the forest area, I have found much more, like 251 individuals. This is the graphical representation of change in fern length. You can see with respect to the distance of settlement. And this is the graphical representation of the study of biodiversity indices for ground dwelling invertebrates and how diversity is changing from settlement to forest. In forest, there is much more species I have found. So diversity is so high. And thus this is the conclusion. I have found that the diversity of birds are much more higher in the human settlement than the forest area. And higher altitude also shows the less species richness for trees. The higher altitudes also have high species density. And bush diversity is increased with the increase of distance from settlement. And the length of fern found to be highest in both mid distance from the human settlement and mid altitudinal ranges. The ground dwelling invertebrates were found much more higher in the forest region, where I have found about 16 to 17 species, but in the settlement I have found 6 to 7 species only. Here are some references. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. Any question from audience? So this is a new type of presentation now. So first we listen from nursing care, morning and etc. Then we heard about medical ethics. Now we have heard about uric acid. Now it is biodiversity. It found cool air from this hot weather from Kalimpong. And next, any question? If not, then we move to the next speaker. I think no question. Rohit, thank you. And now next speaker is Mr. Niranjan Kumar.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You please present yourself. You start your video, then I can see you. We cannot see you.
Yes, sir. So 1 minute, please, sir. So can I share the PPT, sir?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon to respected dignitaries. So myself, R. Niranjan Kumar, associate from
full screen. Control F5. CTRL F5. Yes.
Sir, myself, R. Niranjan Kumar, working as associate professor in Department of Pharmacology, sir. Sir, today I would like to present my research work is neuroprotective effect on ethanolic extract of Dolichos purpurus in experimental rats. So, in this work, what are the in presentation? These are the contents I'm including in this PPT, sir. So the first one, abstract. In this abstract, actually, I'm done the neuroprotective activity on Dolichos purpurus because the Dolichos purpurus is already proved as effective antioxidant on rich in proteins. And now coming to the introduction part, amnesia. So basically, amnesia is one of the more common neurodegenerative disorder. So once it will be developed, there is no curable, but the therapy will be given symptomatic relief. But due to the usage of the synthetic drugs, already marketed drugs, it have the prolonged large amount of the side effects. Due to this reason, I'm selecting the herbal products. So the herbal product, Dolichos purpurus. So Dolichos purpurus is one of the rational used in the treatment of amnesia in Ayurvedic and Unani. But there is no pharmacological studies are reported, it is proved. So that's why I'm selecting this plant, and the reason also this is have the high amount of the proteins and antioxidants that will be inhibits the beta amylase and beta amylase proteins and free radicals. So my aim is to access the role of Dolichos purpurus seeds to enhance memory and protect cognitive disorders due to aluminum chloride induced amnesia in Mr. Rats. So in aluminum chloride, I'm using aluminum chloride as inducing agent. Why means nowadays the utilization of aluminum content is increased. So that's why. So the incidence of the development of amnesia will be increased in nowadays. So by this reason, I am selecting aluminum chloride. And the objectives is radial R mesh test, elevated plus mesh test, and Morris water mesh test, along with the biochemical estimation, acetylcholinesterase, along with histopathology of the brain. So in material methods, I'm collecting this Dolichos purpurus, and it will be the drug plant will be extracted by using the 95% of ethanolic extraction, and we will get permission approval from the Institutional Animal Ethical Committee of the Shantiram College of Pharmacy, and this is the ethical committee approval number. So when coming to the experimentation part, first we are conducting the acute toxicity studies for this plant extract, Dolichos purpureus seed extract, according to follow OECD guidelines 423 guidelines. So for this study, I am selecting a healthy albino visitor rats are the between the body weight 150 grams to 180 grams. So we are divide the animals into 4 groups, each containing the 3 animals, and the doses will be given 1000, 2000 and 4000 mg per kg respectively, according to the body weight by intragastric route. And the experimental method for anti-amnesic effect, we are selecting the animals are divided into 7 groups. These 7 groups have each contain the 6 animals. In the 6 animals, group 1 receiving the vehicle, group 2 receiving only aluminum chloride, group 3 received reference drug rivastigmine and aluminum chloride, group 4 receiving this according pattern. So now, when coming to the acute toxicity studies, after 24 hours of the, before conducting the acute toxic dose administration, we are allow the animals for 24 hours overnight fasting. Then we are administration of the drug. So we are administration of the drug according to the experimental protocol earlier slide we discussed, and observe for 24 hours for any mortality, and also we are observed for 14 days for gross behavioral studies. Up to 4000 mg per kg, no animal is going to dead and any gross behavioral changes are observed. So that is the reason 1/10 of the 4000 mg per kg, 400 mg per kg selecting as high dose, and 1/2200 mg per kg selecting as low dose for anti-amnesic activity. So then perform these parameters before conducting the experimentation part. We can give the training to the animals for 14 days. After 14 days of the training, then we are starting to injection of the aluminum chloride, subsequently drug therapy. So, and we can monitoring the parameters by weekly intervals. The first parameter we are monitoring by radial RMS test, working memory errors. So in working memory errors, the aluminum chloride induced amnesic group will be increasing the working memory errors. So working memory errors means the animal is unable to find the feed present on the radial arm maze in alternative maze numbers. But the reference drug rivastigmine will increasing the results, so decreasing the duration of the time. So this the indicating the points that 3.66, 4.16 the number of counts. So increasing the results means decreasing the number of counts. Then our drug therapy also decreasing the number of counts, so it will be improve the memory status. But in these 2 drug doses, it will be showing effective and dose dependent, means from comparing to the 200 mg per kg, 400 mg per kg showing the better results. When coming to group 6 and 7, these 2 groups are receiving the only drug only. They didn't receiving any inducing agent and amnesia. The aim of the group 6 and group 7, whether this plant can enhance the memory or not. So by usage of the chronic, by usage of this plant extract, this plant material by chronically, it is also enhance the memory without depending on the disease condition. So same results also we can get on reference memory errors also. In reference memory errors also will be increased in the diseased group, and means in group 2, and remaining group 3, the reference drug will be decrease the number of reference memory errors, and the group 5 and 4 and 5 can be show dose dependent activities. Next, coming to the effect of the plant our drug on transfer latency. To monitoring this transfer latency by using the elevated plus maze. In this elevated plus maze, the number of reading will be indicating in the seconds. So now in this one, the cutoff time is 90 seconds. So
Niranjan, Mr. Niranjan.
Sir.
Just summarize quickly. The main points you highlight.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
So in this both the transfer latency and escaping latency, our drug treated animals can be decreasing the time, means reach their target immediately in rapidly. So it will be increasing the memory. Finally, it is also decreasing the acetylcholinesterase enzyme levels. It will be indicating the increasing of acetylcholine. So enhancement of acetylcholine is one of the reason for memory enhancement. So this diagrammatic representation will be indicating the damaging and degeneration and regeneration positions of the rat brains in different groups. The control group appearance amyloid plaque AP and neurotangles NT, but the treatment groups will be decreasing the neurotangles and amyloid plaque. So this diagrammatic, this histopathology also give the scientific proof our drug causes effective anti-amnesic effect. So finally, I concluded that we can the plant Dolichos purpureus can add into one of the part in regular daily diet. So it will be give better results to prevent the amnesia, because prevention is always better than cure. So that's why we can add one of the part in our regular diet. We can easily protect from the development of the amnesia. So these are the reference I will follow for this one. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any question? Okay, no question, I think. Thank you, Mr. Niranjan, for presenting. You discuss about fully about the how you use the dose, etc. Thank you. You will move to the next speaker, Mr. Dilip Kumar, I think, presenting.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes. Yes.
Well, good afternoon to everyone, to the respected delegates, Malaysia, and I am very much thankful to the Sandeep sir for presenting my research work of guide Dr. R.D. Yugandhar garu and V. Vijay Kumar sir. I am presenting my research work in this webinar. Myself, K. Dilip Kumar, Pashto Pharmacy in Shantaram College of Pharmacy. Coming to my project title is Formulation and Evaluation of Minoxidil Transdermal Gels. These are the contents. Just a second, sir. These are the contents that I am going to describe in this present research work. And coming to the abstract, alopecia, it means the loss of hair. In nearly 70% of the males, 30% of males suffering from this disorder. Actually, this disorder may occur by to the physiological or pharmacological effects on their food habits or else their pathological effects. And the drug which I have chosen, minoxidil, is an antihypertensive drug. It is an vasodilator drug which is useful for the activation of the potassium channels. And actually, it is alopecia by using a side effect from the antihypertensive. The drug, minoxidil drug, has half-life to 4.2 hours and the melting point of 248 degrees centigrade. And coming to the introduction, hair loss is normally seen in many individuals like in normal habitats. And the drug minoxidil is mostly used in India up to 5 to 7% to treat the loss of hair. And coming to the criteria for the selection of the drug, there are marketedly available many drugs in the form of solutions. And by in this case, I used to prepare this minoxidil drug in the form of gels. By this, we can use the repeated administration of the drug. With the low concentration of the drug, we can maintain the prolonged period of the time, and we can increase the short half-life of the drug. Advantages of the minoxidil is it avoids gastric irritation. When we consume this drug minoxidil by oral, it may show some gastric disturbances. by this we can avoid that activity. And coming to the advantages, here we have a disadvantage, an economical drug to manufacture. It is useful for only the potent drug itself. These are the literature review collected for the minoxidil and the transcuticle. I have used two different permeation sensors like transcuticle and glycopyrrole, and the objective to formulate the mineral transdermal to increase the permeation of the drug into the standard quantity by using a different permeation enhances transcuticle and glycopyrrole to maintain the drug levels in the bloodstream for a long period of time. And half work that I did in this my research work is I constructed a calibration curve for the minoxidil and the determination for length for the minoxidil by using of UV spectroscopy and performing studies to check the compatibility between the drug and the excipient. I prepared minoxidil gels. For the gels, I have tested for the pH, viscosity, and in vitro drug release studies and kinetic studies and the stability studies. Equipments and materials that I have used in this present research work are these are. And coming to the methodology, I have done with recommend minoxidil and ethanol, transcuticle, and water. And the required amount of permeation enhancers has added to the solution with the constant reading of 500 revolutions per minute for 2 hours. And it's slowly decreasing due to avoiding of air entrapment. This is the formulation table that I have chosen for this. And here we used the different permeation enhancers like transcuticle and glycopyrrole with the different concentration of 5, 10, 20%, and with changing the concentration. Here we used the HPMC to maintain the gel capacity, consistency. And the calibration curve that I have done, it shows the linear release of the drug up to 0.998. And these are the FTIR studies that I have been performed for the drug to check the compatibility. And these are the functional groups, and they are the actual wavelengths that I have observed with the standard wavelengths. And the evaluation parameters that I have done for the gels, these are the pH meter. By using a pH meter, we have maintained this triethanol amine to maintain the pH, and the drug contents, it shows the very good release of the drug, and the viscosity maintenance also checked with the viscosity rheometer. And in vitro drug release studies, we formed the in vitro release studies for up to the 12 hours, and F9 formulation, F12 shows the better results of 96% of F9 formulation with the 10% concentration of transcuticle, and F12 of 10% concentration of glycopyrrole. These would shows very high amount of drug release when compared to the other formulations. And when we compared these formulations, the innovative drug, it's available in the market and show some accurately with the marketed drugs. And these are the release kinetic parameters for zero order, first order, and Hughes bypass model. And the release kinetics are mentioned here. And for the F9 formulation and F12 formulation with the respective innovative drug. And these are the graphs that I have mentioned here. And ex vivo studies and with the repeated F9 formulation and F2 and with the ex vivo studies and drug content and their appearance of it is tested for different temperature timings at 4 degrees 25.
Mr. Dilip, you go to the results.
Among the
discussion, yes, directly. No need to show the tables. You explain what you get. Yes.
Yes, sir. Here we conclude that transcuticle 10% of permeation enhancer that shows a very good amount of drug release when we compared with the innovative drug. Although the F2 formulation shows the better results, but when compared to the F9 and F2, F9 shows the better results with the innovative drugs. And these are the references that I have collected to do my research work. And thank you, sir.
Thank you. I see that your first author, Mr. Dr. Boliti, also there in the web. So, yes. Any question from the audience? I think no question. Okay, thank you, Mr. Dilip.
Thank you so
for
much,
your
sir.
nice presentation.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
Now
sir,
we will
thank you.
move to the next speaker. Next speaker, Y. Ismail. Hajan Najir Ahmed. Are you present?
Dr. Podar,
Yes.
sorry, they are in lockdown.
Okay.
I don't know whether they can access or not.
Okay,
In
so
their
we go
place,
to
it
next
is-
speaker.
Yeah, can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Uganda. So next speaker is Sujana Yusuf. Ms. Fatama Sam from Malaysia. Aslina, anybody around? Ms. Sujana?
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, Dr. Sandeep. I'm Rohaini on
Okay.
behalf of.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. All right. Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon to all participants. I'm Rohaini. Will present our study about family satisfaction level with care in intensive care unit. Essential to quality of care is the satisfaction, which is a main concern, especially in ICU. The satisfaction of patients and their families in ICU is more complicated because most of the patients in the ICU are sedated and or unable to communicate. Those family members play a key role as both mediators of the intensive care patient needs and wishes, a valuable source of information, and the decision makers in planning patient care. As the critical illness occurs without warning, family members may feel vulnerable and helpless with no clear knowledge of what to expect causes intense emotional situation for both patient and their family members. Critical care nursing was concerned primarily with individual patients, focusing internationally on the patient, while the needs of family members having a relative in this unit have always been unmet and ignored. Studies show there may be high prevalence among family members of depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, or post-intensive care syndrome, family at the end of an ICU stay. Hence, the family satisfaction with the care received by the patient during an ICU stay is an important piece of information used in overall ICU quality enhancement, ensuring that the care provided meets both the patient's and the family needs. In this study, we got two objectives. The first one is to assess family satisfaction in intensive care unit. Second one is to determine the association between family satisfaction in intensive care unit with demographic characteristic of the respondent. Our methodology. Descriptive cross-section. Setting in Hospital Sungai Buloh. Population and sample. Population is family members. Sampling technique is convenience. Sample size about 355. Inclusion criteria. Family members who had visited at least once for an adult patient who admitted 48 hours or more. Research instrument, sub-administrated, got two parts. Part one, demographic characteristics, gender, age, relation involved as a family member of a patient in ICU, ICU admission diagnosis, length of stay. Part two, involved family satisfaction in ICU by Lam et al. 2015. Pilot study used Chromba Alpha 0.87. Our research ethic committee, our approval is from Research Ethic Committee and National Medical Research Register, also from Medical Research of Ethic Committee, hospital director and participant via informed consent. The data collected from June to July 2017. The data collection by sub-administrated questionnaire with response time 5 to 10 minutes and response rate about 100%. Data analysis, we use SPSS version 21.0, descriptive and inferential statistic. Result and discussion. Most of the family members or patient is in this study is female with age around 20 to 30 years old. With the length stay of patient is 2 to 4 days, and then the relationship is a wife, husband, son, daughter, mother, father, brother, sister, and friends. The family satisfaction level with care in ICU, most of the family members were satisfied with the health care received in ICU, especially in the waiting room and atmosphere of ICU. See, this one is similar, have et al. 2021, Lam et al. 2015, and Hunsker et al. 2012, and Min et al. 2018. Family members greatly appreciate the waiting room provided as it gave them to the opportunity to step back while remaining close to the ICU patient. But anyway, it contrasts with Eggert and Harder 2006, Helms and Engelberg 2010. The time spent in their study in the waiting room is perceived as stressful as family members would rather be with the patient. Limited facility provided in this room are described in a several study in either or negative patient or as areas for potential improvement. Most of the family members were less satisfied with the skill and competence of both the doctor and the nurses. In this study, family members have had a lower level of satisfaction with the frequency of conversation with physician, time available for getting answer to their question, and the willingness of intensive care staff to reply to this question. ICU nurses who primarily answer many of the family's questions. The family satisfaction with decision-making around care of recovery patient is in ICU. Majority of the family members satisfied as they felt they were included, about 80.3%, supported about 86.2%, and had control over 80%. The care of family member in decision-making process, while 86.2% of them claim that they were given adequate time to their concern addressed and questions answered. The medical staff often spend much time explaining the patient medical condition and the necessity for treatment in detail. Therefore, the family satisfaction with obtaining information and the decision-making process might have been higher than expected. In this study, family satisfaction significantly associated age. The respondent age about 20 to 30 years old were more satisfied with the courtesy, respect, and compassion that they receive and with their family member receive. Family satisfaction significantly associated with the experienced care family members in ICU and the length of stay. The respondent who had experienced care their family member in ICU and stayed less than a week in ICU reported to be more satisfied with the amount of care, the courtesy, respect, and comparison that they receive and with their family member receive. Satisfaction decreased with increased duration of hospitalization, arise from their depression that the patient will not be able to recover. Conclusion. Overall, most families in this study were satisfied with the care provided to them and their critically ill relatives. However, opportunity for improvements are presently based on the finding. for the research should focus on the item with low family satisfaction when planning intervention for ICU quality improvement. We are very grateful to our Director General of Health Malaysia for the permission given to conduct and publish this article. We also would like to thanks to all the nurses involved in the study, including the nursing unit of Hospital Sungai Buloh and the Clinical Research Center and University Technology Malaysia. This is our reference, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rani. Presenting on family satisfaction level with care in ICU.
We have questions in the chat box, Dr. Pudar.
Okay.
I will read to you this. This is from Harry. Based on the result, skill and competence, doctor 1%. What is the cause?
Actually, I'm not sure what the cause, but maybe because our hospital is among of the nurses, among of the doctors is young. I think the eldest one is around 40 something only. So maybe that's why they look. And then some more, the participant involved in the study was young people around 20 to 30 years old. Maybe they're all easy to Google to look about the care in the via Google internet lah. I think like that.
Yeah, maybe the doctors or the doctors are fresh graduate or just licensed, fresh licensed doctor, and they're under starting years, perhaps. They are novice, perhaps, in their practice.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Another question from Benny. Why family members think that both ICU doctors and ICU nurses lack of skills and competence based on your low mean score presented in the data? Maybe it is connected to the novice nurses and novice doctors in that hospital.
Wait, doctor, I can't hear.
You can see the chat box, the questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Benny, then Mr. Mania.
Sorry, sir. Service. Chat box. Okay.
Yes. The question is about the doctors and the nurses in the ICU, which who lack skills and competence as perceived by the family members.
It's received by family members.
Yeah.
Wait, actually, I'm not sure what the exactly answer, but I will find out.
Okay.
Okay. Another question from Maniam. Was length of stay in ICU has a negative effect on the satisfaction?
Yeah, I think if patient more long, the length of stay is long, make the family members more depressed because they all think when patient should be recover, and then why so slow the treatment? My opinion like that.
Okay, so that follows. Yeah, she mentioned in her conclusion that the longer stay in the ICU, the less satisfied the family members become. Yeah. Another question from Dr. Muhammad Noor. What is the best way to convince the family regarding the patient status to increase family satisfaction?
Okay, actually, from after my study, actually we do a call to the family members to inform the family progress the patient every day. And then we document in our system in his lab about what we taught to the family progress in the doctor progress note of the patient. So family, if family cannot come because of the work, they all know the situation, and then so far so good lah. The family understand, and then for the plan, they all know roughly how and then what's going on to the patient.
Maybe Dr. Muhammad Noor asked if the condition is complicated, how can we inform the family members that the patient's condition in the ICU is critical? Because if we cannot explain very well to our family members, more or less the satisfaction level is decreased or low rate.
Yeah,
maybe.
correct.
So yeah. My follow-up question is that did you include in your criteria in your study the type of medical condition the patient experienced in the ICU? Because the more complicated, the more complex the condition, so the demanding the patient's condition becomes, and that will affect the satisfaction of the family members.
Yeah,
Did you include like what are the common medical conditions for the patients, why they are in the ICU?
Actually, I think if I'm not wrong, we got explain about diagnosis of the patient. I will check the question yang we give to the relative lah to answer your question. Is it okay?
Yeah. Well, anyway, maybe you can consider that in the future when you make a follow-up study to include the severity or the gravity of the disease in the ICU. As I've said, the more complex the condition becomes, the demanding the patient's type of care will be given. And I also noticed the common date or the number of days admitted in the ICU is 2 days or more, just a minimum of 2 days. Where are they? Are they discharged vertically or are they discharged horizontally?
Actually, honestly, our ICU is our hospital is trauma center, neuro center, spine center, and ID center. Normally, kalau macam patient like intracranial bleed severe, so far, our doctor will tell the family regarding several results. Actually, normally how long we keep the patient, and then we keep inform them duration, and then what our plan lah, because we got team, neuro team, and then NS team. Jadi we combine to see the patient in the counseling room, and we informed regarding the CT brain result and the finding about the patient lah. So far we do like that. So we give the family members time frame to, if poor prognosis, we give them time frame to accept the bad condition about the patient lah. Because we also involved in the organ donation punya program lah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So, sorry, Dr. Joel, if my answer not answer your question.
No, it's okay. No problem. Anyway, congratulations to your study, and we salute for your heroic activity in the area.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Maniam also give the salute to the ICU staffs. Thank you. So now we move to the next speaker. Our next speaker is ready. Yarsi Niharika.
Yes, sir.
Method development and validation of stability indicating mesalamine in bulk and pharmaceutical doses formed by RP-HPLC. Yes. I cannot see you. Yes, okay.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, I Niharika from Shantaram College of Pharmacy. Today's my presentation topic is that method development and validation of stability indicating mesalamine in bulk and its pharmaceutical dosage form by using RP-HPLC. The contents involved in this presentation are abstract, introduction, and the results, conclusion, and reference. Coming to the abstract, here in this presentation, we are going to discuss about a simple, rapid, and accurate RP-HPLC method was developed for the determination of mesalamine in its bulk and pharmaceutical dosage form by RP-HPLC method using C18 column with the dimensions in binary gradient mode. The mobile phase here used is methanol and 0.1% orthophosphoric acid, that is in the ratio 50:50 volume by volume. Here the flow rate was maintained at 1 ml per minute and wavelength at 210 nanometers. The retention time of mesalamine was found to be 2.73 minutes. The method was linear over the concentration range from 2.5 to 15 microgram per ml. And the regression coefficient, that is R square value, was found to be 0.999, and the precision was performed, that is intraday and interday precision was performed with the percent RSD values. That is, they are within the limits less than 2. And the LOD and LOQ, that is limit of detection and limit of quantification, were found to be 2.31 microgram per ml and 7.01 microgram per ml. And the accuracy results were found to be at 99.78 to 100.01% at different levels of concentration that we will see in the presentation. The method was proved as robust after deliberately changed parameters of flow rate, temperature, and wavelength. The method has shown the ability towards different stress conditions like acid, base, peroxide, and UV light. The method was used for routine analysis of mesalamine in pharmaceutical dosage forms. Let us know a few points about mesalamine here. Mesalamine is also known as mesalazine or 5-amino-salicylic acid. It is an anti-inflammatory drug that is used to treat the inflammatory bowel diseases such as ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease. Mesalamine is a bowel-specific amino-salicylic acid drug that acts locally in the gut and has its predominant actions. As it is a derivative of salicylic acid, it also acts as an antioxidant. Mesalamine is considered as the active moiety of sulfasalazine, and it is metabolized to sulfapyridine and mesalamine. Here we can see the structure of mesalamine. Next slide, sir. I will discuss this with tables. Next slide. Okay, here. These are the parameters which are all involved in this overall presentation, like stationary phase, mobile phase, flow rate, detection, wavelength detector, injection and its volume, the temperature maintained and the retention time, and the diluents used, and the target concentration we have taken. Next slide. This is the chromatogram obtained for mesalamine using the above parameters. Next slide. Okay. System suitability. This table comes under system suitability. See, system suitability is performed before we validate the drug, before we validate the method development. Here, see, this system suitability is performed to make sure that the system is working properly and it is functioning in its intended way to give the results. Sir, next slide, sir. Okay. Any drug which has been developed a method should undergo the validation. That is, it should undergo analytical validation according to ICH guidelines. There are certain parameters under analytical validation like linearity, accuracy, precision, limit of detection, limit of quantification. Like that, we have some parameters. In that, the first and foremost parameter we need to validate is that linearity. If the method passes linearity, then we can go for other parameters to be validated. Here, how can we perform this linearity and how can we say that the method has passed linearity means we will perform this at a different concentrations. Like here, it is taken as 25%, 50, 75, 100, 125, and 150. That is the concentration ranges are mentioned here like 2.5 microgram, 5, 7.5, 10, 12.5, and 15 microgram. As we have discussed, this method is linear at 2.5 to 15 microgram per ml. How can we say that this passes linearity? Means this by checking the R square value, that is regression coefficient value. The regression coefficient value must be 1. That is, here this mesalamine has got the value of 0.999, and that means it passes linearity. Here we can see the graph of that linearity. We can see the R square value also there. Next, precision. Precision is nothing but it is the closeness of agreement between repeated measurements, that is taken the sample from same homogeneous solution.
Miss Niharika,
yes,
can you just mention the main differentiation, means what you get the results? Just highlight the result, because all we see the same
yes, sir,
figure.
these are the results and limits.
What is the main difference? Day 1, day 2, day 3.
Sorry, sir, I can't get you.
No, means you mentioned the day 1, suppose the average is 18612, 1839 is the day 2, then again increase 1872 like that. So what is the major difference
yes, sir.
that made to give the result? Next one, to show the discussion.
Yes. Yes, sir. That means we need to mention the limits, no, sir.
Okay, now I am telling that you just mention the highlight. What is you getting?
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Means
This
I understand here that we understand that day 1 it is 18612, then it is decreased, and day 3 again increased. So
that means, sir, they are related, sir, only with minute variations. We can see only minute variations, not the big variations, sir.
Okay, so next slide. Okay, go understand. So there is no that I had to tell. You mentioned the highlight.
Okay, okay, sir. This is also comes under precision, sir, but this is performed within the day at different time intervals, sir.
Okay.
Called intraday precision, sir.
Also no significant difference.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Coming to accuracy, accuracy is nothing but the closeness of agreement between test value and standard value. Sir, we will compare that our test value with the standard value. Accuracy, how can we say that the developed method was accurate? Means there are certain limits, sir. That is the mean percent recovery should be within 98 to 102%, sir. If we accuracy can be performed at 3 different levels, sir, like 80, 100, or 120. Again, another levels are like 50, 100, and 150. Here, mesalamine has undergone 50, 100, and 150%, sir. And the mean percent recovery was within the limits, sir. Next slide. Yes. Coming to robustness, robustness is nothing but even if we change the small parameters also, the method should not, that means the result should not show much variation, sir. Then we say that the method was robust. Here, the mesalamine has undergone the changes like flow rate, temperature, and wavelength. And we can see the percentage assay that are within the limits, sir. Next slide, sir. Limit of detection and quantification, sir. Limit of detection means nothing but the lowest amount of sunlight that can be detected, and quantification is the lowest amount that can be quantified. This can be performed by using the slope and standard deviation, sir. Next. Coming to the stability or degradation studies, this is to determine whether the method is stable or to determine its quality state, like that, sir. Next slide. Conclusion. Coming to the conclusion, the developed method for mesalamine was validated and it is found to be within prescribed limits. It concludes that the developed methods were simple, accurate, sensitive, precise, and suitable for both pharmaceutical and authentic dosage forms. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank
you just go to previous slide, accuracy slide. Yes, yes. Here you can number 7. We see that in the last column, 100 recovery rate is 100.34%. So
yes,
recovery
sir.
rate is more than 100%. Is it right, or
yes, sir? Accuracy
means more than 100%? How you showing percentage?
Yes, sir.
So you have to check the table heading. If it is percentage, it should not be more than 100, no? Or can?
Okay, sir. Percentage recovery for accuracy is from 98 to 102%, sir. Acceptance criteria.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're getting more than 100, this one.
Yes.
His recovery rate is more than 100. Okay. Okay, any other question? Okay, there is one question in the chat box. Why
Yes,
did you choose mesalamine or mesalgine in this study? What are the advantage of this medicine compared to others that you choose it?
That means it is the drug. I thought to develop there are certain methods developed on mesalamine with the linear concentrations from starting from 5 microgram per ml, sir.
No.
I thought to develop below this concentration.
No, he asking that why you choose this drug? Why not other? What is the advantage of this medicine?
Advantage is nothing but it is used to treat the ulcerative colitis.
Okay, so Mr. Harry, understand? He is telling the question. Okay.
Yes, okay lah.
Okay,
But
thank you. Okay, thank you, Miss Niharika.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So if no other question, we move to next speaker. Our next speaker is Shaikh Ruskar. Stability indicating method development and validation for salbutamol sulfate in pure and tablet dose.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, just 2 minutes, sir.
If not ready, you can go to next speaker.
Sir, yes, sir. It is a screen sharing, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon to one and all. Myself, Sheikh Ruksar. Today, I am going to present the topic is stability indicating method development and validation of salbutamol sulfate in pure and tablet dosage form by using RP-HPLC. Next. Here the contents that was is telling here is abstract, introduction, drug profile, results and reference, and also conclusion. Here the abstract is here a simple, rapid and accurate RP-HPLC method was developed for the determination of salbutamol sulfate and tablet dosage form by RP-HPLC method. Here I used C18 column. The diameters are 4.6 into 250 millimeters and its length is 5 mm. It is used in binary gradient mode. Here I use the mobile phase is methanol and water, that is 70:30 ratio volume by volume, and adjusts to maintain pH 3. Here the flow rate was maintained at 1 ml per minute, and the injection volume that was injected Hamilton injection, and its dimensions are 20 microliter. The wavelength was detected with the help of UV instrument imagery, that is 225 nanometers, and the runtime was kept 5 minutes. Here I noted my drug with the retention time is 2.98 and the method was linear over the concentration range of 10 microgram per ml. The recovery was found to be 99.79% over through 3 concentrations, that is 50, 100, 150, and the accuracy recovery is also accuracy and the precision was also checked. Here accuracy results were obtained with different levels, that was I just now told 50, 100, 150. Yet the method was proved as robust after deliberating changes the parameters, the flow rate, temperature, and lambda max. This method was shown ability towards different stress conditions like acid, base, peroxide, and UV light. Next, coming to introduction, here the salbutamol drug belongs to a family of medicine known as adrenergic bronchodilators. The adrenergic bronchodilators are medicines that are breathed in through mouth to open up their bronchial tubes in the lungs.
It is used to treat or prevent bronchospasms in patients who is suffering from asthma, bronchitis, and other lung diseases. It is also used to prevent wheezing or wheezing and exercises. That means exercise-induced bronchospasm. They relieve cough, wheezing, shortness, and breathing by increasing the flow of air through the bronchial tubes. It is moderately called a selective beta-2 receptor agonist, similar in structure to tetrabutylene. Next, sir. Sir, next slide. Here, coming to next slide, here we can observe the drug profile. Here we can observe the molecular formula of salbutamol sulfate and its molecular weight. The IUPAC name was also mentioned. Here we can observe the structure of salbutamol sulfate. The drug salbutamol sulfate, we can observe white or all crystalline powder. It is slightly soluble in ethanol or methanol and freely soluble in water. Next. Here we can observe the optimization of my drug, that is salbutamol sulfate. Here I used stationary phase and mobile phase flow rate. How much flow rate I mentioned and wavelength and everything here we can observe in this table. This is the chromatogram of my drug salbutamol sulfate. Here we can observe the retention time where the peak is detected. Next. Coming to results and discussions. For this, we should monitor the validation process. I took some of the parameters to validate, that is linearity, accuracy, and precision, robustness, assay. Sir, and results and discussion. Here we can observe the system suitability. Yes, linearity. Linearity is nothing but we can check the ability to obtain the test results which are directly proportional to the concentration of sunlight. And we did the linearity by using different concentrations and plot a graph. Here we can observe the R square by using all these concentrations. The linearity is passed. Accuracy is nothing but the closeness of agreement between the test value and the conventional true value and the reference value. Here we can observe the recovery was found to be 99.49. The recovery was within the limit. Coming to precision, precision is of two types, that is intraday precision, intraday precision. Intraday precision is nothing but we can do precision 3 days, same concentration, and intraday precision means we will do within the day. That means 3 sections like 9 p.m., 1 p.m. or 5 p.m. Because intraday precision we can check that the drug concentrations can be changes or not by doing different sections. Intermediate concentration means we will check that the concentration will changing or not by doing different days. Is this percentage RSD is changing or not? Here I was did, but the percentage RSD is within the limit, both intraday precision and intraday precision. Here the robustness also was with specified range, and as here the percentage of salbutamol sulfate in tablet was found to be 99.42%. Here we can observe the system suitability parameters. System suitability parameters is nothing but the drug which was using is passed all the system suitability parameters. That is nothing but theoretical plates, plate count, retention time, hailing factor. All those parameters are passed or not. This tabular column will show that my drug is passed. Next. This is intraday precision. Just now I said intraday means nothing but 3 days. Same concentration, that is day 1, day 2, day 3. Here the result is percentage RSD is less than 2.0. So next. Here intraday precision, that is within the day 9 p.m., 1 p.m. and 5 p.m. and same the percentage RSD is within the 2. This is accuracy. By accuracy, I was told that accuracy was did in 3 different levels, that is 50%, 100%, and 150%. This is 50%. In 50% drug, okay, these 3 in 50% where I took 6 dilutions, 6 samples and injected, and the percentage mean recovery was here 99.84. Next, sir. Here 100% I was injected 3 times. And the mean percentage recovery was 99.79. 150 is here. The mean percentage recovery is 99.79. Next is here the linearity. I took the 6 concentrations, that is 25, 50, 100%. Here 100% is my targeted drug. This was why we should take the 25, 50, and means we have to calculate the optimized drug concentration before and after some of the concentration we have to take. So that I took 25 to 200, and the graph was mentioned here. The R-square is 0.999. This is the robustness. Here, you will check the parameters if it was changed or not by using different flow rates, different temperatures, and different wavelengths. Is there is any minor or major differences is there or not? That's why we are doing this test or this parameter. Next, sir. Sir, next. This is the assay. Assay is nothing but to check the drug is pure or purification of a drug. That is to measure the quality of drugs according to ICH guidelines. Certain parameters must be checked with this. Here the assay was passed. Assay limit is 99 to 100%. My assay was passed to 99.49%. Next. This is LOD and LOQ. This LOD and LOQ was determined by basing upon slope from linearity and standard deviation or system standard deviation area from system suitability. Here the LOD is 0. LOD reading is 0.322 microgram per ml and the limit of quantification is 0.975 microgram per ml. This is the stability studies. Why the stability studies will be done? Nothing but when the drug is marketed when the drug is released into the market, if in case any problems or any occur, so if any problems are occur, so that they can raise and we have the documentation to show that the product has passed with the stability studies. That's why these studies are presented, performed. Next, sir. Next slide, sir. Okay, coming to the conclusion, the developed method was validated as per ICH guidelines, was found to be within the prescribed limit. It concludes that the developed methods are simple, accurate, sensitive, and precise, and suitable for both authenticate and pharmaceutical dosage form. Here, authenticate nothing but fully trustworthy. That means this drug will fully trustworthy. Thank you.
Thank you. For HPLC, which machine you used?
Sir?
Which machine you use for HPLC?
HPLC, Shimadju, sir, LD. HP, Shimadju, sir.
Shimadju, okay.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you. Any other question? I think both of these is same type. Working on HPLC. Both of your presentation. Thank you. And now we move to the next speaker if there is no question.
Okay, sir.
Yes. So thank you, Miss Niharika.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, Miss, sorry, Niharika not. This
Okay.
one.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Now we call our next
Yang
speaker.
tadi tu. Tapi kita nak tengok soalan tadi.
Sri Rejiki on coping, overcome menstruation pain in young
Yes,
women.
sir. I'm here.
Yes.
Thanks for this opportunity for me.
And I must introduce Madam first. And 2019 Unimus was
Yes, I'm from Unimus.
collaborator, our teachers, and Madam was here with us. Now we are in virtual. So thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Prof. Sandep. Thanks for me. Opportunity time for me. I respect Prof. Sandip and children maybe, and the audience just participation. I respect. I would like to present the research result. I'm sorry, this research is very simple. This research, part 2, my research, relationship of coping with pain level. This research will be, yes, as preliminary research. And this research will be complete in middle April. Okay, I share my research. I'm sorry, Prof. Sandip. Yes, the topic my research, coping, overcome menstruating pain or dysmenorrhea in young women. I research with my student Nelunitsma Zero and friend lecture, this Miss Mahmudah and Nikmatul Hayati. As introduction, dysmenorrhea is menstrual pain characterized as brief pain before or during menstruation, and Reader Martin and Griffin say this pain lasts from 1 to several days during menstruation. Dysmenorrhea is very painful menstruation with discomfort felt by many women at the beginning of menstruation, with pain is often felt in the lower back and spread down to the upper legs, which can prevent women from doing normal activities. When dysmenorrhea occurs, women often cannot endure the pain, so they cannot move. So that women try to overcome pain in the various ways. And there are several ways to deal with dysmenorrhea, but pharmacologically and non-pharmacologically. And this research purpose, the purpose of this study was to obtain information about the description of coping in adolescent girl in overcoming pain with experiencing dysmenorrhea. Coping is action taken by person to overcome this problem based on the experience. There is socio-cultural involvement. The method in research, the study used a descriptive method with a survey approach that were collected by means of the questionnaire with a Google form. As a population, 252 students of Muhammadiyah University of Semarang experience dysmenorrhea. A total of 115 respondents were selected using simple random sampling technique. The research data were analyzed by univariate, and this research was conducted in September last year, during the COVID-19 pandemic, where strict health protocol rule was still in force. As a result, this is my research. Table 1, as shown in the table, distribution of age characteristic of respondent. Based on the table 1, the distribution of respondent age characteristic so that the youngest age is 18 years and many as 11 respondent, and the oldest age is 23 years, as many as 1 respondent. Most of the respondent were 20 years old, is 45%. And the table 2, so in the table, distribution of dysmenorrhea intensity. Since the most pain, distribution table a bit annoying. Because on table 2, the distribution of dysmenorrhea pain intensity is at a somewhat disturbing level, namely 14.6%, and the less 5.2% in unbearable pain. Pain interfered with activity 27.1%, and very annoying or disturbing. 14.8%. As research, so in the table 3, as distribution of coping when experiencing dysmenorrhea by pharmacology method. Table 3, coping to overcome dysmenorrhea with pharmacology is divided into 2 parts, namely one by buying drug free or over the counter, and 2 medical treatment. One taking medication from over the counter medicine is showing it not taking medicine. 87.7, and same take prescription pain medication or not taking medication, 87.1. And the table 4, distribution of coping when experiencing dysmenorrhea by non-pharmacological method. The highest coping performed by the respondent is deep breathing. There's 83.2. And the other. As discussion, dysmenorrhea pain occurred due to increased production of prostaglandin. This increase will result in uterine contraction and vasoconstriction of blood vessel, so that blood flow to the uterus decrease, so that the uterus does not get adequate oxygen supply, causing the pain. The result showed that respondents were suffering from pain in the age range 18 until 23 years. The sum of the respondents who experiences dysmenorrhea with a slight pain intensity were 63 female students, and a small proportion experiences unbearable dysmenorrhea, as many as so respondents. So this study is according with Anita research that class 10 in Madrasah Aliyah Negeri Rantau experience female dysmenorrhea as many as 35 people. With dysmenorrhea felt by student, which was somewhat disturbing. Moderate dysmenorrhea was 10 people. With dysmenorrhea felt by student with infrared with activity, and the degree of severe dysmenorrhea was only 3 people. With dysmenorrhea felt by student which greatly disturbed the student activity. Then, from the result of the study, only a few respondents who relieved the pain experienced by using drug, either by buying drug at the shop, abstinent from doctor prescription. Buying the drug at the shop, 87.7%, and from doctor prescription, 87.1%. This possible because it is still the COVID-19 pandemic, so they are afraid to leave the house to buy medicine. Most of the respondents reduced their pain by themselves namely by taking a deep breath, resting and sleeping, and then distraction, doing niches, and compressing warm, at least with exercise. As conclusion, adolescent who experience dysmenorrhea have an average age of 90.59 year. The youngest is 80 year old, and the oldest is 23 year old. Most adolescent experiences dysmenorrhea, which was already disturbing, namely 63 female students and a small proportion of female students experiences unbearable pain as many as female students. And only a few respondents who overcome the dysmenorrhea coping with pharmacological method, namely taking pain medicine from over-the-counter drug, and namely Femina, this is and mefenamic acid from prescription pain medication. And last, most of the respondents deal with pain by themselves, namely taking deep breath, sleeping, distraction, doing niches, warm compress, and exercise, and the other. I'm sorry, Prof. Sandeep, maybe.
Dr. Joel have one question. He write in the chat box, is herbal medication part of the non-pharmacologic management and as coping mechanism in dysmenorrhea? This is the part of your table of results. So you can see, madam, in the chat box. And
yes, I see the box. I see.
You can type in chat box also later, no problem.
I think, Dr. Pudar, we can still continue and the answers can be written on the chat box.
Yes, madam. I think madam network also. Okay. So we now welcome our last speaker today, Sofiana Nurchanti, vascular access type and quality of life among chronic renal failure patients who undergone hemodialysis. Ms. Sofiana, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sandeep.
Always nice to see conclusion.
Okay, that's right. The last presenter.
Yes.
Okay.
And also conclusion. So it is very happy everybody that yes, can go home.
Okay, that's right. Maybe I would be present faster, sir. Okay.
No problem.
Okay. Good afternoon for everyone, to all of you. Okay, I would like to present the research with the title Vascular Access Type and Quality of Life among Chronic Renal Failure Patients who undergoing hemodialysis. This is my team. I'm Sofiana from Universitas Riau. And then my team, Tugimin bin Sanswito, and then Mrs. Hafizah Jahasan from Lincoln University College, Malaysia. Okay. The background for this research, maybe this is simple research, but I think this is very useful for the patient, especially in the chronic renal failure who have very high in mortality. Okay. For the background, chronic renal failure is a condition involving a decrease in the kidney's ability to filter waste and fluid from the blood. And then it develops over a long period of time, and it is irreversible renal damage that requires hemodialysis with various vascular access. I mean, in the theory, there is not just hemodialysis. This use renal replacement therapy. I mean, it's content of hemodialysis and then peritoneal dialysis and any other. And then the severity of the disease and its treatment have affect not just physically, but it can affect psychologically, socially, and then spiritually too. And it conduct to quality of life for the patient. And then the purpose of the research, it is just descriptive, identify the chronic renal failure about the vascular access type and the quality of life. The research use a cross-sectional study. There are many kind of type. The first, we collect the respondent from 30 chronic renal failure patient in Arifin Ahmad. This is a public hospital in Pekanbaru. They have a regular hemodialysis twice in a week for about 5 hours every hemodialysis, and they must have a stable condition, not in hospitalization. And then after that, we observe the access of the vascular type of the patients. And then after that, we measure the quality of life by WHO brief quality of life instrument. And then the last, tabulating and analyzing the data by descriptive analysis. The finding from the research, the first about gender, mostly the patient are dominated by, was dominated by men. It's about 63.3%. Yeah, from the theory, the male, they will be decreased in glomerular filtration rates with the age, because associated with development and progressivity of kidney disease. Yeah, and then not that another study from Goldberg and Krause, they mentioned that if testosterone associated with a rapid progression of kidney injury by several mechanisms. And another study, they mentioned that high protein, high calorie diet intake in men mostly affected the progression of glomerular filtration decrease. And then from the age, there are many kind of age from 20 until 70 years old, but mostly it's about 50% participant. They have 41 until 50 years old. Yeah, according to a study, estimated glomerular filtration rate values would be decreased according to the aging process. So they can be increased to chronic kidney injury or chronic renal failure. And then about the occupation, 60% from the patient are unemployed. Okay, because after they diagnosed with chronic renal failure and they must have a treatment therapy in hemodialysis twice a week, so they must no energy, and then they can do normal occupation because they are fatigued, and then another physical contraindication from pathophysiological from the kidney, chronic kidney failure or chronic renal failure. Okay, after the prescribed treatment and medical discharge, they experience several anatomical or functional disabilities. So they are decreased from the capacity for employment. So they are out from the employee. Okay, and then about the vascular access type, mostly or about 73.3% with arteriovenous fistula or AVF vascular access. There are 3 types of vascular access used according to the theory: arteriovenous fistula, and then arteriovenous graft, and central venous catheter. But in Pekanbaru, 73.3% use AVF, and the other one they use brachial access. And then about the quality of life, okay, about 60% of the patient have good quality of life. I mean, from the study before, there are any correlation about axis of the vascular type, I mean AVF, and the quality of life, because with arterio AVF can good access blood, so the adequacy of dialysis can be reached better. So the quality of life of the patient would be good. Okay, and then the last, the conclusion, majority of hemodialysis patients have AVF with good quality of life, and it recommended for nurses to maintain and improve quality of life, because almost of the nurse just focusing on physical, but they not focus psychological, social, and then spiritual from the patient. I think that's all of my presentation, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sofiana. So
okay,
I think no question in chat box.
Okay, I hope so.
Yes, Dr. Joel, do you want to ask something?
Yeah, just my last question.
Yes, yes.
Yes, because the presenter mentioned about the age bracket. The age bracket is from 20 to 70. And I noticed on the age 41 to 50 years old, there are 50 of them.
Yes.
However, when starting 51 to 60, there is now a decrease of at least 25% of the population. Or can we safely say that people who are undergoing dialysis for a span of 10 years or more cannot progress or cannot reach the age of like 51 and above? Like in your experience and in the conduct of study, for how long did the dialysis patients underwent the treatment? I mean, what is the highest number of years?
How long? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the question. According to my study in Pekanbaru, I don't know if in the another city in Pekanbaru, from my data collection, there are maximum about 7 years old they have for hemodialysis. I have a patient in 2015, he is 70 years old and has the long of duration for hemodialysis is about 4 years. So it very high for mortality in patient, maybe because the nurse just focusing on physical like anemia, and then the data from the laboratory, albumin, anemia, not but the quality not so well. They just look at for the physical, not about psychological and then social, because it can control in the house. I think the family support maybe.
Another question is there from Dayor Manta. What is your recommendation to increase their quality of life, especially to those unemployed patients?
It's I can answer it because about the unemployed, it is so hard. After a patient have they have a diagnosis with hemodialysis, so they must be spare the time about two days for having hemodialysis, and then the students too. So if they must working, I think just for private, I mean not in the office, but another patient, she is a teacher. He's still teaching in her school, but maybe for the timing, she for 2 days she didn't go to school for having hemodialysis. I think for the governmental worker is okay, but I don't know about the private worker, because we know the private still they look about the capacity, and then how many times she or he comes to the office, and then what about the job they done or not. I mean that, but in government worker is okay.
Dr. Padar, if I may add, yeah, because I was a bit challenged on the question of the quality of life. Yeah, maybe if the dialysis is a treatment, as we prepare the patient for the choice of treatment, which is the kidney transplant, then we can perhaps say that there might be a quality of life after the transplant. But if the purpose of the dialysis is just to, lengthen or to, facilitate support management of our patients, and they don't have the plans of the kidney transplant, then I think the best way we can do is the support system. Like, even if that is harsh to say, but if the patient really is not responding to the treatment dialysis, then maybe the nurse manner of supporting the patient, maybe not for the quality of life, but to facilitate the patient's as he or she faces her son or his son to sit down. But I mean, a peaceful death can be maybe harsh, but just a preparation for the patient, no, slowly or gradually accept that it's the treatment for dialysis for most is not a promising intervention, but just to seeing strength to just to lengthen the days or the years of life. Yeah, maybe that's one thing we can help them out.
Another, yes, Dr. Joel. Mr. Maniam also right. AVF fistula takes time to develop, require after surgery. Educate patient how to care AVF, AFP, how you go about it.
Oh, this is for hemodialysis nurses, I think. Not
Yes.
if she asks about takes time, I don't know, because I'm in academic. Maybe I would be asked to the hemodialysis nurses. Okay.
Okay. So yes, Ms. Sophia, thank you. As Dr. Joel is right, that when patient is in dialysis condition, so we can tell that means it is a very less chance to recover. Means kidney cannot be recovered. Dialysis means it's a support system we are giving from outside. The kidney cannot be means regenerate or means a old car cannot be run like a new car. So it is a support system we are giving. So as Dr. Joel is right, when patient become old, even we become old aged, then we lose our work attitude also, because we think that we are finished. Nobody taking care of us, and aged persons are all like that. Means they not move and they don't want to move because they think that their children is not taking care. So they think they are burden about the what we call society in their mentality. But it is not true. Even many patients and many senior people like 60 years of age, they start a new venture. Like you can see the KFC. So like that type of business also started after senior age, not that is means junior age. Always like it should be in mind that mental health should be okay, that challenging health means challenging mind. And of course, mind is supported by the body. His body is not supporting, I cannot work. If I cannot sit, I cannot work. But of course, without leg moving, somebody write many novels and recently expired. All of us know world famous writer, Stephen Hawking. So like that type of things also happening, that without body support also people can run if the mind is okay. So for that, doctors are always thinking about the brain death, not body death. If they see the brain death, they declare death, otherwise cannot declare. So if we can motivate, even the death parts means without head, means without leg, without hand also patient can survive. So that is another aspect. We, as you discussed like last week, means last one seminar I see that you told that family members should support the aged persons so that they can think that yes, they can feel that yes, they are in the society very much with the family. So they will, their quality of life will be means good. Thank you, Dr. Joel, and thank you, Ms. Sofiana. And we would now going
yes,
to the
Dr. Pudar.
Yes.
Yes, there is a question in the chat box from Maniam on how are we going to educate the patient on with arteriovenous fistula. I think one of the take-home discharge instruction is, to example, if the left arm is having the fistula, one of the management is we should barely use the left hand in doing most of our activity or house chores. because this would serve as a disruption of the fistula developed on the left part of the left arm. Then if we are going to avoid lifting heavy objects in the use of our left or the affected area, because again, it will add to injury or more harm or danger to the site of dialysis. Might be those are some of the common take-home education that we can impart to our patients and the family members when they get home. So that's one of the patient education we can have.
Yes, yes. We're actually right, but yes, when we are sick, that suppose our leg is broken, we cannot tell that we walk on that leg. We have to make it plaster, we have to give rest so that it can recover. The same thing. So we have to give rest. And another thing also Dyer told, Monica, that Indonesia, the kidney transplantation cost is very high. So it is not affordable for many people. Yes, of course. Not only Indonesia, every country it is high. And many constraints are there for kidney transplant. It is not so easy thing. So, sir, we can conclude and I can call upon our Dean. Let us see who is there. I call Dr. Ugandar. Please on your video and come to the dais. And also Prof. Santana, our Dean, Faculty of Nursing. Yes, Prof. Welcome.
Dr. Poddar.
Yes.
Dr. Poddar. Good evening, and kind excuse from all of you. I'm unable to share my video because I'm using my phone data because of internet constraints.
Okay. Okay.
I'm very sorry for this inconvenience. Hope you all can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Poddar. And first of all, let me begin with a formal wish. Selamat sejahtera. Very good evening to one and all. And first of all, let me thank the ICHAS committee under the leadership of Dr. Poddar and the great guidance of Dr. Amia and LUC management. And let me thank our collaborative Dr. Joel Ray and Dr. Mohammed. And let me congratulate all the participants who have presented yesterday and today for this wonderful program and on this excellent platform of ICHAS. And let me thank my management and my students from Santiram College of Pharmacy, Nandyal, Andhra Pradesh, India, who have actively participated in 5 of their presentations. And of course, they have taken very short time to prepare and do perform well in this event. And I thank all my faculty members who have supported and motivated my students. And I convey my special thanks to our head of the institution, our principal, Dr. C. Mansurin Chetty, and our chairman, Dr. M. Santiramdu Garu. And I convey my best wishes to all wonderful presenters who have shared their excellent views and upcoming informative messages through their research works, which have been highlighted throughout the minds of the participants who have participated. So with these few words, I conclude. I take this opportunity once again to thank everyone for your extended and kind and motivative cooperation. So wish you all the best. Stay home, stay safe because of the second wave pandemic situation is threatening coolly and hotly also. Now they have mutated and they have converted their way of behavior towards infecting people and the community. So thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thanks once again. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Dr. Uganda. As the conference ends, means starting with international conference on healthcare and allied sciences. So allied sciences articles come from Dr. Uganda, India, and the end term is allied sciences. So he talked fast. And now I am calling Prof. Santana to give his remark, her remark, our Dean, College of Nursing, Lincoln University College. Prof. Santana, please.
Thank you, Mr. Sandy. Okay, a very good evening to all the speakers and presenters. At last, we have come to the end after 2 days of fruitful work. I'd like to forward my appreciation to all speakers and presenters for such informative and interesting presentation. Hope you keep up with this good work and join us in the next conference. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate Prof. Sandeep and his staff in LUC for such a wonderful conference, for having conducted such a wonderful conference. And I'm sure all participants are looking forward to join in the next conference. That's all from me. Thank you. And thank you to Dr. Bibi and also Dr. Amia. Thank you.
Yes. So just Dr. Joel from our collaborative Visayas State University, Philippines. He is tirelessly was waiting from yesterday and today full day with us, and also you can see that full day he chaired the session and discussed and observed all the articles. I mean, all the presentation very minutely. And thank you, Dr. Joel, to be with us.
Thank you,
and
Dr.
of course,
Joel.
It is Easter Saturday and Easter Sunday. He even cannot celebrate. He is with us. Thank you, Dr. Joel. You want to tell something?
In behalf of the College of Nursing of the Visayas State University in the Philippines, please accept my warmest congratulations to everyone, to all the presenters, and across continents. We have a lot of participants and young budding researchers on their respective field. I hope that your papers will not just be stuck in a particular space, but you have to translate that into something meaningful for your respective communities, wherever you are called to heal, to preach, and to touch the lives of your people. I hope to see you when the pandemic is over and when the Lincoln University will conduct the next round of international conference next year. I want to see you all in faces physically and hope to see you on a brighter day. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Joel. And I now would like to request any participant want to tell anything from Indonesia. Malaysia, Muhammad Noor.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. Maniam.
Thank you very much for giving a chance to participate and gained a lot of knowledge also. It was interesting to meet people from various parts of the globe, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Maniam. I just want to share something that for 2 days we have organized this event, and these 2 days, as you can see the program in the internet, and starting from the address, my keynote address, of course the Pro Chancellor Dato Bibi and Dr. Omia, and also Bagya Dato Ambassador Yusuf, they have given the inauguration speech. After that, wound care management, one of the biggest challenge now, as Dr. Hari Krishna from Hospital Kuala Lumpur, he presented his slides and very useful talk. Then we go depth in the molecular level of mitochondria, Then we start the nursing sessions, mental health, COVID, then quality of life, then taking care of what you call the patients on other diseases, even tuberculosis, hepatitis. Then we go for kidney failure, uric acid today. And of course, in between, we have learned two important lecture sessions from Egypt, that from Dr. Amel, challenges and innovative nursing practices. And of course, Professor Sriti Mani about the motivation of the nurses and health workers, how she is working, her personal experience. And of course, there are different slides have presented during this 2 days time. And today also we have here from Dr. Joel and Dr. Jayanta Das, the plenary speeches, and all these short paper session we tell, but of course, these are all useful for our knowledge. And I just want to share that some pictures we have captured and posted. I have posted in Facebook also. You can see, but you can see the pictures, that presentation. One thing I should tell, the slides should be attractive more, as you can see the presentation of all the participants. All of you are present now. Also, more than 70 people are present in this room. So from yesterday and today, more than 100 people was observing full day. Nobody left out. That is one of the challenge we have accepted, and all of us is here to gather the knowledge, share our information. So that is our motto. So what we see, that how the slides are make attractive. You can see the attractiveness of the slide, and this one also you can see, and I can see that some participants have given each's logo also, so are very means worked hard for each's presentation. Like you can see the slide, like make more attractive the knowledge about multivitamins. So their slide cover also very nicely presented. This slide you can see very nicely decorated slide, means from the tablet, and by the tablet, using the tablet sample. I don't know the template. If you take from internet, there should be any, means should not be any copyright or anything permission needed sometimes. So you should be careful, but this is very nice to see. This type of slide, means attractive slides like this. We can, when we see this slide, we feel, means our some monotony go, because always looking after the data and main things like this type of picture wise slide is more attractive. You can see the candidate, means the presenter, Jurai, the presentation is so nicely decorated, and they have worked hard for making the PPT slides. All the slides, not only one or two, every slide is like this. You can see, when you see the slide, you can understand the motivation from the Professor Sriti Mani, Dr. Farida presented. Then the presentation, when you presenting, the presentations, means your full face can be seen. Then it is more attractive and people can know who is speaking. That is one of the advantage. And as we cannot make physically, so it is one of our difficulty, that what is our expression we cannot see. So we should be careful and on our video as if possible. Like if internet is difficult, like now also today, Indonesia, some storm, so they cannot be online like that. So this slide, I see the water is moving. So that is some refreshing new things I have seen. And we have taken the screenshot of all the participants yesterday, and you can see this. So this type of different slide, 2 days, the attractiveness, university in the background, the institute given the priority. And so these are the things. Like this one. Okay, so this in short I have told, and as today also we have seen from morning, you can see this picture, how nicely worked out. So some, and to the last presentation also, you can see Sofiana, Miss Sofiana also, the slides is like this. It looks nice, actually. And these are the things. And but as I told that some people have mentioned the what you call the acknowledgement section. It should be there. Reference is not so important, but you can give during presentation. But main thing is don't show much result oriented. If you show result, okay, you have to mention what is the difference there. Means many person is there cannot see focus on the table so much. So if we highlight that okay, this data is different from this data, then it will be very good. So that is my thinking. And as 2017 we started ECHAS physically, 2018, 2019, 2020 also we thought that we can do, we cannot. 2021 we do already in virtual because we know already we cannot meet physically. So as next week, after next week, then Ramadan starting, and so we have to conduct it earlier so that we can get enough time for our paper publication, because it takes 6 months time for publication of full article in journals and minimum. So if we want to publish into this year, we have to conduct earlier. And another conference we will call after, means in July. So all of you and who cannot present, you can tell your friends and colleagues, they can present in July conference. That publication in journal will be maybe in next year, but we will take the articles in this year. So because 6 month time need for publication minimum, review and etc. So these are the things, and all of you have come together, and this all 2 days conference is in YouTube. You can share the link. And another thing I must tell, that whatever you are present paper publishing, that should be, you should circulate in published paper. You should circulate in Facebook, you can circulate in LinkedIn, you can circulate in any social media to your friends, so that you can get information and feedback. Like when you presenting, Dr. Joel give one comment so that you can incorporate in future in your study. It is not that I don't know, so it is like that. I don't know, so I cannot do, so I can incorporate in my future study. That is a new avenue we can open up. So that is the thing. We are all means learning. This is a process of learning, nothing to lose. So there is nothing. So thank you, all of you, and I am not going to take much of your time. So we are working on United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 3. This year focuses on that, and all goals are together. As you see that Indonesia cannot do dialysis due to kidney failure, means the low budget. It is not that Indonesia, all country. So there is poverty, for that we cannot get good health. And good health is ruined by other factors, maybe for environment or other thing, or we lose kidney. So all are interrelated, the 17 goal, and full our body is interrelated with each other part. If I cannot move hand without our brain instruction. So that is the thing. Thank you once again. And I would like to request all to take, we will take snapshot for all of you together, and we'll declare end. So camera on, everybody. Okay, please. Okay, ready? First screen. Thank you. Oh, next. Okay, next. Next. Next, we can see the Pindani, Ms. Prasad Rai. Okay.
See again, confusion.
You, Saida. Okay. Next. Oh, China. Nobody on. China, all video off. Okay. Okay. So we have these 2 days. If we physically it is very difficult to meet with different countries, but in virtual mode, we meet with US, we meet with Philippines, we meet with Brunei, Indonesia, Egypt, India, and China. We can easily see, and of course Malaysia. And so we all together, we save the cost of traveling, we save our time to travel, but we lose the main means the meetup, the physical contact. So that also we need to refresh our mind. Like yesterday we are talking about one of our participants. She told that yes, last year we go, but this year I cannot go. So that also a missing point. But something is beneficial, something is of course missing point. We have to move forward, and we have to accept the challenge of the nature, and we have to move forward and live long. Thank you for joining with us.
Prof. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. Cheers. We'll see you again.
Thank you, Dr. Sandip.
Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jo.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Jo.
Dr. Jo.
Thank you, Prof. Sandip.
Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Jo and Mr. Sandip.
Selamat.
Bisa
Selamat
berjumpa.
sore, Dr.
Sore,
Sandip,
Dr. Jo.
Dr. Jo.
Sama-sama.
Thank you, Dr. Joel.
Ya, sama-sama.